And we're back. We have just started stream 2. For those of you tuning in, I'm Chris Warden, and
I'm Andy Jones Wilkins. It's great
you're
to be here.
You're actually here in an odyssey that took as much time as it takes me to run a 100-mile run. You got from Phoenix to Henderson.
Exactly. Zach, our producer and director, asked if I ran here.
Well,
it took that long.
I was going to say,
But I'm
conceivably,
here
you could have
now,
biked here in this time frame, but
for sure.
But I've tried to do my best to make sure not to dead name any brands or any potential future sponsors. So not really getting too far into the weeds with what happened. But you and I both had a big travel adventure. But we're here now, as you can see, Raj Panu on the screen, and Raj is pretty much the story of the race so far. And in a commanding situation here at Jackpot, we're going to go over his paces and see what he's going to need to do to potentially approach history here.
Yeah, and here we are 10 hours and 20 minutes in to the USATF 100-mile National Championship, Henderson, Nevada. There's Sierra de Groff going by there.
And unfortunately, with a race such as this, part of the package is carnage.
Yeah.
And
sure.
we've had a couple of significant names that have elected to call it a day here at Jackpot for the USATF 100-mile championship. Most notably in the women's field, Devin Yanko.
Mm-hmm.
Devin was leading the race at about the 50K mark, and then things started to kind of teeter a little bit. And Devin had big goals for today. Devin wanted to come out here and take a stab at the world record for the 100-miler.
Yeah. And you know, when you set a big goal like that, you know, there's a chance that some days you're the windshield and some days you're the bug. And,
Yeah.
you know, Devin's been around the sport now, almost 20 years, and she knows probably better than anybody, you know, when to pull the plug, and I'm sure she'll live to fight another day. In fact, I know she will.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that we can look forward to, is seeing where Devin is going to stick the landing next time.
But we have Stella Springer, who we have seen now for several years, Chris, in our coverage of Desert Solstice over in Phoenix. And she has moved steadily through the field, through the day, and now into the night. And she is just steady and solid. And at 54 years young?
Yeah.
At 54 years young. Just getting after it. So leading the women's race at this point with Sierra de Groff on her heels. I think the pass took place about a half an hour ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they were running together for a while, and they're no stranger to one another. As you mentioned, Desert Solstice. Sierra has run out at Desert Solstice. Stella has run out at Desert Solstice. Stella actually set her 100-mile PR out there, and the two of them have fairly close PRs. For the 100 miles. Sierra's is 15:59, and Stella's is 15:43, set at Desert Solstice this past year. So it could end up being a very close race down to the wire here on the women's at the very top of the women's field. Right. In third place in the women's race is somebody we're still trying to get a handle on here, and that's Erin Carrera. Erin was a last-minute entry to this event, basically registered in person yesterday, and has steadily moved up through the field from, I believe, 6th or 7th when we first started mentioning her name, up to 3rd. Stephanie Rosebow in 4th. Stephanie has done, she won Saddles 100 this past year, finished 6th at Cocodona, 3rd at Moab. Does the rough and rugged.
Diverse resume.
Also was 3rd in the last person standing, first woman overall, doing 140 miles there this past year. So she is currently in 4th.
Eddinghausen going by our screen.
And our 5th place woman at this point is Leanne Riv. Leanne is from Spain. Don't really know much about Leanne, but her 100-mile PR came from a race in Europe, the Thames River 100. So that's where we stand in the women's field. And in the men's field, one of the people that called their shot, going after Zach Bitter's American standard of 11 hours, 19 minutes, and that was Dakota Jones. Dakota Jones pulled out at about the halfway mark, about 50 miles in, at about a 7:45 clip. I didn't see what happened with Dakota. I was away from the the track at that point. But Dakota being the most notable man to pull out in the men's race. Also, Jared Gallup. Jared Gallup had actually led the men's race for maybe about the first 15, 20 miles. Went out really hot and might have, maybe cooked himself a little bit here. I don't know. But he was ahead of, for the first 15 or so miles, there was a solid men's peloton at 234 with Raj, Jonah Backstrom, and Dakota. And Jared was out ahead of that peloton. So it was kind of surprising, but as we learn, 100 miles is hard, and if anything, we know that these races are completely unpredictable. And as far as the standings go in the men's race, your current leader is Raj Panu. Raj approaching the 90-mile mark, and we're going to have to start doing some math here.
We are.
Yeah, Raj is less than 12 miles from the finish at the 10:25 mark.
Wow.
So we're definitely we're looking at a potential, sub 12-hour run, and Raj's PR is 11:58. The American standard is 11:19. That seems quite tight.
11:19 looks safe.
Yeah, 11:19 looks like but I could definitely see Raj coming in at 11:45 or less potentially, the way that he's moving right now. His most recent laps have been in, I believe, the 9-minute mile or 9-minute range, so about an 8:30, 8:20 range for the mile. But because it's the lap is 1.7 miles, so actually he's probably doing about a 7:30 pace on those. Yeah. But has definitely fallen off because the standard he would have needed to have held was a 6:48. Yeah. So, which just tells you, there's a reason why that number has held on the American record books for, approaching 8 years now. And 11:19 is an absolutely impressive number held by the one, the only Zach Bitter.
I remember when Zach ran that. I think he ran it at 6 days in the Dome.
Yep.
It was just an absolutely perfectly executed race for Zach, and you have to do that. I think he even negative split it by a few minutes.
And the conditions, obviously, at the Dome, it's indoors. And today, before you got here, the wind was absolutely...
It was blowing, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, that was part of the hitch in our travel over the past 24 to 36 hours was the amount of wind that was the runners were having to deal with. You can see Sierra de Groff on the right there. I believe that is Jess Mullen in the middle. Jess currently F7.
There they are, coming right by our spot here. Can we get the men's standings back up again? That's a pretty... Cody Poskin, 23 years old.
Yeah, Cody
Look
Poskin.
At that. 23 years old. Nathan Brown, 26 years old, rounding out the current podium right now.
Yeah, Cody Poskin, prior to this, his PR was at Leadville this year, ran a 19:28 at Leadville. For a frame of reference, when you hear a sub 20 hour at Leadville, a 19:30 at Leadville, is that a standout performance? I mean, it looks like it's about in the fringes of the top 10, but at that age.
Oh, I think sub 20 is one of those numbers at Leadville, at least, that it kind of puts you in a. Hey, Scotty, it kind of puts. It kind of a slight diversion. That was the one and only Scotty Mills, who's in the long course race, 70-something years old, 20-time Western States finisher, 10-time Hard Rock finisher. I think he heard my voice for the first time today and was about ready to throw himself into the lake.
We had a good time interviewing Scotty at Javelin 100 this year.
We did. But yes, a sub 20 at Leadville is one of those numbers. It kind of puts you in, I don't know, top 10% of typical finishers, and for the entire history of the race. And so it's one of those numbers that people go for over the years. And so for Cody to do that, at a young age, promising future for this young man, I'm sure. And be interesting to see how he hangs on here, with lap 67. So he's around 75 miles in. No, more than that, probably around 80 miles in.
Yeah,
see how that plays out.
Nathan Brown In third place, Nathan actually won the Coldwater Rumble this year with a time of 15:50, the 100-miler.
That's a pretty big bounce back.
Yeah, very quick turnaround, less than a month. So, and then Braden Rogow. Braden is somebody I am not very familiar with. Braden's PR was a 24:12:19 at Run Rabbit Run last year. Of course, Run Rabbit Run is a dual qualifier for Hard Rock and Western States and takes place largely above 8,000 feet. So
A dual qualifier. I like the way you say that. I call it a double dipper.
okay, I like that too. I like that.
A double dipper. You can run that race once and qualify for 2 races.
And in fifth place currently is Jonah Backstrom. Although, if
He has not clipped the timing back in a while. We saw Jonah at Desert Solstice take it out hard, break the 50 and over 50K record and that day at Desert Solstice, and then call it a day.
Yeah, Jonah has been a fascinating runner to watch at this event, as his most 3 recent desert or jackpot finishes in the 100-mile USATF Championship were 14 hours 10 minutes 8 seconds, 14 hours 11 minutes 3 seconds, 14 hours 11 minutes 37 seconds. So the delta for his last 3 100-milers here is 89 seconds.
So maybe he's just taking a break so he can be in the range of that.
He was going too fast. But no, Jonah Backstrom, as you mentioned, holds the American standard in the 50 to 54 age group for the 50K. Also holds the 50 to 54 100-mile. I believe that his time in 2023, which actually won jackpot that year, is still the standard for the age group, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's last year's, because he would be 51 now, so that would be it, yeah. But
what a fantastic run, too. Another in the youth movement, Lincoln Turman, just after Mark Marzin in 6th, 38 years old. Lincoln Turman at 25 years old. You know, it's interesting. We know that Jackpot brings out the old guys. We've got Todd Lee here and Ed Rousseau and, the octogenarians. But it's kind of cool to see some of these young guns coming out here. 23 years old, 26 years old, 25 years old, and giving it a go at a fast road 100-miler.
Absolutely. Like, for instance, our youngest woman in the women's race is 24-year-old Taylor Adrian out of Hermosa, South Dakota. That's somebody that we'll be following as the race continues to approach 100 miles. Lincoln Turman out of Butte, Montana, ran the Cowboy 100 in 2024 in a 19:20:14 time. So has a 100-miler under his belt. Also ran jackpot last year at a 21:54:37. So looking like he's pacing well under that.
Well under that.
So. Of course, last year was actually his.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. The start-finish area and the staging area for Jackpot Ultras. We're located in that red tent there to the top left. Those pavilions, just wonderful, well lit. The full-on Aravaipa aid station right there at the start-finish area for both the long course runners and the short course runners. By the way, for those, the long course is about 2.3 miles. It twists and turns a little bit more. You can see a couple of runners going through those green lights there in the middle of the screen. Those are on the long course. Those are the 24, 48 hours, as well as 6 and 12. Great venue here.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
Many great Aravaipa venues. Of course, Jackpot was long the baby of
Ken Rubley.
Ken Rubley, of course, and Ken still gets around from time to time. And
he joined us earlier today.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
With a $5,000 donation to Adaptive Athletics and to help blind runners. He has done a lot of work with the Ulysses International and guide runners. So shout out to Ken Rubley.
Ken's a fantastic guy and
definitely a character too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But good for him for bringing this race to life. in a kind of a pure Vegas style, and passing it on to Aravipa a couple of years back.
Hey, Mike. Do you know if we can get a shot of the strip? You got a shot of the strip at night? Vegas strip.
So as with big championship races that go out fast, it's you mentioned that it's unpredictable. It's also just there's going to be some carnage. There's going to be people setting big goals. There's going to be people kind of going for things, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's just kind of part of the deal for these.
Yeah, I mean, taking your shot.
Yep, take a shot.
So currently, it looks like Raj is keeping about a. I want to make sure I get my calculations down before I.
Great little zoom out here while you're doing your public math.
Yes.
Great little zoom out here, up above the Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada. The black in the middle is kind of a lagoon. I'm sure if you were watching during the daytime, wonderful place for waterfowl and the like. It's a great little park. Families, festivals, parties. Great spot, zooming out.
So Raj has been keeping a 6:55 pace. The pace that Zach ran was at 6:48, and kind of guesstimating. So I mean, it doesn't sound like much. That's 7 seconds per mile, but you're talking about over 90 miles.
Yeah.
So you're talking about basically 6 minutes behind American record pace at this point. So we will see if Raj can close that gap. I will admit it would be wild if he did. Let me see what that would take for him to do.
Beautiful shot here, looking down onto Henderson and off into Las Vegas in the distance. Every year we come here, I'm excited about the drone footage we're able to get. It's really, really quite good. There's the strip as it unfolds, the famous Las Vegas Strip, just northwest of where we're sitting.
Yeah, Raj would need to rock a 5:42 pace by my calculations the rest
Yeah.
of the way, and while he's moving very well, he's moving at about a 7+ minute mile pace. So, Raj.
A great and ambitious effort, certainly.
Oh yeah,
well in range of coming in under 12 hours and potentially under his previous personal best for 100 miles.
Oh yeah,
and
by
knowing
far.
Raj, he's going to keep coming back. He's going to keep plugging away. He's going to keep going after that.
Yeah,
that
he's
record.
pacing for about 11:35 by my calculation. 11:32. So you're talking about 11:32 if he maintains what he's doing now. So it would be a few minutes off the mark, but it would also be a huge improvement. He ran an 11:58 last year, which is one of the fastest times by an American of all time. So we can't discount that. So Raj, as long as he stays on the course and keeps moving, he's going to have one of the greatest performances in American men history in the 100 mile.
Yep. There he is, coming by, looking happy. And by the way, to put the great Sasha Sorokin in perspective, he would be done right now. He was finished with his 100 miles.
Sorokin running
ago.
Yeah, that's right. He'd been done for just a handful. Oh, actually, wait. His record, I believe, is
I want to say
10:51. Actually, so he would be just finishing
10:51. Oh,
Yeah.
so he hasn't finished yet. Okay. All right. I thought it was 10:30.
which is a 6:31 pace for 100 miles. Which again, 6:31 pace for 100 miles. So you go out and you do your speed work and then repeat it, ad infinitum.
And I know you've become a buddy of Sasha's. Why don't you get him to come out here one of these years?
Hey, I when I interviewed him at Desert Solstice 2023,
that was so much fun.
It was great. I mean,
that was so much fun.
First of all, it was an honor to meet him. I was so grateful that he would have the time to come on with us. It was funny because when I talked to him, he said that he didn't have any time on Saturday. Of course, we were covering the race here on a Saturday, and he said he would only be available Sunday. I had not taken into account the 9-hour difference in
Yeah.
time. So noon his time was 3 a.m. here. So I got to interview the world record holder at 3 in the morning, to an audience of dozens.
That's right.
But you know what? I will say, Sonia, I did get a soft verbal from him that he would try and come over here. I want to see him take a shot at 200 in 24.
I really do.
On a
do.
very
and
runnable
I honestly
course.
think Desert Solstice would be a place he could do it.
Absolutely. I'd love to see. I mean, I'd love to see him take a stab at.
So friendly for records.
Yeah, 10. I'd love to see him do 10:45 at Jackpot or at Solstice as well. Shoot for that in the 100-mile. I would relish the opportunity to cover that race.
Looks like just down there, I just saw Sierra kind of pulling off to spend a little time at her little crew area. Sierra DeGroff, well known to us here at Mountain Outpost. Great friend of Aravipa, comes out to Arizona, runs a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. 200 in 24 would be bonkers, but Sonia did 198 and change, 198 plus miles in 24 hours. So
he was close.
Yeah,
he was close.
I mean, we're going to see it in our lifetimes. Somebody actually break the 200-mile barrier, which, just thinking about that is kind of mind blowing. Yeah, the 24-hour. I don't have the exact number in front of me. No, I lied. I do. It's 319.614 kilometers. So doing public math, pulling up Google is your friend.
Great shot here along the far straightaway. Just saw 80-plus-year-old Ed Rousseau go by.
So Sorokin's 24-hour, 319.614 kilometers, calculates out to 198.5989 miles.
Yeah.
So basically
198 and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he's just got to eke out another mile and a half somehow.
And the course that he ran that at in Italy was not a completely friendly course for efficiency. I mean, you take something like a track, like an oval. I think that you could see him do something.
Yeah, it had some 90-degree turns, I think, on it, and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they don't switch directions at Worlds because, and that's why there's a little bit of weird back and forth turns. So, yeah, my brain can't comprehend it either, Jenny, but when it happens, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I just hope that we have the opportunity at Mountain Outpost to cover it.
Hope so, too.
So.
He had kind of a relatively quiet 2024, did Sorokin?
Yeah, he was hurt for part of the year. I do remember that.
But I suspect he's got some plans for 2025.
I know he was going to take a stab at the 100K world record for a while there. And I think that because I think he was trying to break 6 hours in the 100K is what it was. Which his current, he does
right,
hold.
So that's 2 3-hour 50Ks in a row.
Which is he does hold a 6:05:35 for that.
Yeah.
But I would love to see the best that the U.S. has to offer. Runners like Raj Panu, Dakota Jones, dare I say Walmsley. If he were decide to take a stab at a flat and fast again, he hasn't done it for a few years, and that was Carbon X. That right there is one of our men's competitors. That was Walter Orwin. And actually, Walter was somebody I had taken notes of before this race. So Walter Orwin is 64 years of age. His PR in the 100-mile is at Canal Corridor, very flat, very fast race, in 1932.57.
Wow, at 64.
He did it last year, yeah. I mean, that's his PR for the
that's a fast
100-mile. For your 60s.
Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. Last year he ran a 1944 here, finishing 9th in the men's race, 12th overall.
Where's he Where's he in the ticker? Is he?
Let's take a look. Currently, Walter Orwin
is he closing in on 60
is
miles?
8th man, 12th overall, about 56 miles in. So,
all right. So
a
he's
little bit behind last year's pace, but still moving well.
Yeah, still on track for a sub 20.
We just saw Jamil go by out for his evening run with Caleb Stevens. Caleb, an Arizona runner, also works for Ornery Mule Racing out of the Midwest, does a lot of their socials.
Jamil's out there just putting in a couple of laps.
There is no Chipotle or no burritos and steak.
But it appears as though his ankle/foot is recovered enough where he can put shoes on as he prepares for what will be a monumental summer for him with Cocodona, Western States, and Hard Rock. At least currently he's on the list for all those.
Of course, one of our event sponsors here for things this weekend in the 100K tomorrow is Mount to Coast. We had Trishul Churns with Mount to Coast in here in the studio earlier today. Very pleasant guy. Not only involved in the sport through brands such as Mount to Coast, but also the head of GOMU, the Global Organization of Multi-Day Ultra Runners. We had some great conversations about that, about their record keeping, their
keep it straight, Scotty.
Their organization and tracking the multi-day world records, and what they are hoping to see in the sport moving forward, and how there seems to be, as I described it, an all-out assault on multi-day records lately. Whether it be the primarily the 48-hour and the 6-day. One of the things we did say is that the 72-hour and the 10-day seem to have fallen a little bit by the wayside, not tracked by IAU and not necessarily recognized by any governing bodies at this point. But GOMU is still tracking that kind of stuff. So,
And Trishul's been around a long, long time, a real advocate, especially for the multi-days. Good to have him. Good to have him out here.
Oh yeah, he's been doing ultra since the '80s, and having a good time doing it. Yeah, his very first ultra was run in 1981, so and
Yes,
still out here
indeed.
kicking.
There you go.
And looking at his ultra sign up, he is registered for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more ultras
this year.
At the age of 67. And his next one will be tomorrow in the Mount to Coast 100K here at Jackpot. That is a shot of the far side of the course. I kind of like this. It's a very mood-lighting shot of the course. There's Stella Springer right there, our current women's leader.
There it is, and Raj coming by us as well. Mount to Coast, a fascinating new performance footwear company on the scene. Just opened for business in April of 2024. Promoting themselves as shoes made for ultra runners.
Yeah.
Right now, just road shoes, known for their durability and their simplicity. A couple of trail models coming out this summer from Mount to Coast, but they've really taken the footwear, performance footwear world by storm, and by sponsoring this series, the Mount to Coast, called the Mount to Coast Endurance Series, with Jackpot and Across the Years, and Fat Ox, which is in November down in Estrella Mountain Regional Park, as well as the Lake Warramug, formerly known as Jack Bristol Ultra, back east in Massachusetts, one of the longest standing road ultras, kind of up there with Strolling Jim and some of the other long-standing road ultras. Good to see Mount to Coast putting some energy and resources into the road ultra scene and fixed time ultra scene. The series this year is 400K races, but they were out in force at Across the Years, and they're out here, and I'm sure they'll be out at Lake Warramug and Fat Ox as well. If you haven't had a chance to check out Mount to Coast Footwear, I encourage you to do so.
Raj Panu, as a quick update, has stepped off the pace considerably his last couple laps. Had been doing about an 8:56 to 9-minute lap previously, but the last few laps have been above 9:15, even 9:20, pushing 9:30. He is now pacing for about an 11:40, 11:41 finish. He has 7.5 miles to go. In order for him to hit Zach's mark, he would have to drop 4-minute, 8-second miles until the end.
But as you mentioned, I'm sure on his mind is his own personal best.
Absolutely.
Which, it was an 11:58. He seems to be on track to...
Which is definitely under threat.
Yeah.
I can even pull up a...
And it would be the fastest 100-miler clocked on American soil so far this year. It's only February, but I suspect it's a number that would hold up for the year.
Yeah. I mean, there have only been a handful of sub-12s by Americans in that. So let me see here. I can actually pull...
it's conceivable. You could see it happen at one of the faster road or track ultras like the Raven or
which
Desert
is
Solstice.
happening tomorrow.
Yeah, Raven's happening tomorrow.
So Zach Bitter ran an 11:51 last year at 6 days in the Dome. Raj ran an 11:58. Prior to that, not an American, but run on American soil. Olav Olsen, I remember this one, the Tunnel Hill 100, ran an 11:26. And
I do remember that one.
The reason why I remember it so vividly is because I posted when it happened at the time. I said, Phil Olsen finished second that day and ran an 12:27 and finished second by an hour.
Yeah.
And I actually posted, I said, can you imagine running a 12:27 100-miler and being an hour back of the win? And I don't know how. I didn't realize Phil Young followed me, but he responded with just one word: yes.
Yes.
And I actually met Phil in person at Hennepin 100 last year, and I apologized profusely because I was trying to explain to him I wasn't taking a dig, but he took it in stride. He thought, he was like, "Hey, I was there. It was amazing." So,
if anybody out there knows, by the way, what has become of Elov, he hit the circuit by storm for about 2-3 years. Would love to know what Elov's up to. There's Scotty Mills coming by our camera, sporting just a slight runner's lean, just a slight lean. He has had some memorable leans over the years.
Oh, I bet.
Full blown 90 degrees to starboard. He's not going in that
the
direction.
3 p.m., the 9 or the 3:30, the 9:30.
Yeah. But this is always a great event to bring out the older runners. No cutoffs, no challenging logistics for crews, no real adverse weather. Although the wind was howling earlier today, it's nice that it's calmed down now.
Absolutely.
But pleasant desert mid-February weather, typically here at the Jackpot Ultras as we near the 11-hour mark.
I do want to shout out
USATF 100 mile.
Of course, as we mentioned, this year we had, I believe, at last count, 5 men going for the 80 plus win here. And in recent years, that's kind of been one of the interesting sideline or secondary storylines here. Last year, there were 6 men in their 80s competing, including Ed Rousseau. Ed actually had a DNF last year, but has finished here in previous years. He's 85 now, so he's got multiple finishes in the 80-year-old bracket. But I do want to shout out a runner who was one of our finishers last year, and that was Ian Madison. Ian actually just passed away last month at the age of 82. And Ian, went out in style. His last race was a 100-miler at Across the Years just a few weeks before he passed.
I was saddened to hear of his passing. I did see Ian at Across the Years.
I did too.
He, in his inimitable spirit, I hope his passing was short and painless. But what a great guy! I first met Ian, got to be about 25 years ago at the Vermont 100. He ran that multiple times, and was just one of those great spirits in the trail and ultra running community, and he will be missed among that octogenarian crowd that is usually well represented here every year at Jackpot.
Yeah, his last handful of races over the course of his last year of activity, he did 200 miles across the years in 2023. He did a 100-miler here at Jackpot in February of last year, and closing out his year and his running career with another 100-miler across the years in December. So if you ever wonder whether or not your running career has drawn to a close, frankly, as long as you're on this side of the dirt, you can still go out there and drop a 100-miler, because Ian showed us you could.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Shout out Sky Point to Ian Madison for being a part of this community, and I just wanted to recognize and appreciate him. It's it's sad to not see him be here and be a part of this, but I'm sure that the people who compete against him in this 80+ age bracket, do remember him as a worthy competitor.
There's David Blaylock coming by our tent.
Another
one of our octogenarians. And that's Ed Rousseau on the screen in the blue shorts. And on the note of older athletes, my favorite race, Western States, this year will be featuring 6 runners 70 years or older.
Oh my!
That's a largest number on the starting line, including 80-year-old Nick Bassett, of Wyoming, who is the current oldest finisher. He finished his 14th Western States back in 2013 as a 73. In 2018 as a 73-year-old, and will be going for finish number 15, and to be the first and so far only 80-year-old finisher of Western States. Among the others is Michelle Paletti, the co-owner of UTMB, Ed Wilson, a longtime stalwart at the mile 90 aid station at Quarry Road, Michael Coppy, a multiple-time 200-mile finisher, including last year's Cocodona, and who else was I thinking of that's on that list? Ed Wilson, Michael Coppy. Oh yeah, Jan Veers. Oh no, I'm sorry, Jim Howard. Jim Howard, who will be out here for the 100K tomorrow with 2 replaced knees and a 2-time Western States winner.
He was actually out here earlier today.
Was he out here?
Yeah, he was out here, I believe, for packet pickup. So, yeah, won in 1981 and 83, I believe.
He did.
There's Raj.
Famously noted in a couple of those early Western States films, Jim Howard and Jim King, the Jims, had some classic battles. And Jim Howard, a 2-time winner of Western States, going to be one of the 70 and older finishers this year.
Somebody was asking who the oldest woman is in the race this year. I can pull that up here real quick. The oldest competitor in the women's race this year is 63, and that would be Jill Hudson. Jill Hudson, no stranger to fixed time and flat distance loop races. I've seen her out at Across the Years and out at Nardini Manor many times over the last few years, being somebody that goes out to those events myself. Jill, I believe, is currently I think she's 8th right now in the women's race. So just under 45 miles in, or just over 45 miles in, rather. Still pacing for potentially at 10:42. Maybe we'll see her, in the 24-25 hour range when all is said and done.
Not too shabby.
No, very well done.
And by the way, speaking of older women successful runners, the oldest women's finisher of Western States, Gunhild Swanson, was out at Across the Years in our neck of the woods a month and a half ago. It was great to see Gunhild
And she
still
is
getting
80
after
now?
it. She's 80 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That infamous finish was back in 2015. Hard to believe it was 15 years ago.
10.
Sorry, 10 years ago. Yes.
Don't age me before my time.
I had a long day of travel. Forgive me.
Yes,
it was
you
10
did.
years ago. A long 10 years.
10 years ago, AJW had just hit the airport at that
I just
point.
got to the airport.
You can see this is a cool little shot. You can see the stratosphere, the Strat Tower, and the center part of your screen right there, kind of looking over at the strip. You can see the lighting. I mean, that kind of radiating ball in the upper left side, upper left central, behind some lights that just kind of turned orange. That's the sphere, obviously. It was kind of wild last year when they took the drones out and you could see the sphere in the background.
Yeah.
It was definitely a game changer on the skyline as we sit here in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip. But
Very fun. My Uber driver was very fun in saying that, welcome to our completely not humble city. I doubt it was the first time he'd used the line, but it was a good one. There is nothing humble about Las Vegas.
This is true. Unfortunately, I did not get my fancy dinner that I try and get to on an annual basis here, and I will be heading out early tomorrow, but maybe I'll come back sometime later this year and grab myself a nice hot meal here in Clark County.
Yeah, really, Chris, the only redeeming quality of my 28-hour layover in what amounted to my 28-hour layover in San Francisco was that it turns out they have Pliny the Elder on tap in several of the bars there in the airport to keep my whistle wetted as I was awaiting yet another cancellation to fall by the wayside.
You can see the willows in the background, and starting to whip around a little bit as we just got.
I thought Trevor was going to do something about this wind, but apparently he's not.
Yeah, as we're getting whacked over the head by the curtain behind us.
Wind, yeah,
but there was a little bit of carnage yesterday during setup as far as tents go. I don't know.
Was
if you
there?
heard about Oh yeah, Jordan, do you have a microphone over there?
Did any tents go?
Yeah. Oh, can you grab that and we'll have.
Really, the Mountain Outpost one?
Yeah. Here, Jordan, we're going to get you a mic and
our one of our producers, Jordan Schmidt. We affectionately call him Jorby. Give us a little story about the tent situation.
It wasn't pretty. We had our tents pretty well secured and weighed down, but some of that wind, it was like, I don't remember, it was like 40-mile-an-hour gusts or something at some point. It lifted our 10x10 tent over one side, snapped one of the legs, bent another one, and just completely ruined the entire frame. We lost a bunch of our camping tents because those are just staked down, and they all had cots in them as well, so had some weight in them. We lost about 80 to 90% of those. Yeah, it wasn't pretty. We lost our scaffolding. That's pretty beat up, but still usable. Gonna have to get some new parts, but again, usable.
Some carnage. Some
Absolutely.
wind-blown carnage here at the Jackpot Ultras.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you, Jorby.
It was pretty chaotic. Yeah, and as Jorby was out here helping us set up, as we see Sierra DeGroff, our current F2. And Sierra, I know, was going for a PR today, which would have been, she was actually shooting for 14:30, I believe, which would have been a pretty stout goal. I don't know if that's in range at this point. I will do some math here.
I think she was closing in on 70 miles, up high 60s. Again, and as you see runners coming by, there is also a 6-hour and a 12-hour going on right now on the long course. But, of course, several sections of the course are shared by both distances. The long course and the short course. USATF race today and Mount to Coast 100K tomorrow are on the short course. And this is, as Chris was pointing out, the long straightaway on the back side of the lagoon. Really cool little area back there. And this is the point, of course, for those 24-hour runners and 48-hour runners where they're settling into night mode. It being February, night's still relatively long. Not quite as long as the across the year's nights in December, but still 10 and a half, 11 hours of darkness. Henderson, Nevada, one of the sponsors of the race, a great town on the outskirts of Las Vegas.
Yeah, Sierra is definitely off the mark for her original goal of 14:30. Currently pacing for about a 15-hour, 40-minute, 15:39.
Okay.
So, I mean, that would still be a significant PR for her. Not sure if she's going to be able to maintain the pace that she's at right now, but
5 laps.
5. All right. Raj letting us know where he's at. 5 laps to go. Let me pull up where
We have, I think we have our director, Zach Marion, heading out on a bike, is he? Raj letting us know he has 5 laps to go.
Raj currently pacing for about an 11:46 finish at this point. Let's see.
There we go. Zach has found Raj on the bike cam. Going through his crew.
So in order for Raj to PR, so he's run a 7:04 pace to this point today. In order for Raj to hit a PR, he would need to maintain an 8:39 pace the rest of the way. So he's definitely in good shape on that. He's going to PR in all likelihood, and we'll just see how far of a PR it is. As it stands, it looks like he's going to be finishing in the 11:45, 11:50 range, which would be an absolutely great run. As we mentioned, it's going to be just a handful of American men that have broken 12 hours. I mean, like to go down the list. I mean, you've got Zach Bitter, you've got Raj. And he's doing the same thing he did last year, if you noticed right there.
I love how he does that. When he runs along that railing, he taps the railing. Yeah.
And from what I understand, it's just to kind of keep his mind engaged.
Yeah. It's just a little change of pace.
A fidget, almost.
Just run along and tap the railing.
Raj having a great race today. Maybe not quite what he was hoping for, but making progress in terms of of trying to chase down that American standard. Again, that just shows you how stout that number is, because Raj is pacing for basically a 7:04, 7:05 pace for 100 miles to this point, and he's still going to end up finishing
There he
about
goes.
25 minutes off.
Back on the railing. Love this.
He's just keeping himself.
He also, in October of 2024, dipped his toe into trail 100 milers with an excellent run at Javelina 100.
Jake was asking about Stella on pace to break Connie Gardner's 50 to 55 age group record. So, Jake, I think that age group record is not up to date, because Stella actually ran a 15:43 at Desert Solstice last year. She was part of that stellar women's class at Desert Solstice.
Oh, my God, that Desert Solstice.
That might have been the greatest 24-hour race outside of Worlds in history. They said that
It just really snuck up on us, too, with Meg Eckert and Stella
it was
and Marissa Lysak. I mean,
yes.
it was fantastic.
The 2024 Desert Solstice was, as far as if you were here for the women's race, that was the race to see.
That would have been here for the women's race.
The Desert Solstice race last year featured four women who topped 152 miles in 24 hours. I don't believe that's ever happened outside of Worlds in history.
Did I miss one? Marissa?
Stephanie Gickel was
Stephanie
the overall
Gickel,
winner.
Yeah.
Lauren Jones, Megan Eckert, Marissa Lysak. Stella Springer coming in fifth, 10 miles back of fourth with a 141, which is a great number.
Yeah.
That was better than the number that got her onto the Worlds team. But right now, admission to the 24-hour Worlds team for women is actually right on par with the men's, as the current entry onto the women's team is 148.01 miles. That is stout. The men's team is 149.6. So you have to basically, shoot for 150 if you're trying to make the men's or the women's team for 2025 on the U.S. team.
You mentioned the Raven tomorrow. I know there's some folks that are going to be going for that number there. And I think the qualifying period ends in April. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's April or May. I think the Dome is after the qualifier time. Let me see if I can do some math and see where Stella stands.
Raj still looking well. A little stiffer than he was, several hours ago, but gosh. Clipping right along on the backside of the course now. There's a little section where there's a small decline right here. They drop down to a little sort of dam causeway area.
Looks like Stella is pacing, according to my math, for let me double check and make sure that my mileage is correct. I always want to make sure that, okay, let's see, that's those numbers. It's one of the nice things about being an accountant is that you can plug things into an Excel spreadsheet pretty quickly and
That's right.
and get the numbers you want. I am not a super user by any stretch, but I can hold my own. So Stella is at mile 73.7, and her time elapsed was at last mark was 11:08:42. So Stella is currently pacing for about a 15:07 finish, which would be a massive improvement on her 100-mile PR, which is currently at 15:43, which would, again, be an American age group record. The current, I know that the ATRA website has the Connie Gardner number listed at 16:04, but we witnessed firsthand Stella run at the 100-miler at Desert Solstice. She ran a 15:43:06. And amazingly, she was the third fastest woman in above the in the Masters level. No, wait, fourth fastest woman in the Masters race at Desert Solstice, Stephanie Gikel and Linné Kaliskaner, both from France and Norway, respectively, both ran under 15 hours. Again, that Desert Solstice race was one that we were looking forward to coming in. It didn't actually have a lot of the star power we tend to hope for at that race, but man, it was something to behold.
Yeah, it really was.
That was one of the most impressive races that I've seen, particularly by the women.
Kind of a late break. I mean, it was really like that. That sort of last 5 hours was just the women just kept hammering.
Okay, yeah. So Stella's track record. I don't know. Does this qualify as road or track? I mean, it's technically.
That's true. This is road.
Yeah. So Stella actually ran a 15:52 on track previously, Jake. So she actually improved her own record from there. So to clarify that number. In any event, Stella's kicking butt and taking names, and assuming she holds up, she's definitely going to have some American marks coming up. So Raj is got less than a 10K to go at this point. I'm gonna do my best to calculate where he's at right now.
He's a full 10 miles ahead, 10 and a half miles ahead of second place, and a young 23-year-old Cody Poskin. Another 2 miles ahead of Nathan Brown, Braden Rogau in fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Mark Marzen.
He's coming up here momentarily. You can see, actually, he just passed us, actually. We'll see what his most recent lap registered. He's now pacing for a oh, there we go. Nice drone shot of Raj. As soon as I have that lap registered, I will calculate where he's at right now. 95.3. Thank you very much.
Am I seeing correct? Do I have Sierra and Stella pretty much neck and neck?
They're on the same lap.
They're on the same lap.
Yeah. But I think that Stella's about 10 minutes ahead at this point.
I've got an incorrect on my.
Headlamp wasn't really doing much. The headlight was doing better.
But I'm a half an hour behind.
11:16:06 was Raj's last split. So Raj currently pacing for an 11:49, 11:50 finish. So
All right, so he's on it.
he's backsliding a little bit, but negligible. And frankly, he's close enough that I would hope that he'd be able to kind of right the ship here at this point and finish strong. So. I mean, Raj knows what he has to do. He's no stranger to running big, as you can see him. Tap the rail, Raj.
I love that.
As long as he's doing that here and not at Javelina, tap the cactus can be a very bad experience. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody was asking if Raj was going to come back to Javelina this year. I would love to see it. I'd love to see him. He finished 4th last year at Javelina. Love to see him chase a golden ticket. He was sub 13, I believe, at Javelina. What's funny, somebody said that your mic isn't working, but they know they can still hear you.
My mic's not working?
I don't know. Can we verify that, Jorby?
That was.
They can still hear me. That's good. Oh, now my mic's working, everybody.
Yeah, so we'll be following Stella here fairly closely as This is going to be pretty interesting to see if she can run down the 100-mile road record. And yeah, to clarify, as Jake pointed out in the chat, as far as you can tell, that 1604 number, Stella definitely pacing for a sub 16. If she can keep it up, we'll see just how far under 16 she can get. You can see Raj coming up on the far side of the course. It's reached that point of the night where a lot of people are walking and power hiking. We've lost a handful of runners in the USATF 100 mile. As we mentioned, Dakota Jones, Devin Yanko, Jared Gallup. We also lost Shad Burkholz. Shad, one of our Mountain Outpost team. I was gutted to see that he pulled the plug at about the 47-mile mark. He'd been struggling since about mile 16, but he still was on pace for a sub-20-hour 100-mile. So he was moving very well. And then also we lost Mandy Miller in the women's race. Mandy made it about 50K before deciding to call it a day.
This is Andy Jones Wilkins and Chris Warden coming to you from Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada, USATF National 100-Mile Championship as part of the fabulous Jackpot Ultras. While the 100-mile USATF event is the marquee event, also all kinds of distances here, 6-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour, 48-hour. Lots of age groupers.
It was kind of following loosely on the 48-hour. We're not really covering it, but just kind of paying attention to what's going on over there. And the top two, the M1 Chris Bellows and F1 Heather Gothard, have been setting the pace all day over there. However, Heather has now surpassed Chris, and Heather Gothard is the overall leader in the 48-hour at this point. In the 100-mile short course, Sean Greener Jr. is now leading that by a couple miles in the men's race. The women's race is being led by Eileen Bloom. We also have a 6-hour and 12-hour that are just underway. The 12-hour is being led by Sarah Derdinger and Caleb Stevens. Caleb Stevens, a friend of our Mountain Outpost team and an Arizona local. Mm-hmm. And in the 6-hour, your leaders are Elias Malik and Sue Robertson. Sue Robertson, a Vegas local, but races down in the valley a lot. Sue won Coldwater Rumble 2023, I believe. The
Did you really?
Out there, yeah. Sue and her husband Nick are very much regulars, and I call them friends. And they come down to the valley and are part of our scene in Arizona, despite living up here. And they travel all over as well. So
It's not that far unless you try to fly here.
yeah, it's only a 4-hour drive, but a 30-something hour flight. With transfers, as you can see the wind or hear the wind whipping through, and look at the flags.
Yeah,
look at the. It's getting
breezy.
Pretty.
I think I jinxed it when I said the wind had calmed a little while ago.
Of course, if there's anything that that the people know, AJW, it's that you and I bring the wind when it comes to these broadcasts.
We do bring the wind. Plenty of hot air.
Shout out again to the city of Henderson, Nevada, who hosts us here at this event very graciously, has really opened their arms to us here as an event. That's one of the things that I noticed when I came here for the first time a few years ago, back when Ken Rubley was still the race director. He made a point to distinguish the fact that it is in Henderson rather than Las Vegas, and that the city of Henderson should be recognized for being such gracious supporters and hosts for this race.
Absolutely, because the crew gets in here on Wednesday night, starts setting up all day Thursday. I mean, takes up a huge chunk of the parking lot, and this is a park that is heavily used by the locals. It's a very dense residential area here, and kids and dogs and people playing frisbee and everything else.
They don't stop using the park.
They do not. They do not.
Sierra de Groff having taken the lead in the women's race at this point, unless Stella's tracker just did not
That's
update.
what I thought, but I was wondering about Stella's tracker.
Yeah. Unless Stella completely came to a halt. Her tracker hasn't been registering on the start-finish line, is what it is.
But we've seen her run by.
Absolutely,
Right.
yeah.
In contrast to Jonah, who we haven't seen in a while.
And you can't cut this course
No.
by coming
No.
because there's a big lake in the middle of the course.
Yeah,
Like,
you'd have to
basically,
swim.
Yeah, the track that the runners follow is going around the lake here at Cornerstone Park, and unless you're a world-class swimmer, you're not going to get across that lake
No.
any quicker than you would running around it.
So we know Raj has less than 4 laps to go now at this point in his quest for his own PR 100-mile race. The American record will not be had today. That time standard passed about 7 minutes ago.
Somebody asked about Ed Rousseau. Ed is approaching the mile 40 mark in his race. Still moving strong, I believe, leading the 80-plus contingent, 80-plus years old contingent of men in this race. As you can see, Raj right there. Is that the Zach Cam?
That's the Zach Cam. Ed Rousseau, David Blaylock, Todd Lee.
They're in the crew zone, so this is entirely allowable.
Yeah, there's a whole long stretch, probably a couple hundred meters, where crew exchange can take place.
You can see the wind whipping through here. Like, look at the trees.
Yeah.
Part of the fight for Raj here is the wind, because it's coming down on us fairly hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely not a record-setting type of day.
Pacer travel. I'm not going to repeat what you said, but it did make me chuckle when we talked about crossing the. No, Pacers aren't allowed, but there is a crew zone over on this side where you saw Raj's crew working through and handing things off to him for a brief amount of time. So. Yeah, this wind, I mean, I can hear it over our tents, and thank goodness these things are secured down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can see the weights like all around us at every opportunity.
I don't know if this is going to give you any fear or anything, but that strap yesterday during everything was like,
As long as it,
it down to like, I can't even move it.
as long as it holds. So Raj is about a 5K out now at this point. Let me do the calculations of where he's at right now. 96.5. So yeah, so Raj is again actually has picked up the pace here in the last lap. Yeah, currently on pace for an 11:50.20 or so finish. His PR is 11:58. Yeah, Raj was 11:58.01 last year. This year, probably looking at about 11:50 or so.
You know he has that number in his mind.
Uh-huh. And Raj going to be the first one by a significant margin to cross the finish line. Our current second overall, Cody Poskin, is about 86 miles in, so a little over a half marathon to go. Nathan Brown about 16 miles to go. Braden Ragau about 21 miles to go. And on the women's side, Sierra DeGroff about 27 miles to go. Stella Springer about 29 miles to go. But her tracker hasn't updated fully, so I'm going to reserve on that. I'm actually
because we've seen Stella come by.
I think we need to probably talk to Ellie over in the timing tent and let her know that Stella's tracker hasn't registered on this end. It's registered on the far end. And in third place in the women's race, Erin Carrera's got about a 50K to go, give or take. So that's where we're at here. Usually the men's and women's podiums are sorted out in the, like, at longest by the 16-hour, 17-hour range. In an unusually fast year, I believe in 2022, it was, I think everybody was in by the 15-hour mark, but that was the exception, not the rule.
Let's see, third podium spot right now is at 83 miles for the men and 67 miles for the women. So figure a 5-hour final 50K, and it's going to be about a 17-hour, 16 and a half, 17-hour third place position, give or take. Which means we better crank up the hot soup here, Chris.
Yeah. So Aaron pacing for about a 16:49 currently as F3. So
Okay.
that's where we're at there. Has opened up a bit of a gap on F4, Stephanie Rosebow. Is that our drone shot of Raj right there? Yep. Nice.
Ed Rousseau just came by our tent. I know we had a request on how he was doing. He looked great.
Yeah, moving
Looked
just
like
fine.
He always does.
Caleb is taking a. He's apparently following the live stream while he's out on the course, asking us to turn the wind down a notch. Trust me, I wish we could.
Yeah, if you think it's rough for you.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here in this wind all day long.
I'm just
It does
kidding.
make me a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
I'm completely honest. It is as the sidewall of the tent is basically nestled up against the back of my head.
If you can see in the PIP, you can see it.
Yeah, it's literally like,
Here we go. Yeah.
and it is fierce.
Oh, yeah. This is an outpost for sure.
You're coming to you live from Kroger's Canteen.
Yeah, exactly. Right on. But Chris Ward and Annie Jones-Wilkins doing our thing from the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada.
Winds out of the northwest at 18 miles an hour right now. I'll take the over on that.
I'll take the over on that for sure.
That right there was David Blaylock, I believe, just going by. That is, I believe,
Here comes
that
Raj
was
with the Zach,
Lincoln
with the
Turman.
Zach Cam.
Yep, there's Raj. So that was Lincoln Turman that came in just before Raj, 25 years young.
Raj coming up.
You can see Raj
There he
coming
is
through the chute.
Tapping the rail again.
Raj, almost.
Almost. He's right in front of you, Scotty.
He passed you again.
Scotty Mills having fun. Scotty Mills having fun. 73 years old from San Diego. Absolute ultra running legend. 10 Hard Rock finishes, 20 Western States finishes. And those Western States finishes, by the way, came over about a 40-year period. He was not one of those guys who got in every year. Raj has 2 laps to go. Is it 11:35? So somewhere in the low 11:50s, I would guess, Chris, as you were guessing.
I think so.
Look at that wind on his singlet.
Look at the wind on his hair.
The wind on, well, yeah.
The again,
Definitely one of the members of the all hair team in ultramarathon running.
We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Jorby, our producer, has just run out of the tent.
That makes me nervous.
We're alone in here, Chris. Anything can happen.
Raj currently on pace for about an 11:51 finish at this point.
And Stella just cruised by again. So again, those of you following along on the tracker, I think Stella's tracker may not be recording, but she is looking fine, as she always seems to, metronomically.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go and see if I can contact Ellie in timing to let her know that she's only getting half her splits. Oh my goodness.
It's a blowing here at the Mountain Outpost tent. And we've got our crew here to hold things down.
This is wild.
Yeah.
We've definitely never broadcast in any conditions like these before.
Gosh, Chris, we've been pounding on Jamil to be able to broadcast on site for all these years. Man, I wish we were in the studio right now.
I would so much rather be
the
in
studio would be so nice.
We can convert the van into a remote studio, perhaps.
Yeah, you got to woohoo!
Can
Chris
show the
is,
people what I'm doing right now. You got the picture in picture? Oh,
Dorothy.
thanks, Trevor.
Our producer Trevor never missing an opportunity to
Raj,
record, to document Chris doing something silly.
Hey, I'm trying to save the broadcast here right now. So
we've now got a team assembled to keep the tent from blowing away.
Or from collapsing over our heads.
And I'm just sitting here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So we're coming to you live. There's
a lot of expensive equipment in here.
Television. This is live television, folks. Of course, our director is oblivious to all this because he's out there on the bike chasing down Raj right now.
And you can see that, like, he just went by the flagged section of the course. I mean, it is unbelievably windy out here right now.
I think there are white caps on the lagoon. I might see Dean Karnassus out there windsurfing.
The question is, it's coming this way. If we close this, is it better? No, it's going to create a sail. So should we take the walls off? Yeah, we should.
I hate to say it, but, like, maybe pull them down a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. Because then the wind will go through.
It'll freeze us. But
Sorry, we're doing this. We're doing some problem solving here in real time, folks. At Mountain Outpost.
we either cause or solve problems. We're never in between.
Yeah.
Never in neutral.
We are certainly posted.
It's going to get cold in here now. We're removing one of the side walls of the tent to ensure. I was going to say that should be fine. I don't know if I put it entirely down because I don't want the wind to take some of the
Anybody in
equipment.
Anybody in sound of our voices, if you want to bring us some hot beverages, maybe start a fire here.
I'm so glad I brought gloves to Las Vegas because I am going to be using them
I
here.
have gloves in my backpack. It's all the way over there. I did remember gloves.
But you are also underneath a sleeping bag right now.
Yeah. Oh, there's. Thank you, Trevor. He does it all. Trevor does it all for us.
Yeah, Trevor and Jordan take good care of us here at Mountain Outpost for sure. Mercy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
All right. It's all good.
I gotta get this on. I think we should pull that wall off. Maybe, but then.
It's hard to. Sorry, folks. We're trying to problem solve here in real time as we watch Raj on his penultimate lap here, coming up the finishing straight. There's Jordan running around for some reason.
Yeah, Megan, in Wyoming, it's a slight breeze. However, we're not broadcasting ultra marathons with a bunch of equipment in tents.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
We'll broadcast in Wyoming in July. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. We will be up there for Crazy Mountain, correct? Or is that's Montana?
That's Montana, yes, but yes, Crazy Mountain's going to be added to the agenda this year.
That's what I hear.
Love it. I wrote an article about the Crazy Mountain 100. What a fantastic event. Those organizers really do a fantastic job for a race that's only been around a couple of years. Here's Raj coming up to finish his penultimate lap. He's about 20 yards away from where we're sitting.
Yeah, I don't know if Randy, if I would consider this wind aided.
Yeah,
It's definitely wind affected.
It's wind impacted.
So I believe that this is
One lap to go.
One
There
lap to go
goes
for
Raj.
Raj.
When we get back, we need to check the GH5.
And there goes Zach.
It fell.
Okay, so Stella's tracker registered last lap, so I'll actually be able to do some.
I'm not as worried about
Did it catch up?
Yeah, let me
Okay.
see what
Yeah,
where she's at.
As we were commenting
So
before.
Stella is actually in first.
She is in first. Okay.
By about 3 miles at this
Okay.
point now.
All right. So yeah, for whatever reason, Stella Springer's tracker was not recording. We knew something was amiss because she was coming by us, every 10 minutes or so. So
Yeah.
that seems about so. Stella Springer in first with Sierra de Graaf in second. Here's the final lap for Raj. He's getting a little spring in his step now. Says goodbye to his crew for one last time. That crew's gotten a nice little speed work.
Absolutely.
Some strides every 10 minutes or so.
Yasso 800s.
Yeah. Cody Poskin in second. About 11.5 miles behind Raj, and then Nathan Brown in third, about 2.5 miles behind Cody. Stella, there we go. Stella has updated to about two plus miles.
Yeah, we just about lost our TV monitor
ahead
here.
of, Sierra de Graaf. The TV is healing over. From what my kids tell me, TVs are cheap these days. There we go.
It's back upright for who knows how long, as my chair just folded up on its own. Didn't fall over, it just simply folded up due to the wind.
Coming to you live from Henderson, Nevada.
This is something
Chris Warden in the wind.
This is something I would expect at Run Rabbit or Hard Rock, or
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect this in a civic park in Henderson, Nevada.
Yes.
So
Our producers have been moved on to tent holding duty.
No, I'm not worried about that.
yeah, if the tent this is so
Live television, folks.
nothing like it.
We're moving to the stand-up desks.
So I did some math here, and Stella's tracking for about a 15:02, which would be an amazing run at this point. Sierra tracking for about a 15:47. So Stella is definitely opening up a gap there in the women's race.
I bet you we could move the studio over to the Airbnb before too long. We could move it over there in time for the women's finish. I'm just kidding, of course. We're committed to the cause. I think Raj is going to be happy to be done.
Raj, about a half mile out. Actually, it's probably a little bit less at this point. Is going to be able to finish, decompress, head back to his hotel, and perhaps watch the evening news.
Don't mind us. We just have $1,000 of gear blowing around.
Yeah.
That's
oh
what
my
I meant.
Goodness.
Raj Paul checking his watch. He's at 11:48. His previous best is at 11:58. So he's got that in the bag.
Our TV uprighted itself with the wind. Oh, good. Yo, yeah.
Oops. That's the stuff sack for this sleeping bag that I borrowed.
I'm actually, yeah. I can try.
I don't know if that'll go. Because I keep spinning up and under.
Okay.
I don't think. I actually think we almost made it worse with the wall. Because now it's coming up and under. And just,
Yeah, because it is blowing straight up. Like maybe we need to put the walls back up.
what?
Raj is in the home stretch here, about a quarter mile. I hope somebody's filming this. what we're trying to do
Here we go.
here.
He's going across the little dam section for the last time.
The
It's a small
spillway.
little section of dirt.
And then he's going to take a right turn up onto the.
So he's at 11:50 right now. Yeah, Chris, a good handful of minutes off his previous best. First man in the United States under 12 hours for this year. The year is young, but any sub 12-hour 100-miler on American soil is noteworthy.
If you could see this, all four of us in the live streaming tent, we've got our producers holding up one end of the 20 by 10, and AJW and I are standing
Yeah,
up.
we're-
We've adjusted our microphones, and we're holding the other end of the tent to try and keep everything from blowing away.
Yeah, and the tent's kind of just blowing right into
Okay.
my back. Oh, and our lights went out.
Our lights just went
That's
out
okay.
in the tent.
But
Okay.
but we're still on.
We are still streaming.
All right.
Yes,
we
as
are
long as
still
we're on, we don't need lights in here.
streaming. We definitely don't. Scotty Mills coming by. Big toe, big toe.
And Raj is going to be coming by us here really quickly on this final lap as he approaches the finish line. Going to finish about 11:52 and change, which is going to be a 6-minute PR for him or
This
close
is
to it.
Great to see he's leaning into this little incline that he has coming up to the finishing straight. He'll go by us in a second. Stella Springer going by us.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Um,
Whoa.
oh my goodness.
Here comes Raj.
As you can see, they've got the lights turned on extra high here for Raj Panu, the defending back-to-back USATF 100-mile championship winner here.
All right.
Nice job, Raj.
Raj Panu.
Flip to finish, flip to finish.
Flip to finish. Awesome.
There it is.
Get out of the camera.
They're probably holding up the. Yeah, they're holding up their tent as well.
11:52:37. Unofficially.
Yeah, it looks like they've got tent holders over on that on the race director tent as well. So, oh my goodness.
Oh. My mic's blowing away. All right, there we go. Bring the table over a little bit. Raj Panu with an incredible over 5-minute personal best for him. With an over 5-minute personal best.
Oh my goodness. I am not a very lightweight person here, and I am feeling stressed.
Well, he went in with the ambitious goal of the American record. His performance, nonetheless, is extraordinary, especially given these conditions.
all in a
Just,
day's work. As our fearless leader is documenting this for posterity.
Posterity is right.
This is strength work, right?
That's right, yeah.
That's my workout for the day.
All right, there is a bit of a small breather in the wind here. I hope I didn't say that too soon.
Also, we should consider putting the walls back up. We took the walls down thinking it would help, but I think the wind's coming in and just up, and it's just making it worse. Well, we don't know.
Yeah, it's wild because, it's clear skies. It's nice out, with the exception of the fact that the wind is absolutely savage tonight.
Yeah, it really is. As you can see on the finish line cam, they're doing some tent holding as well.
Of course, we do have one runner in at this point, and that is Raj Panu. I'll get an official time here.
Yeah, I know. This tent almost flew over yesterday.
Well, it almost flew over today, too.
Raj's official time is 11:52:46. So, basically about 5 minutes, 15 seconds better than his PR previously of 11:58:01. We decided to put the sidewalls back up because at least it was only blowing from one direction, whereas it felt like when we had the sidewalls down, it was kind of creating a vortex. It's not blowing up in here anymore. You can already see that. Yeah, it's not lifting things off. It's just basically blowing the heck out of the sidewalls.
Which is fine, I think. That's what I'm saying. If you zip this up, it will be even better, I think.
We tried. We tried.
Depending on what angles it's coming in from. It's not coming in from the northwest. Well, I'm just saying it's not coming in from
You can see that is F2 Sierra DeGroff. Sierra has slowed down a little bit here over the last hour or so. Stella, still looking strong, has kind of stretched the gap out a little bit. And from the looks of things, Stella is probably going to be finishing, assuming things hold to serve. Obviously, a lot can happen because there's still over 20 miles for each of the top women here. But it looks like Stella has started to increase the gap against Sierra here. So we'll be obviously following that. Another story we're following, Ed the Jester Eddinghausen crossing right now. Ed, I believe, if I heard correctly, that this is kind of a bit of a farewell tour for him, that he's kind of winding down his 100-miler career at this point. He's logged over 300 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
including 50 last year.
Yeah, 50, 100 miles. And I think that was kind of like the big farewell tour, and that Jackpot, a race with which he has had a lot of success, was a place where he wanted to, have one of his final 100-mile events. But if there's anything we've learned in this sport, it's that nobody's ever truly done.
No. The sport's full of Brett Favres.
Yes. Well, AGW, did you ever, when you had to have, some hip replacement situations, did you ever think that maybe you had run your last 100, or did you always know you were going to come back?
No, I thought maybe I had.
Okay.
I mean, I think you always might think you never, there's no sure things in life.
Sure.
Right? But I certainly hoped it wasn't.
Yeah. And it took you a while to get back.
Oh,
it was, a 3-year gap?
3 years.
Yeah.
3 years, and felt like 3 long years.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But you kept fighting at it, and you came back, and you had not only a comeback, but an impressive comeback at Javelina last year, running sub 24, and now you're gearing up for what is to be your longest run yet.
Yeah. And I think that you just need to kind of, for me at least, I just needed to kind of hit reset. Kind of come up with different goals. Certainly have a realistic understanding of your capabilities, and you're not as fast as you used to be, and but when you accept your new reality, you just keep going.
We're just having a conversation as we're basically like holding on to this tent and and trying to make sure that everything doesn't blow into the lake here.
The ducks are serenading us.
They're laughing.
Again,
is what they're doing.
Plentiful waterfowl out here on this lagoon.
Is Jamil racing?
No, it's not him.
Oh.
No, it's
that's not him?
It's a person that has similar hair.
Oh, yes. I thought I saw that hair as it just went by. I was like, wait a minute, was that Jamil?
I thought so too, but then I saw the face.
I just saw the hair go by.
By the way, speaking of Jamil, is there a Chipotle around here?
Yes.
There is.
I think there's one over in the shopping center across the lake over yonder. Like if you're looking at the screen, like basically like dead center, there's a fairly decent sized shopping center over there. As well as I believe the Palace Station Casino is over in that direction as well. Which is a pretty big landmark here in Henderson. Do they really picture us here?
They are PIPing us. There we are.
As our lights are
Hi,
out
everybody.
and we're holding the holding the tent up, along with the help of Zach, Trevor, and Jordan on the other side as well. We're doing everything we can to keep our studio in one piece.
Not exactly the Super Bowl studio in the Superdome.
Who says broadcasting isn't glamorous, right?
That's right. We love bringing you these live streams, though. Don't get us wrong.
Absolutely.
We love being trackside. I know that's been a big goal of Zach and Jamil and the team, is wherever we can to be on site, like we are here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson.
Yeah. Let's build the studio in
It would be
the
nice
van.
to be in the van right now. I will say, I will not lie.
Could we pull the van up to block the wind? Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
I'm not sure there's much blocking of this wind, Chris.
That's true. But if we were to park it like right next to the wall there, perhaps. But then again, the wind might blow the van right into the studio at this point. Extra blustery, Ashley. That is a good way to put it. Extra blustery today.
Indeed.
It's being asked what your longest race to date is, AJW.
Oh, I've only done 100-mile races. 39 100-mile races. I think a couple of them were over 100, but not by much. Just 102 or 103.
Like Hard Rock is technically over 100.
Yeah. But Cocodona will be a lot more than 100.
So Raj Panu is in the barn at 11:52.46. Our next competitors to that point: Cody Poskin at mile 89.5. Pacing to about a 13:30, 13:40 finish, perhaps. So there's going to be a sizable gap after Raj. Nathan Brown about a lap and a half back of Cody, actually closer to 2 laps back, so about 2.5 miles. Braden Ragau in 4th behind Cody and Nathan. Mark Marzin in 5th. In the 6th place, I'm really concerned because we haven't seen Jonah Backstrom move at all.
I think at almost 3 hours. Well, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So he may have called it a day, or
Jonah, if you're out there and and you do decide to call it a day, let us know. Swing by here. We'd love to talk to you. You've had a lot of success at this race, having won it in 2023, and top 5 finishes last year and in 2022. Obviously, whether or not he's still continuing, he had a pretty rough day today. Seemed like he was moving pretty well. Was never leading the race, but was in second at one point at around the 50-mile mark. It's just that since then it's been somewhat sideways for him.
He's a good, aggressive runner. He gets after it.
Absolutely. Lincoln Turman, the 25-year-old, currently in 7th. Walter Orwin, the 64-year-old, in 8th. Eric Smeltzer in 9th. And our current M10 is one of 2 people that is making their debut 100 here. And I wonder if he realizes it, Charles Cotton, currently in 10th.
Right on.
So there are 2 people making their debut here. Charles Cotton is one of them. In the women's race, Stella Springer in 1st, Sierra DeGroff in 2nd, Erin Carrera in 3rd, Jess Mullen, who's moved up to 4th, Taylor Adrian in 5th, Leanne Riv in 6th, Jill Hudson currently sits 7th.
Yeah, it's a good view of the willows and getting an idea of the freshening breeze that is rolling through Cornerstone Park.
Freshening now, we're calling
It's
it?
a freshening breeze. Yes.
I don't know if this is the breeze finally calming down or if it's lulling us into a false sense of security that we can sit down.
Still white caps on the lagoon. We're 2 hours into the 6-hour and 12-hour night starts that started at 6 p.m. local on the long course. Vegas is on Pacific Standard Time. Being serenaded by our local feathered friends, and a beautiful almost full moon just starting to peak above the clouds.
We just had Alan Perez go by. Alan Perez, 67 years young, basically at the halfway point at the 12-hour mark, probably pacing for about a 25, 26-hour finish in the 100-miler. Oh, wow. Nathan Brown just went by us and looking quite strong. Nathan Brown has moved into 3rd place. Maybe going to try and make a move on Cody Poskin, perhaps. That was
He was looking very good. When he just
that
came
was
by
a
our
very
broadcast.
aggressive stride. That was a 7-minute mile looking stride right there. Nathan Brown, Air Viper Racing Team member out of San Diego, California, won the Coldwater Rumble this year in a sub-16-hour time, which for a trail sub-16-hour, especially Coldwater with a lot of sand to deal with, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he ran stride for stride with Bronco Billy until Jeff decided to call it a day. It was fun to see them battle.
Of course, Jeff won the race last year, and Nathan's time this year was only about 5 minutes off of Jeff's from last year.
And I think this course was a tiny bit harder with that little kicker climb at the end.
I would agree.
Which, of course, for them, they had to do 3 times.
So somebody was asking about the what the live stream is all weekend. We're not covering everything. We are covering the USATF 100-mile championships tonight. We're going to stick around through both the men's and women's podiums. Whichever finishes first, we will stay around for the second of those podiums. And then tomorrow we are going to cover the Mount to Coast 100K. And we will have eyes on other things going on here. Obviously, we'll have multiple other races going on. The 48-hour will still be going on. There's a 24-hour that starts tomorrow. We'll have shorter distances, and I think
it's fun to keep track of those other events, all of which have, there's ample number of participants in them. But yeah, we'll be on the air. We'll take a hiatus overnight. We anticipate maybe that 3rd place podium finisher around midnight or 12:30 or 1.
As we mentioned, In the 48 hour, the leaders are Chris Bellows and Heather Gothard. Heather Gothard actually leading outright in the 48 hour. In the 100-mile short course, Sean Greener Jr. and Eileen Bloom are your leaders. In the 12-hour, very early going in the 12-hour, 10 hours to go, in fact. But your leader is Caleb Stevens on the men's side and Sarah Derdinger on the women's side. And in the 6-hour, Shelby Solomon is leading on the men's side, and Heather Williams is leading on the women's side. Yeah, I think we have a bit of a breather on the wind right now. We hope. We're definitely gonna.
Don't jinx it, Chris.
Right?
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, Jenny, I have to agree with you. I can't wait for Cocodona either. Of course, we'll be covering that the first week of May. And for those who haven't tuned in and seen it, the trailer for the movie covering the 2024 Cocodona race, The Chase by Dylan Harris, has been released as of this week, and the buzz has been huge. I don't know. Maybe if we sneak it in, we can do a showing of the Chase trailer here as an ad break. We might see what we can get out of our producers here to help us out with that if we have an opportunity. They'll be running through the night, in some cases all through the night into the morning. Some of those people who might be running the 24-hour. As we can see, one of the women in the top 10, that's Jess Mullen, I believe actually now in the top 5 that just went by us here. Jess Mullen currently in 4th place at about the 100K mark.
Again, on that Cocodona film, The Chase by Dylan Harris, produced by Jamil Curry, we are going to be hosting a dozen or so, Aravaipa that is, will be hosting a dozen or so screenings of that film, starting on March 15th in Flagstaff, Arizona. Tickets are available. A couple showings in Phoenix, one in Prescott, one in Denver, 2 in Utah, 1 in Ohio, 1 in Seattle, and many have asked what would make it possible to have a screening in their town. Simply go to the Aravaipa website, check out the section of the website where the Chase trailer is, and there's information on what to do if you want to host a screening and how to get in touch with the folks at Aravaipa to make that happen. I know Dylan's wife Emily is coordinating all of the logistics for the film tour, and I'm sure would be happy to answer any questions people might have if you want to bring a screening to your town.
We just saw the Jester Eddinghausen go by, one of 2 septuagenarians, grandmasters that just went by. The other one was Walter Orwin. Both of them moving pretty well here at this point in the race. I guess duking it out for the title of Grand Master Champion at the USATF 100-mile championships here at Jackpot. On the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, which is broadcasting this event here for the 4th year in a row. We broadcasted it for the first time in 2022. This was the first non-Aravaipa event that we at Mountain Outpost brought to the masses via YouTube. It was a pretty amazing race. In 2022, Camille Heron winning, and 3 women all running 14:30 or under. A very fast race in the women's race, and Arlen Glick winning on the men's side, coming out and doing some roadie stuff. So that was
Arlen had an incredible run of hundreds during that stretch.
Absolutely. Yeah, basically, one of the fun things about the ascent of Arlen Glick was that he was tearing it up in his local races in Ohio and in the Rust Belt, and then when he was doing that, people were kind of the mindset, well, we'll see what he can do when he does blank. And he kept doing blank over and over and over again, and showed he belonged. I mean, including top 5 finishes at Hard Rock and Western States. Was the top American finisher at Hard Rock one year. Was a podium finisher at Western States. So has definitely showed, and also finishing on the podium at Cocodona. So any distance, any surface, Arlen Glick. And
Absolutely, yeah.
of course, he is going to be one of the featured athletes in the chase, and frankly, I cannot wait for that story to be told. That's going to be a very illuminating thing. You're going to get to know a lot about these athletes. Of course, you and I were fortunate enough to see a very early screener of the chase.
I felt very fortunate to be able to do that, and it is a fantastic film, and I think it's really going to shine a light on the distance, on that particularly special part of Arizona, and most of all on the incredible athletes who are featured in the film.
So we just saw Nathan Brown go through again, and his stride looks like completely resurrected. Not that he was looking bad, but he looks like he has picked up the pace quite considerably in the last 30 minutes or so. I don't know if there's enough real estate for him to catch Cody Poskin for second place, because Cody is, at last check, about 3 miles ahead. I don't know. I'll have to refresh and make sure that those are accurate. But I will say that Nathan is mounting a pretty furious rally here at this point in the day.
About 12 hours and 15 minutes into the USATF 100-mile championship, road championship. One finisher in the house, Raj Panu, in a personal best time of 11:52.
Cody pacing for about a 13:20 finish at this point.
Wonder if that I'm gonna take a wild guess that would be a PR for him.
A massive PR. Yeah. Let's see. Cody's current PR is at Leadville, 1928.
Okay.
So
still
you're
a massive PR.
Yeah, so you're talking potentially a 6-hour improvement on his PR. And also to potentially break 14 at the age of 23.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That is a serving notice breakout performance potentially. Obviously he's not there yet, but as long as the wheels stay on the car, Cody Poskin will be finishing in the sub 14-hour range, I do believe.
He's got. I don't have it in front of me. Is he past 90 miles?
He's at 90. He's on mile 92 at this
92.
point.
Okay.
91.3, and that was 12 hours 10 minutes in. So pacing for about a 13:20 right now, if he holds up. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Like sometimes, it's one thing to look at a runner at mile 50 or mile 60 and see where they're at and wonder whether or not they can maintain their paces. But when you're talking about being at mile 90, mile 92, that's smelling the barn.
Yeah.
So sometimes these athletes will find that little extra oomph to get themselves across the finish line on a steady or even faster basis towards the end of a race like this. But I just watched Cody Poskin go by. Oh, my goodness. He looks really good as well. So, but Nathan Brown is at mile 89.5 at last check-in. and is pacing for about a 13:41. So actually, it's not quite as close as it seemed. And Cody has been averaging an 8-minute mile pace all day. Nathan an 8:13. Still both very impressive to this point. And on the front of the women's race, it is starting to tighten up actually in the 1, 2, and 3. And more so because Aaron Carrera has started to move a little bit higher here. Let's see where I've got them at. So your current leader, Stella Springer, is about 79 miles into the race at this point. Stella pacing for a 15:16 at this point. Still a massive PR if she were able to sustain that. Her current PR is 15:43. She's been running at a 9:10 pace so far today. She would have to maintain a 10:25 pace to break her own PR here. And actually, what I'm going to do is also see if I can create a comparison on where she needs to be in order to hit the American age group record there, as we mentioned, held by Connie Gardner. Connie Gardner's number is 16:04. So Stella's been running a 9:10 pace here today, and in order to break Connie Gardner's 16:04, would need to sustain merely an 11:25 pace. So I think that Stella is moving very well, based from what I've seen. I think that that record is definitely under duress at this point. So we've got Stella Springer pacing for about a 15:16, Sierra DeGroff pacing for about a 15:50, and Aaron Carrera pacing for about a 17:03. So the lead men at this point are currently overall at about the lead men remaining about an 8 to 8:15 pace, and the lead women at about a 9 to 9:30 pace. muted?
All right, we are back. Just took a little break there to get a little hot chili here from the aid station. Fantastic Aravaipa aid station. There's David Blaylock going by. Scotty Mills. They're in the navy blue jacket. A couple of our older athletes. Stella Springer still moving well. The wind is really blowing through here, folks, as we've been telling you. It's kind of the story of the night for us. So you can see there at the finisher's tent. We have a beautiful, almost full moon, probably a waxing gibbous, rising in the east over the lagoon.
Probably. I don't remember moon phases.
Are the drones asleep for the night in this wind?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I landed it when I did.
The drones are asleep for the night, given the conditions. Probably a good thing.
We're already down one drone. We don't need to lose our singer.
Nearing the 11.5-hour mark. Sorry, 12.5-hour mark. Of the USATF 100-mile championship, road championship race. Beautiful Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Andy Jones-Wilkins along with Chris Warden. Our producers Trevor and Jordan. Director Zach Marion. This is we've had a 2-week stretch of live streams with the Black Canyon races last Saturday and Sunday down in Arizona, the hotly contested 100K and 50K races. The 100K getting 3 men and 3 women their golden tickets to Western States. And now a mere 6 days later, really 5 days after the 50K, we're down here in Henderson outside the Las Vegas Strip for the Jackpot Ultras coverage coming to you today and tomorrow. We have an excellent lineup of races coming to you through the year, including, this is not an exhaustive list, but including Lake Sonoma 50 for the first time out in Healdsburg, California in April. Of course, one of our marquee events, the Cocodona 250 in May.
Can't wait.
Western States 100 in June. Hard Rock and High Lonesome and Crazy Mountain in July. Run Rabbit Run in September. Another one of our marquee events, Javelina 100 in October. And America's oldest ultramarathon, the JFK 50 in November. And who knows what else Jamil and Zach might have up their sleeves for other live streams. Chris and I we just go where they tell us.
We get the text message and we book
Yeah,
our flights.
we just go where they tell us.
Adventures.
Yeah.
I just actually had to go and talk to our timer. Ellie does a great job handling timing systems for Aravaipa. One of the things that I think that a lot of these racers need to understand is that when you're at an event such as this, don't stop to talk to timing if you're going for something. And because stopping to talk or express concern to the timer, like we've got the splits. We have multiple timing mats out on the course, here and then across the way. So we're able to track these things. And like I mentioned in the case of the current women's race leader, Stella Springer, her tracker was not registering at the start-finish line. However, it was registering on the far side, and she was coming over to the start-finish line every time. So we know she's doing the work. It's but she looked. She kind of like very briefly paused, didn't see it, but just kept going because she knows it's going to work itself out. Talking about if it's good enough for somebody who's been on Team USA,
Yeah.
then we got you covered. So. Did somebody say nothing in September? No, Run Rabbit Run is in September. We'll be live streaming that.
I said Run Rabbit Run.
Somebody was saying that they were wondering if we had any races in September.
I skipped August. We don't have anything yet in August, but stay tuned.
Somebody will come up with a big trail festival that wants eyes on it.
Well, and there's also, I'm sorry, I forgot, there's 2 in a row in September because there's also the Mammoth Trail Fest. What I don't know is if the new 200-miler that's going to accompany the Mammoth Trail Fest, called The Mammoth, will be live streamed. It's TBD on that. But that's an exciting new 200-mile race in the Sierra Nevada mountains.
Beautiful
starting
country.
On Friday, September 26th, an inaugural running of a 208-mile run with about 34,000 feet of elevation gain, including 2 trips up and over 11,000 feet.
Stella Springer about at the 80-mile mark, or actually 82-mile mark at this point. Sierra de Groff at about the 78-mile mark. Aaron Carrera about mile 73, probably a little bit too far back. But I think that barring any sort of wild changes, our 1, 2, 3 in the women's race is pretty well locked in. There's about an 8-mile gap between F3 and F4 at this point. Jess Mullen at about mile 65, Leanne Riv about mile 63, and Taylor Adrian at mile 62. That's your top 6 in the women's race. In the men's race, I gotta say, like I said, Cody Poskin and Nathan Brown look like they're suddenly rejuvenated here and moving very well. Looks like a couple of 9-minute loops for Cody recently, and Nathan ran himself a sub 10, and actually coming through again here. You'll see him on your screen momentarily. And I think one of the things that you'll hopefully see tomorrow here on the broadcast of the 100K Mount to Coast Challenge is they do the awards for the front of the 100-miler, and maybe we'll be able to get some of those people in studio to have a discussion about their race. We did not talk to Raj tonight. He looked like he was pretty well gonna just go and rest and relax tonight. Maybe get back to his accommodations and watch the evening news because he finished a 100-miler in time to do so. Hey, David, we appreciate you watching. He says he just got home after a long night of being dance dad. Glad to sit down and crack a brew while listening to us here on the live stream. We appreciate you being here, David. Thanks for tuning in.
Ooh, dance dad. That hurts. Don't know exactly what that means, but I can't imagine it's much fun.
I would assume that would be like maybe chaperoning a middle or high school dance, or maybe going to a father-daughter dance of some kind.
Or kind of just taking your kids to dance lessons. Some version of all three.
But in a sense, he's cracking brew with AJW.
This is true. If only AJW and I were cracking brews along with you.
I'd say we could crack a brew when we go off the air, but I suspect when we go off the air, we're just going to want to go to sleep.
This is true.
If we don't go to sleep while we're still on the air.
Yeah, Richard, maybe Raj is going to go back to his accommodations and watch the live stream. But then again, he maybe have had his fill of Cornerstone Park. There's Cody again looking strong.
Sierra de Groff has bundled up now.
I do want to make sure and verify that Sierra and Stella are both still on pace for PRs here at this race. They're both moving very well. Stella has been the more consistent of the two. Stella pacing for a 15:17 at this point right now. needs to maintain a 10:30. So has run a 9:11 pace to this point. Needs to maintain a 10:34 pace to eclipse her own PR, and an 11:44 pace for the American age group road 100-mile record held by Connie Gardner. Of course, Connie, a certified legend in the sport.
And recent inductee into the Ultra Running Hall of Fame. Well deserved, Connie.
Also, one of the people running the out here at Jackpot is the keeper of the record books, so to speak, Davy Crockett.
Davy Crockett.
Out here.
Really one of the great historians of our sport.
Of any sport, really. I mean, he has put his he puts his life's work into ultra running history at this point, and we're grateful for it. And it definitely makes covering this sport a lot more of a streamlined process. I've had a couple of conversations with Davey about it, and I really do appreciate what he does to make our lives a lot easier.
Well, what's nice is, and I don't want to jinx it, but at least we've been able to sit down. We're no longer, at least for the moment, holding up the tent, keeping it from blowing into the lagoon. Small victories, Chris, small victories.
Looks like Sierra might have fallen a little bit behind her PR pace. Now pacing for about a 16:06. Still time to right the ship there.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we have runners on the long course, which is about 2.3 miles, and the short course, which is about 1.1, that both come through this start-finish shoot.
I will say the long course, to watch it, looks confusing, but I've actually gone out and run it, and it's not very confusing.
Yeah, I agree. It's nice.
But like looking at it out here, there's a couple of turns that look a little bit wild. So as it kind of goes around the lake in both directions. Cody Poskin is within a 10K of finishing the 100-mile here.
David clarified what being a dance dad is.
Oh, I want to
And
hear this.
it's as miserable as I thought. It's being the Uber holder of all things and payer of all things at dance conventions, competitions, as glamorous as it sounds. Oh, David. Crack another brew.
But that's doing dad things. So
Yep.
I have to tip my cap to you, David, on that for sure.
Well, for me as a dad with just over 1 year remaining of college tuition to pay after 12 consecutive years of paying private school college tuition, I can understand that payer of all things. I look forward to making that final payment about a year from now.
Yeah, there are definitely other familiar faces here on the course that might not necessarily be at the top of the standings. As you mentioned, Scotty Mills out here getting it done. We saw the Jester. David mentioned an Andre Lee sighting.
Oh, yes.
Amy Maurer, former 6-day American record holder, out here as well. Some people are in the 100-mile championship. Other people are doing the short track 100-mile. Still others doing multi-day or fixed time stuff. So,
And a whole slew of others starting their distances tomorrow.
sounds like Jess was actually just out here at the park. You should have come by. You could have hung out in the studio and given me an AJW a little bit of a breather, and give the audience a little bit of a breather from us.
Yeah.
Our fourth place woman, Jess Mullen, just went through the start-finish line area. Still looking pretty strong. Okay, now the wind is eerily still at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan, are we able to get our light back?
Yeah.
We've been sitting here in the dark now for about an hour. Oh, I didn't realize it was a battery thing.
We when the wind rolled through, we turned all the lights off, so we're sitting here in the dark and the cold. But we're having a blast, doing what we love. No other place I'd rather be in Vegas on a Friday night. Broadcasting Jackpot Ultras.
That's Nathan Brown right there, our current M3. Pacing for... I can pull up and see what he's potentially looking at here. A sub 14-hour 100 miler, which would be a PR. His current PR was just that last month, the Coldwater Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
So
Stella Springer continuing to move well. There she is in the dark jacket. Ageless one.
yeah, basically about 16 miles from the finish. Stella Springer, looking extremely strong. And I did let Timing know that her laps are only intermittently being hit by the start-finish line tracker, and that the tracker across the way is catching them for sure. And Jorby said, "Let there be light."
Very good. Thank you, Jorby. He's got some light on the...
I see some great shots of first place finisher Raj Panu that were taken by race photographer Kevin Youngblood. Kevin does a great job. Does some photography down in Arizona, and we're fortunate when he gets to come down and play with us. But took some great shots of Raj crossing the finish line. I expect to see those make their way to socials here fairly shortly. They look fantastic. And congratulations to Raj Panu for a new PR, as well as one of the fastest 100 milers in American history at 11:52:46. 6 minutes off of his, or 6 minutes better than his previous PR. And I believe, so Zach Bitter has a couple of times below that. Does anybody else, or is Raj basically sitting at in second place on the men's all-time list? I'm trying to think. I don't think anybody else has broken 12.
American men under 12. That's a very good question.
I think it's just Zach and let me take a look here. So in 2024, Zach and Raj both did it. 2023, Elov, but Elov is, I believe, Norwegian. 2022, nobody did it. 2021, nobody did it. 2020, nobody did it. 2019 was when Zach Bitter set the, at the time, American record, or world record. Well, that's right. The previous record that... Okay, so Zach actually also ran an 11:40 at Solstice a few years prior.
Okay.
So
two American men both have gone under 12.
Yeah, and if you're out there and you know, please correct me if I think that Zach and Raj are still the only two men to break 12 hours in American history. I'm looking backwards. The hardest thing to check is to see like which records were broken.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I guess we don't quite have the stats statistically as like the marathon record progression. And things
Yeah,
like
so Zach has multiple sub 12s. He ran 11:47 at Desert Solstice 2013. He ran 11:40 in 2015. He ran the 11:19 in 2019. Yeah, I mean, he's got a handful of sub 12 hours. I mean, because that's just so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when Nick Curry set the American standard for the 24-hour, his 100-mile split was about 13:30. You know, so that tells you how fast it is to run sub 12.
Yeah, and in recent years we've had, in some of the faster hundreds like Tunnel Hill and Javelina, we've had a handful of sub-13s.
Yeah, I mean, Roche's time was like most of the, you know, the very fastest trail runners, or, you know, maybe they'll set it at, you know, something like Tunnel Hill or Hennepin or the other flat, Rocky Raccoon.
Canal Corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. A new 100 I'm excited to see. A new Western States qualifier as well. C&O Canal 100 in Maryland coming up in the latter part of April.
Oh, Swedish. Elov is Swedish, not Norwegian. I apologize. I should have just kept it nice and general and say Scandinavian.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the Sweden-Norway thing is almost as bad as the Wisconsin-Minnesota thing when you call one from the other place.
Yeah, Jessica, we appreciate the offer of the Uber pizza. However, we are pretty well taken care of here. The aid station, Patty and Jen and Hannah take good care of us here when we cover races. And frankly, if we are hungry at these events, then it's our own fault.
Yeah.
Because
In
Patty
fact,
takes
both
such
of
good
us-
care of us.
Both of us just polished off nice big bowls of chili.
We took turns, so we
got a
weren't
nice-
always sitting there with food in our mouths.
They do a nice chili up there at the end. So, but thank you. We'll take a rain check on the Uber pizza.
So David is asking about you, and he said he's just remembering you were still stranded in an airport when he left work. When did you finally arrive?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can tell this story without slandering any potential sponsorship companies down the line.
Nonetheless, by the end of the evening last night, after spending the day in the airport in both Phoenix and San Francisco, I ended up, when Chris returned to Phoenix to catch an early morning flight back here today, I was stranded in SFO, so I got a hotel by the airport, went to bed, woke up this morning, and found a flight that was scheduled to get in at 3:30, got in at 4:45. So I was able to get a nice run in San Francisco. I went up just from the airport, went up San Bruno Mountain, which,
nice.
if you know that area, and down by the airport, it's not far. You got to run about 2 miles to get to the base of the mountain. So I got for a nice run on San Bruno Mountain and got here in time to jump on this broadcast. So thanks for asking. Exciting times too in the JW family, because also going on right now is my daughter-in-law is just about to go into labor with our first grandchild. So it could happen at any moment that I need to go to the airport again and get up to Durango, Colorado to see in time to see my new granddaughter born.
You're just having the most adventurous weekend
It
imaginable.
might just be a very adventurous weekend, but perhaps I'll be able to get home and drive up there. But I don't know. My son Carson is going to keep me posted. But from what everybody tells me, you don't want to miss these moments. These moments like when you have a grandchild born. So,
Absolutely.
but thanks for asking. I was happy to get here in time to. I know Chris had to scramble a little bit this morning. We had our crew, but now here, glad the wind has died down. We have our light back on. We'll be on for the next several hours through at least the women's podium finishers. But you're right. It was one of my longer being stranded at the airport moments, and it was one of those things again without throwing any airlines under the bus or under the airplane necessarily. It was just one of those things where you almost just had to laugh. You almost so you didn't cry.
I will say that, like I mentioned this to you last night as we were walking through the San Francisco airport, that I'm glad that we were traveling on the same schedule, because I would have been much less rational and handled it much more poorly had I not had a good friend to keep me company and just look at the absurdity of it and laugh over a beer.
Right.
Like that was kind of what helped me keep my sanity, and I think that to really drive home the level of insanity, when again, like, you know, last night when we had to rebook after we were told we missed our flight, when we were apparently two of like maybe a dozen people that missed the same flight due to some confusion in the terminal, that when we went to book, first I was told that there were no flights back to Phoenix, and you were told you were booked, or you were able to, there was a flight to Phoenix and you were able to book it, and then I booked it, and then when we got to the gate we found out they had booked you for the wrong day.
They had booked me for a flight to Phoenix tonight.
Yes.
From San Francisco.
Yeah, it was the most wild sequence of events. So AJW had gotten to the gate first, and we're just sitting there for a while as we're getting ready to board the plane. I ended up in zone 2, and so he was zone 3, so I was on the plane before him, and I'm sitting in my chair, and I'm waiting for him to go by. Like, just expecting to see him. We kind of probably, hopefully share a look and a smile, or, maybe a defeated look on our faces. And instead of getting greeted with, seeing his face on the plane, I get a text saying they booked me on tomorrow's flight. I'm stranded in San Francisco. And I was already on the plane, so there was no way for me to get off. But, like, it was just...
The lady pulled me out of the line, handed the boarding pass to the other guy, and the guy's like, "You're on the flight for tomorrow."
Which is amazing, because how did you get that boarding pass to begin with?
I don't know.
It was a very wild adventure,
It was wild.
And now we can look at it and kind of laugh a little bit, but at the same time, it was.
I don't want to go through it again.
Yeah, same.
At the end of the day, I got up this morning, went out for a nice run, got to the airport leisurely, and made it here for the broadcast. So,
we're here.
No harm, no foul. We're here.
Yeah.
And if my phone goes off and I have to go to Durango to see my granddaughter, I'm gonna fly first class if I have to. I'm gonna get on that plane. All right, we have hit the 13 hours elapsed mark. I think our second and third place men are within a few laps of finishing. Am I right, Chris?
Yeah. So last I checked, Cody is at mile 96 and Nathan is at mile 93.6. Cody pacing for about a 13:25 and Nathan for about a 13:47. So both would be massive PRs for the two of them.
Massive PRs, and bringing the total of 3 finishers under 14 hours.
Yeah, and both of them younger runners. I mean, Cody is 23 years old and Nathan is 26. So we might have 2 young guns dropping down sub 14s here at Jackpot, which would be pretty impressive. Cody is actually under 3 miles to go. Let me update my numbers.
Stella Springer moving very well again. Just looking so consistent.
Those have to be carbon-plated shoes.
They do sound like
you
it.
can definitely hear her going by, and Stella is a smaller framed runner for sure. So
yeah.
you can see her going through right there underneath the start-finish line. Our lead woman at this point. But yeah, her tracker is not registering on the start-finish line, so it's being picked up on the far side. So we'll get Stella's current stats here shortly. So Cody pacing for about a 13:20 and Nathan for about a 13:42. Stella now pacing for about a 15:22, holding pretty close to where she was. Maybe dropped about a second or two over the course of the last 5 miles, but still pacing at a 9:13 mile average for 85 miles at this point. In order to break her own personal best, she would need to average in a 10:35 the rest of the way. And to break Connie Gardner's 100-mile U.S. road for the 50 to 54 age group, she would need to simply hold an 11:58 pace. So she's moving so well.
Yeah, she is really moving well, and don't want to jinx it, but I think something pretty dramatic would have to happen
I agree.
for her not to bring that record down a notch.
Meanwhile, Sierra looks like she's pacing for about a 16:20, slowing down fairly significantly in recent laps. Erin Carrera, let me see if I can plug those numbers in. Pacing for about a 17-hour 100-miler, which would put her in about 1 a.m. You know, for as long as this day has felt at times with the regards to travel and everything like that, it is still only 9 p.m.
I know. Yeah.
It's 9 p.m. and we're in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip here in Henderson, Nevada. So under normal circumstances,
and we have survived a massive windstorm, and I guess you'd call it.
Under normal circumstances, we would basically just be finishing up dinner if you're in Las Vegas on a day like this. Sierra DeGroff and Erin Carrera coming through right there. That's Erin on the left in the yellow, Sierra on the right. As I mentioned, Sierra has won this race in the past, having won it in 2023. And Erin jumped into the race yesterday.
Did she really?
Yeah. And showing out.
Yeah. Jumping into a 100-miler day before. That's bold.
Yeah, only somebody like Jamil would do that.
Yeah.
Or Versteeg.
Well, Jamil did it the morning of.
That's true. This is true. And he
race day registration for 100.
I mean, I've seen it a few times. I remember one time I was working as a volunteer at Javelina, and this runner comes up on race day registration, and most of our race day registrations that year were for Jackass night runs.
The night run, yeah.
Yeah. But this person came up and said, yeah, hi, I'm here to do race day registration. I'm like, okay. And he goes, I guess they have an entry for me. I'm like, I'm not surprised. So Gordy, if you'll just fill this out, because it was Gordy Ainsley.
It was Gordy
who showed up to do race day registration for Javelina 100. This was several years ago.
I remember those last few years when Gordy was trying to get his Western States qualifier, and he'd go to something like Javelina, and he ran the last couple of laps with a helmet. Because you can't be too careful.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you know, that guy, he'd be out there, you know, it'd be triple digits, and he'd be out there in short shorts and no shirt and just absolutely cooking out there in the sun. But he loved it. He loves it.
That's our Gordy. There's only one, thankfully.
Thank goodness. No, Gordy's always treated me very well. I had a great opportunity to interview him at the River last year at Western States, and you know, truly one of the great characters in this sport and in this space.
How long was the interview?
I
assume you eventually had to
lengthy.
bring it to
No, it was definitely a lengthy conversation. But that's Gordy's just that kind of guy. So that's Stan Berry on the left, and that's Sue Robertson on the right. Sue in the purple is the winner of Coldwater Rumble, I believe 2023, and the other one was Stan Berry. And Stan was we got to know Stan Berry during the inaugural live stream of Cocodona a few years ago.
Okay.
And so Stan was coming in chasing the cutoffs. He wasn't going to make it, but our very own Jen Laughlin was sweeping / filming and happened to have like a good 8 to 10 mile hike with Stan as he made his way into Whiskey Row and was met by his crew. And in the chat, his wife and daughter were in there, like basically, having us play telephone with Stan as he was out on the course. And that was the first.
I love it.
That was the first time, I think, for me that I realized. We had done live streams with things like Desert Solstice and Black Canyon. We hadn't done Javelina as of yet, I don't believe. And that was the time that made me realize that some of these races are about so much more than who wins and who podiums, but the notion of getting to know Stan, this longtime runner from Oklahoma who was not having the week that he expected, but was out there trying to get it done, and getting to know his family, through that, and actually having met them now. They came out to Nardini Manor to run
did they?
last year. Yeah, it was a great time getting to be introduced to those people with whom I had spoken electronically. But, Stan out here at Jackpot, I think he's shooting for sub 24 here. He ran a 29 and change at Javelina last year. He was one of those individuals, his body basically locked up on him with 15 meters to go.
Oh,
and
goodness.
so he had to basically, he fell and then he got back up and he walked it in, proudly to get it done. So, and I did see him earlier, and he had kind of a bit of a glazed look on his face out there, maybe at about the halfway point, but he was still moving fairly well. I mean, Stan is at almost the 100K mark in 13 hours.
13 hours.
That's really solid.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
really solid.
That's well within range of a sub 24.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do agree with you that the live streams do open up so much. I mean, yes, there are a lot of people who tune in to see, how the Courtneys and the Jims and of the world are going to do.
Sure.
And if records are going to be broken and things like that. But really, there's so many wonderful, wonderful, little anecdotes about people and their lives and who they are. I mean, we've seen it just in the last day of Cocodona when we get those final finishers and we put out onto the chat. We ask, if anybody knows this person or they'll just volunteer. I remember at last year's Hard Rock, the person who was in the last place position leaving Telluride. And people in the chat knew who she was and commented about it, and unfortunately she ended up not making the cutoff at the next aid station, but we got her in to interview with us. In the studio afterwards. We said, if anybody out there knows who she is, tell her we want to have her come into the studio. And it was just so much fun.
That's actually one of the things I do love about these live streams is, like, for instance, when we were at Run Rabbit Run, doing it the first year we did it in 2023, and we were talking with somebody who was in the chat and giving us some local intel, and we're like, man, we wish you could just come into the studio and answer our questions. Like, what is it, 15 minutes later, a woman comes walking into the
And
studio, she's like, hi, I was told to come into the studio. Like, oh, well, have a seat. So and also we've had times like when we were at the finish line at Black Canyon last year, and we were dragging people off the course to basically just talk about their experiences.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's a lot of fun.
Once we realized that they're going to stay upright, and they're happy with their finish, come on in, tell us how it went.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I know that a lot of times people want immediacy when it comes to, coverage of these races. There are times where, when somebody gets done, what I try and do, if it's me approaching them, I basically say, we'd love to have you on. Whenever you're ready, just swing by. In a race such as Western States or Javelina, generally people will compose themselves and then come in. But then there are other times where, for instance, somebody might not show up till the next morning, and we'll make room. We'll definitely make room and make do. Cody Poskin, I believe, is finishing up his second to last lap here, and at a 13:12:29 at mile 98.3. So you're talking probably about a 13:35 maybe. We'll see what he looks like when he comes around here.
One of the people you did that with at Cocodona, Kevin Goldberg, he reminded me of this when I was on his podcast a couple weeks ago. You invited him on for an interview. I was upstairs asleep, and he stayed on for 4 hours because I didn't wake up.
Yeah, Kevin graduated from guest to co-host.
He graduated
over the
from
course of
guest to
Cocodona the
co-host.
last couple of years, and Kevin Goldberg, one of the truly great gentlemen of
This is the anatomy
200 mile.
of lean. This is Scotty Mills, a good friend of mine. He's leaning a bit more now to starboard.
Looks like
Not
about
terrible.
maybe an 11:30 there.
11:30ish.
Yeah.
He's there. He is. He knows it. He knows how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scotty Mills of San Diego, 13 hours and 15 minutes into Jackpot Ultras, 100-mile USATF championship. Perhaps one of the most decorated 100-mile racers in the United States, with 20 Western States finishes and 10 Hard Rock finishes.
I'm thinking we're going to see Cody Poskin here fairly quickly. Hiking Engineer says they like to go to Farmer Boys when in Vegas, citing the massive portions. Massive portions always gets my attention when it comes to restauranting. And David Arrieta said he's super stoked to watch the chase. That reminds me, are we potentially going to be able to upload the chase trailer for those who might not have seen it yet?
The chase trailer?
Yeah. For like maybe...
I don't have the file on this computer.
Oh.
I don't know if I can get access to that.
Okay. Well, for those, if you're interested, if you go to the Aerovipa Running YouTube page, of course, maybe after we go off the air for the evening, of course, and go to the Aerovipa page, the chase is right at the top there. Oh, can we go back to the previous
I
shot?
think we just had Cody.
Thank you. There we go. That's Cody Poskin right there
Yep.
in the
So
very colorful
finishing-
shirt.
Finishing his second to last lap.
One more lap. One more.
One more lap for Cody.
He said, "Wow, he's ready to be done."
By the way, Scotty Mills just hit the 100K mark in a little over 13 hours. 24 is not out of the question for Scotty.
Yeah,
Which would
with
be
a guy
really
like Scotty,
fantastic.
like he's been around the block a few times, and so
Yeah.
definitely capable of pacing himself to, an 11-hour,
Yeah.
38 mile or so.
He
39
knows,
mile.
He knows how to get things done. I'm sure he knows what he has to do to get to 24. But yeah, he's 62 and a half miles in 13 hours and in 15 minutes.
I see that our fearless leader Zach Marion has posted the video of us holding the tent up
I did
on
see
Instagram.
that. I did. The show must go on. If you haven't seen that on the Mountain Outpost Instagram, check it out.
We just saw Lincoln Turman go by, current M7. Lincoln Turman, another one of the young guns here, 25 years of age, probably pacing towards about an 18, 19-hour finish as he's moving right now. Still very impressive for being 25 years of age to have a pretty quick 100-miler.
Cody Poskin could be, yeah, well, what do you think?
Cody-
13, sub 13:30? Is that your math?
Let me take a look here really quick, see if I
13:20-ish.
can calculate this out. Let's see. Cody 98.8 time
Which he hit in 13,
13
16.
16 47. Talking about a 13:25,
Okay,
13:26.
That's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. For the age of 23,
23 years old.
to even flirt with a 13:30. For context, let me see if I can pull up for 100 milers. Last year, that would have been the fourth fastest for a runner under 30 in the United States, behind Chris Andrews, Dan Green, and Reese Slobodanic. In 2023, that would have been the fifth fastest time, behind Taggart Van Etten, Blake Slatengren, Ryan Montgomery, and Dan Green for a runner under 30. So, that's going to end up probably being one of the fastest times. In 2022, that would be the fifth fastest, behind Caleb Bowen, Jacob Moss, and two Arlen Glick results.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cody Poskin, too, one of the really burliest 100 milers on the East Coast, is the Mid-State Massive in Massachusetts, where he won at the age of 21 in a 19-hour and 47-minute time back in 23.
I'm not familiar with that race. Is it
Mid-State Massive? It's it's fantastic, and it's one of those where you just follow the blazes. It's a point to point, and just brings out a lot of the beast coasters.
Yeah, this is Cody's first. Dare I say? I don't want to say the term easy, but easier 100, like non-mountain 100. You said Mid-State Massive, and of course we talked about Leadville, which famously, basically sits you above 10,000, 9,000 feet for the entirety of the event. And you were out there last year, I believe.
I was.
Yeah. So Cody finishing 11th there last year, 13th overall with a 19:28, very respectable time at the age of 22. So Cody running a 13:30-ish race here at Jackpot at the age of 23 is quite impressive.
Indeed. Speaking of quite impressive, and Leadville, how about Will Murray at Black Canyon?
Oh, yeah.
School teacher from New Jersey, 30 years old, fifth place at Leadville back in August. Kind of just came from nowhere with an incredible second place golden ticket finish at Black Canyon. One of the stories of the day, but maybe overshadowed by Joe McConaughey. Finally, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, after 7 tries over 8 years to get a golden ticket. As I said to him when I interviewed him, some of the guys who beat him were in high school when he went for his first golden ticket.
So Cody has been a fairly regular on a broadcast that we've
I
covered.
Saw the Dirt Circus.
He did the Dirt Circus. He did Black Canyon last year in February of 2024, and now he's out here at Jackpot finishing up and polishing off a solid, excellent. Solid is not doing it justice. An excellent 100-mile effort. We'll see what his final time registering is, and we'll, when he comes by, hopefully be able to get him at the finish line. But yeah, his last lap was about a 9:43, so
Cody Poskin, great story here.
So I would expect him to be coming through here in about probably looking at 3 to 4 minutes here. So I think sub 13:30.
There's just so many things about running 100 milers that you gain through experience. That when a 23-year-old kid with 2 other 100 milers under his belt comes and has a performance like this, it just shows. He's obviously a fast learner. He obviously knows his body well and has kind of figured out what works. But as you said, he's done some hard stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that this is not hard. I mean, it's hard to run pretty much the entire time. But man, pretty impressive. Sort of debut road 100, let's call it that, for sure. for Cody Poskin.
Jordan, are we able to switch to the finish line cam here shortly? We'll be keeping an eye for Cody to come by us. See some of the other runners from the other distances. Also, our women's leader, Stella Springer, coming up right behind them with the waist light. And if you listen closely on the live stream, you can hear the carbon-plated shoes hitting the ground here.
Cody Poskin, just doing a little Instagram sleuthing here, Chris. Certified scuba diver,
Okay.
extremely speculative investor, and a future lottery winner. P.S. I can ride a unicycle.
Wow. He contains multitudes.
Indeed, Cody Poskin.
We've got a leaner coming up here on the screen. And actually, Cody coming up right behind our leaner here.
All right, here comes Cody on the finishing stretch. You called it. It's going to be maybe 13:26. Just under 13:26.
That's Stanberry that we mentioned
All
in
right,
the red.
Cody.
Cody Poskin
Cody
getting
Poskin
it done.
coming through.
Finish line with
Looking
a big
sharp,
smile on his
looking
face.
Sharp.
Big smiles.
There he is,
Cody
Cody Poskin. Unofficially just under 13:26, 13:25, 50-ish.
Yeah, no, great job by
What
Cody.
a job. What a run.
And to finish second at the Jackpot in at the age of 23, that's really
cool,
impressive.
Really cool.
And was steady throughout the day. Basically kept biding his time, moving up throughout the day. Was not way out in front or far back at any given time. Just basically very steady. And I'm thinking that his time might be the fastest second place finish at Jackpot of all time. Last year's second place finisher was Jonah Backstrom at 14:11, finishing second to Raj as well. The previous year, Zach Marin was 14:48. Prior to that, Alex Nichols, 13:44.42.
A little more digging on Cody. Graduated high school in 2020 from.
Oh, don't say that.
Yep. Yep, from Cedar Hill, Northwest High School, Cedar Hill, Missouri. Ran track and cross country. Had some pretty. Had a 440 mile, a 10:03 2 mile. Or I should say 3,200. He even went down to the 800, 210 800. So some chops.
Yeah. Just stretching it out a little bit longer here today. Yeah, it looks like Cody's second place finish today is indeed the fastest second place finish in history, and ranks after Raj's run today sixth all time in the results for the men's race here at Jackpot. The previous fastest runner-up was Jake Jackson at 13:33.01 back in 2020, finishing behind Mark Hammond's 13:04.50. But Raj's 11 52 was it? Was
Yeah, 11:52.
a new course record here at Jackpot. So it tracks. I mean, they're just getting faster.
Yep.
They're just getting faster.
I think Jake Jackson was lurking around the chat, as he
Yeah.
often does at these events.
Oh, apparently Cody also climbed Kilimanjaro.
Oh, get some more
Just
from the
add
from
that
the,
to the list.
from the chat.
Yep.
Thank you, chat.
Now, our next expected finisher, I would think, would be Nathan Brown. Anything can happen, but Nathan is in the home stretch as well, probably smelling the barn with less than
thinking-
5 miles to go.
Yeah, we're thinking. Really? I thought we
I think
might
he's at
have
mile
had him tracking
96.
for sub 14, but maybe not.
Let's see, is it mile 96 at 13?
Oh, mile 96.
26,
gonna be
12. Yeah, so that would, like all things, if my math is perfect, 13:59:48. So,
All right, so right around 14.
Nathan, maybe a hard charge
I
here
wonder,
will
I
get
bet you
him
Nathan
under.
knows that.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Also, in any event, Nathan definitely pacing for a huge PR.
Yeah.
Given that his previous PR was the Coldwater Rumble 100 miler, which he just ran last month
Yeah.
at a 15:50. Now, obviously, Coldwater Rumble is a sandy trail race with some backstretches that really test your patience on the sand.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks good. He just
He
went
looks
by us.
very good.
But currently holding an 8:24 pace. Let me see what he looks like time-wise after this lap registers. Of course, if you're interested in checking out runner splits or anything of that nature, you can see the live tracking is pinned to the top of the chat box.
Nathan Brown coming off Coldwater Rumble just 4 weeks ago on January 18th down in the Estrella Mountains.
I did the 40K, and that was plenty.
Yeah, I did the 60K, and it was more than enough.
So Cody's official finish time was 13:26:03.
Okay.
Not too far back, Braden Ragau, our M4, at about the 90-mile mark. Mark Martin in 5th at the 87-mile mark. Our women's leader is Stella Springer. Stella approaching mile 88 at this point. Sierra DeGroff still holding in 2nd at about mile 82. And Aaron Carrera in 3rd at about mile 79. Rounding out the top 5 in the women's race, Jess Mullen and Leanne Rive. Or Rive, I'm not quite sure. She is from Spain, so
I'm going to go with. I'll go with Rive.
Rive.
Go with Rive.
Leanne Rive.
Nathan Brown.
We've had a couple more drops here in the race, and just to update that, the women's top 10 has been carnage because I recognize all 4 of these runners having been in the top 10 in the women's race at one time or another. Tally Adrian, one of the youngest runners in the field, I believe, at the age of 25 or 24 rather, has withdrawn after the 65, 66 mile mark. And one of my potential dark horses to finish on the podium this year, Stephanie Rosebow, withdrew at about the 100K mark. So,
She was running well, too.
yeah, she's moving very well. And
So Jonah Backstrom has not officially dropped.
yeah, but also hasn't moved in
His
several
last
hours.
timing mat crossing was at 9:24 elapsed, and it's 13:33.
Yeah, and knowing Jonah as we've watched him race several times, I would assume that his day is done. But until until it is registered in the system. I'll reserve, a hold on declaring that.
That's
I know
right.
that sometimes in the chat people will, race to be first to declare somebody out of the race. I just remember a few years ago, race coverage on another platform, not on a live stream, but I do remember very clearly that we were told on Twitter that Zach Bitter had dropped from a race at mile 90.
Uh-huh.
And that wasn't the case. The person who was covering the race simply missed Zach coming through.
Right.
And, that's actually one of my fears. I would rather be second or third to the punch and 100% accurate than be wrong.
Good shot of Nathan looking good on
Yeah.
that little incline. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather be right than fast.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I never have to worry about is being fast. So, hey-o! I believe, okay, so it was Tunnel Hill 2021 where that happened, where Zach was believed to have called it a day at the race, but no, finished second behind Phil Young. That was a fast 100-miler. Your 1, 2, 3 men in that race, all finishing under 13 hours, Phil Young, Zach Bitter, and Jacob Moss. Jacob... going to be out there this weekend in
At
South
the Raven?
Carolina at the
Yeah.
Raven. So the Raven field is going to be fun to watch here.
It's in a few short hours.
Yeah.
I think that'll be getting underway.
I do believe that there is going to be online coverage. It's not going to be streamed or anything like that, but I think Jake Jackson actually sent me a text because I asked kind of crowdsourcing data on that, and there will be runner tracking at the Raven, so I'm not sure where, but I am curious to see what happens there because the Raven is another very quickly high profile 24 hour.
Yep, for sure.
I mean, it's only been run twice, but when you look at the names that have participated in the race over the course of the first 2 years, I mean, you've got Pat Hasler, Bob Hearn, Jacob Moss. Those are names right off the bat that definitely, for those who follow the 24-hour and fixed time platforms. Camille Herron has run it. These are names that when they all converge on a race, you have to pay attention to it.
Yep.
So shout out to.
And I think the organizers have done a very good job of just being the kind of this is what they are. We're a fast 24-hour track run.
Yeah, and I think it's Jacob Moss that actually organizes it, if I remember
is it?
correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
But shout out to the organizers of the Raven, and look forward to seeing what happens out there tomorrow. As we mentioned, our next expected finisher, if things hold to serve, will be Nathan Brown out of San Diego, California. Let me see if I can try and gauge a guess on when we can expect Nathan in. Nathan has less than a 5K to go, less than 3 miles to go. So it looks like Nathan is pacing for a 14-hour 40-second. So just over 14. If it means something to him, he might have to drop the hammer on himself here in this last little stretch. But in any event, he's going to be at or extremely close to the 14-hour mark for this race, which again would be a significant 100-mile PR by close to 2 hours. Oh, Josh Shelley was asking, yeah, Cody's finish is the fastest second-place finish in Jackpot history, the 6th fastest time here overall. Yeah, if you go to Instagram, and you could see on the on Zach Marion's Instagram, and I reposted it, the shot of us basically trying to hold things together, literally and figuratively, when the winds were whipping around. The winds are not whipping around anymore. It's a bit placid, actually, quite relaxed. Can we get the finish line cam really quick? We're going to see Nathan Brown here coming up here in just a few moments with, I believe, one more lap to go. There he is right there, moving pretty well. Nathan on the Air Viper Racing team. Okay, so he's actually got 2 laps to go. So 2 laps to go with 20 minutes to break 14 hours. We'll see if he can close that deal. His most recent laps, I'll pull those up. About a 10:28 was his last lap, so he would need to move a little bit quicker in order to break 14 hours here. We'll see if he can do it. Yeah, he would need to average about a 10 flat here for these last 2 laps. So you shouldn't say such things about AJW. Oh, hey there, buddy.
What happened now?
Oh, nothing. I'm just keeping an eye on Nathan Brown as our potential next finisher. After that, we will be following the rest of the top 5 in the men's race, and in the women's race, Stella Springer is rapidly getting to the point where she's got 10 miles or less to go.
Oh, right on. Man, she has been a metronome tonight.
Absolutely, looking very good.
Uh-huh.
Averaging around 11 minutes per lap here. Not heading into the 12-minute range, but yeah, the 11-minute range has been pretty much where she's sat the entire time. Like her last 3 loops, 11:01, 11:39, 10:57. So staying very steady in a fairly narrow band for being 90 miles in. But when you're experienced to the point where you've run a U.S. national team qualifier time in 24 hours and you're PRing your 100-milers at age 54, you know what you're doing and you know how to pace yourself for sure.
And watching her I've seen her, you've seen her more, but the 2 times I've seen her in action at Desert Solstice, she really just starts, it's 24 hours, but she really starts cranking things up in the second 12 hours.
Absolutely.
Not that she's just sandbagging it for the first 12, but she really is kind of a momentum runner. I remember making note of it this past December. She kind of puts her jacket on, kind of gets her nighttime set up, and then she's like, it's game time, and you kind of get that impression today. And you mentioned the pitter patter of what are obviously plated shoes that she's wearing, but she's not a large person. She doesn't pound the ground, but you get this sense that she's kind of driving a little harder.
That's a Nick Curry thing.
Each time she comes by.
Yeah.
Nick Curry's a little guy, but man, you can hear him coming.
Yeah. So I just checked Nathan Brown's paces, and according to my calculations, if he holds where he's at or had been at the entire day, it would be 14 hours and 1 second. So we're going to see if, and again, as we mentioned, Nathan probably knows it because I looked and he went from doing about an 11 to maybe a 10:30 lap the last couple loops to last loop being a 9:57. Yeah. So he knows where he's at. He smells the barn. He knows, yeah. And knowing with about 2 miles to go from his last check-in.
Here's a good look at him on the screen coming up here. There's Stella going by again, but there's Nathan right there.
Yeah, that is definitely, he has picked up the pace here. He knows that he's...
I never, in my competitive career, I never was this fast, but I did have one race where I ran under 15 hours, and it was the same kind of thing. It just from the last aid station in, it almost felt like I was being sucked in with this, because I think it ended up being 14:58 something, so it was pretty close, but it wasn't like 14:59:50 or anything, but it was close enough that I felt like I was looking at my watch the whole time, and I was just being, it wasn't that I was forcing myself to go faster. I just went faster.
Yeah. And I would love,
you can kind of see that happening with Nathan.
Yeah, I would love to see Nathan break 14 hours here. For those who follow the sport, breaking 14 hours is a pretty significant bench-mark.
Oh,
so,
my gosh, yeah.
If you're breaking 14 hours, and Nathan, only 26 years old as well, his ultra running career, at a high level is just beginning.
Having that 13 something, even if it's 13:58, it's rarefied air in the sport.
Yeah. Only a handful of people each year, as far as American runners, actually do break 14 hours. So, regardless of technicality, trail or road, 14 hours is 14 hours, and it's always impressive.
Nathan's got some fans in the chat urging him on to that sub 14.
So with all of the octogenarians in the race here this weekend, I think that we probably need to make note of the 80 to 84 men's ultra road record is currently 32 hours, 9 minutes, 27 seconds, held by Bill Dodson back in 2016, which in this sport and based on that kind of age group, it's kind of an eternity. And then the 85 to 89, yes, 85 to 89 is in play this weekend because Ed Russo is 85. Is 39 hours and 4 minutes. And unless I miss my guess, Ed is pacing for several hours faster than that. I want to verify that before I get too ahead of myself.
I think he's probably in 36-ish range.
So Ed's, let me see. So, yeah, I mean, Ed did 77 miles in 24 hours at Fat Ox last fall. So, I mean, he did a 30:09 here in 2023. 30 hours, 9 minutes. So, you know, breaking that American record, I think at this point, all Ed's got to do is just keep moving.
He's good. He's elapsed. In 13:45, he's done 45 miles.
So he's pacing for a 30-hour finish.
Yeah.
Basically. So, yeah, I think that there might be some age group records toppled here at Jackpot.
And in the 100-mile short course, both Rick Hoops and Scotty Mills, two longtime San Diego guys, are both tracking towards sub 24. Still a long way to go, but they both hit 65 miles and 13:50. They just passed by us a little while ago.
Rick Hoops at 70 and Scotty Mills at 73.
Heather Gothard, as you've pointed out already, still in the overall lead in the 48-hour. 71 and a half miles in the books.
I think she took a little bit of a break when she got to the 100K mark.
Okay.
But got back out there after a bit of a break and is still plugging along, hammering at it.
Another 100-miler that starts tomorrow, along with the Mount Coast 100K. A 50-miler.
We just saw Mark Marzin go through the chute. Mark Marzin currently M5. Also coming through here, Walter Orwin, M8, in just a moment here. As we mentioned, Walter, running a sub-20-hour 100-miler last year at the age of 63.
Huh.
Coming up, we've got Jess Mullen as well coming into the finisher chute. Currently tracking as F4. She'll be coming into view momentarily. The blonde hair and wearing the white pack. That's Jess right there. Yeah, Stellar's tracker is a little bit bonkers.
Yeah,
it's only catching every
seems
other
to be
lap.
Oh,
It's like on the far side, it's catching the half splits, but not the full splits on this end.
That which is strange. So it's glitchy only on one of the mats.
Yeah. There's Davy Crockett right there, one of the few hundred milers in the sport.
Looks to have some kind of a brace around his midsection.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, Stella's got about at least a 5-mile lead on Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sierra about 3 miles on Aaron.
There's the far side of the course. A little bit of doggy cam there. I know that doggy cam is extremely popular with the audience at some live streams. There we go. AGW making himself right at home in the studio.
There we
Setting
go.
himself up
hey,
on
everybody. Getting ready.
in his sleeping bag and
Soon to be Gramps here. Getting comfortable in the studio. The wind has died. Boy, that was quite a windstorm there for a little bit.
yeah. I just realized you took the comfy chair.
I did.
That was part of the play there.
There's Mike McMonigal, our good friend, out here taking photos.
Yeah, I saw Mike out there creating content, grabbing video, grabbing photos. Of course, a pretty stout runner in his own right.
Mm-hmm.
Won the Grindstone 100-mile last year.
He did.
But not even the best runner is in his own household.
No.
His wife has that one on lockdown.
Yeah, she does.
Of course, that is Leah Yingling.
As John Medinger likes to say about me and Thornley and McMonigal, just another ultra guy who married up. Okay, I'm hearing, Chris, I am hearing back at the announcer's booth, it sounds as though there's Nathan might be on his last lap.
Let me see.
It's 13:57. You were.
Oh yeah, you're right. He is on his last lap.
You've been tracking this really tight.
It's going to be close. He hit the halfway mark of the loop at 13:55.27.
Okay, it is going to be close.
I think that the big question here is whether Nathan Brown is going to break 14 hours. We can see Stella Springer going by, moving very well. She will come into your view here momentarily.
The metronome.
Jordan, can you move us to the other corner, the lower left, perhaps?
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, there we go. There's our timer, Ellie. That
There's
just went
Stella.
by. That was Stella. Yeah, I like being in this corner more because that way I can see at least for this cam. I'll probably ask Jordan to switch it back around if we switch to a different shot, but I like the real estate setup right here. Of course, the city of Henderson in the background of this shot. This is such a gorgeous area. I'm really happy we get to
broadcast
this race.
It's a fun spot to come to every year, and
So Nathan's got about a minute 20, about a minute 20 to see if he can break 14 hours. I don't know where he's at on the course, but I hope he's close enough that he will suddenly shoot past us. Nice job, Sue.
Well, we should. There
He is.
Yep, he's got
And
it.
he's going to
Nathan!
come in.
Nathan, what a finish! Sub 14.
That is fantastic. Do we have any other shots, Jordan, of anything at the
3 men
finish line
under.
area?
Once they cross, I'll flip.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
There we go. All in a day's work. Ho hum,
We'll get the-
14-hour finish.
Right? Looks like it was 13:59:23. So he did step it up a notch
Oh
over those
my
last
gosh,
couple loops.
He certainly did.
That was the question. As it looked like he was pacing for about a 14 hour and 10 second, and which would be great. But there's got to be some great feeling to get that number down from like low 14 to high 13. You know, that's it may be a cosmetic thing, but it's also, you know, an important cosmetic thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Like the difference between 13:59:55 and 14 hours and 2 seconds is not just 7 seconds, but
Yeah.
just the way it looks in the record books.
It's just it's kind of a psychological barrier.
Absolutely. And as we've mentioned, only a handful of runners, American runners, typically break 14 hours, you know, on the men's side. I mean, last year there were, let's see, 12 men broke 14 hours last year.
Oh, look at that. We got the mood lighting in there.
Oh, don't tempt us.
Hours.
Knack, knack. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Saw Nathan get in just under 14 hours.
Yeah. That's all
You're
right.
fine.
Yeah.
You're assistant race director, so
Yeah.
you can do whatever you
You can
want.
do whatever you want.
Lee Robinson has hit the.
Are you staying on?
We're staying through the women's podium.
Okay. Women's podium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure, right?
Say the first. Is it Yen? J-I-A-N?
Oh, Stella.
Is that Stella?
That's
Yeah.
Stella.
Okay.
Stella
Everyone
Springer.
just calls her Stella.
Call it Stella then. All right. You guys need it here?
Yep.
If you have a heater to burn.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, no doubt. We undoubtedly need a heater. We
What?
just got offered a heater, everybody.
You're wearing that Brett Hornick level swag right there, so.
I can take this off and be comfortable.
Oh, well, that's because you're young.
How'd you get that?
I have one.
You have one?
Yeah.
Here's another thing.
It's for those that worked Javelina last year.
Oh, it was Javelina.
Yeah, because
I
you
ran
it.
Javelina.
Black Canyon.
Oh, was it Black Canyon?
Yeah.
Oh,
Javelina, we got navy blue, I want to say. Yeah, this is Black Canyon. I didn't even get on.
I thought I got like a half zip for Javelina,
It
but
was sitting in the, the black half zip thing.
yeah, which I really like.
All that stuff was sitting in the back of the van, and at some point it got raided. I was like, half the stuff was missing. I was like, I thought I had like an extra box of stuff. I don't know what happened to it?
It's Caleb Stevens right there, and the long flowing hair. Looks like Caleb is trying to join the hair game here. Potentially try and make himself a contender in that.
Oh, that
realm?
exclusive club.
Yes. The Elite Trail Runners Hair Club. I have now reached old man stage as I look around and say, where are my glasses? And they are on my head.
On your head. Here we go.
I got you guys.
Oh, yeah. We, pardon us while we get a heater installed here in the studio.
Shout out to Lee.
I'm getting a lighter.
Lee's going to get us warmed up in case the wind picks up again.
Actually, if the wind picks up, we probably have to turn it off. Like, that would be a quite dangerous fire hazard to have that thing
probably would
upright and on if the wind were to pick up again. That'd probably be the first thing we'd have to do is turn that thing off. So let's just hope that the wind stays a non-factor here. That's a big old tank, too.
Dora, you're right. 52 degrees might sound warm to you, but it's chilly to us desert boys.
So, how many laps does Stella have left?
Let me check. A handful.
I think she's over
About 5 or 6.
She's over 90, right?
Yeah, she's at 91, 92.
Okay. So 6 or 7 actually. Sierra and Aaron went by us just now, still moving together.
Hopefully you get feelings, Chris. This is from the RD10. I'm not using it. So.
You are a saint.
It's so fun. You feel it?
The co-race director here making us feel warm and at home. I can.
Call me if you need anything.
Will do. I'm about ready to pull up a chair and sit next to AGW and pull my microphone around to the other side of the table. Well, actually, what's kind of funny is that while I've been broadcasting this race, I've been sitting here at my chair like normal. I've also actually been standing over here on the rail looking out to see who's coming in and kind of calling the race that way. And then when we had the chaotic winds, I had the microphone up to where I was speaking from while holding the tent in place. So I've been moving around.
We've done a little bit of everything.
A lot of motion here in the studio. Okay, now I can feel that heater.
Yeah, I still there's nothing quite like the being trackside for a live stream.
I agree. I mean, it really is special to.
And I thought the new Black Canyon setup was really nice.
At D Canyon Ranch.
We were basically at an aid station in the middle of the race, but right there where the runners are coming by.
Yeah, Jess, we are here through the women's podium. At this point, we try and make sure that we cover the men's and women's podium, whichever comes second. I mean, we never know.
Right.
Some years, I mean, we've been out here where women have won this race outright. Look at Desert Solstice in December. The top 5 women. I think that only one man was in the top 5 overall, and that was Don Reichelt.
Yeah, I think
Because we had all those women top 150.
Five of the 7 top finishers were women.
Yeah. We had to wait on the men to get done with the 100-miler there quite a while.
But then we are on. Chris has to head back to an event. My presence here tomorrow is questionable, pending what goes on with my daughter-in-law's labor. She's due with our granddaughter any time, but there will be coverage tomorrow. I was just speaking with our director Zach. It's kind of be Jackpot Day. We're going to cover the human interest stories, which there are many. Our octogenarians, Ed Eddinghausen, Scotty Mills, as well as the Mount Coast 100K race, as well as the other distances, the 48-hour, the 12-hour, the 6-hour. So there'll be coverage tomorrow. Zach's kind of calling it Jackpot Day.
Yeah, and of course the Mount Coast 100K is going to be something that we are focusing on, but it is a smaller field.
Yeah.
And with so many different other races going on and so many other stories out there to tell, I think that I applauded that when he did say it to us that it was going to be an opportunity. Also, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. You might be limited here. I believe that would end up being Joe and Maya potentially here at the desk. It'll give them a chance to interview some of the people here, and they're locals to Vegas and the Henderson area. So, maybe they can give people insight and, those who are interested in coming out here, maybe the good places to stay, the great places to eat, and, maybe a little bit of a, kind of a jackpot a primer for those who might be interested in this race in the future.
Exactly.
Our current...
it's a new camera angle down on the crew row area. So this is after the runners go through the start-finish line and by the main aid station. There's a couple 100-yard stretch where runners have their tables and crew accessibility and so forth.
Our next runner we would expect to finish would be Braden Rogau. Braden is at mile 93. Stella Springer currently at mile 92, our lead woman. Mark Marzin, M5, 6th overall, about mile 91. Sierra DeGroff, F2, 7th overall at mile 86. And Aaron Carrera, F3, 8th overall at mile 82. Running out the top 5 in the women's side, Jess Mullen at mile 73 and Leanne Rive at mile 71.
Right, so generally closing in on that, the answer to that question, we're probably going to be on the air till about 1 a.m., I would guess, with our third place woman having about 18 miles to go. 10-minute miles. It's about a 17 plus hour finish. So 1:30 will probably be on the air until, and that's how we roll.
Yeah.
That's how we roll.
I got to wake up and
not like we got to go anywhere.
Well, I have a flight at 5:40, so I need to be at the airport.
Okay, well,
probably about
you'll basically 4:45. Just get a little nap.
And that's one of those things. I have an irrational paranoia about missing flights, even though yesterday was the first time in my life I had ever missed a flight, air quotes. I'm going to put an asterisk on that one. Yeah, Jenny, I will say that one thing that AGW and I can hang our hat on this weekend is, if nothing else, we did literally and physically hold down the fort.
Yeah. Yeah, Dora, 1 a.m. Pacific time, at least. I mean, I think...
Ed the Jester has just hit the 100K mark. Talk about somebody who knows how to get it done. Ed probably going to have like the most steady splits here and still finish the 100-miler in under 24 hours. Barely doing above a walk. Of course, his walk pace is quite fantastic.
He's a good walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually, as I've gotten older and slower, I've spent a lot more time walking and talking to a lot of experienced walkers, especially folks, for example, who finished Hard Rock, where they literally walk the entire thing,
Oh, yeah.
46, 47-hour finishers. And there's different muscles, there's different cadence, different entire
There's
it's
Stella.
It's not easy.
Stella
There's
Springer.
clipping along. She's not walking.
No, no, Stella's crushing
Stella's
it.
not walking.
Again, as we do several events a year on Mountain Outpost at this point, several is probably selling it short. Probably about 20 or so events
About
a year.
20.
And getting to watch somebody like Stella on a fairly regular basis, it's a pleasure to watch her race. Jess was asking, appreciate the kind words. Do we have a podcast or something together? No, I am not a podcaster. I don't think I have enough time or bandwidth in my life for a podcast. I've been approached about doing one in the past, but no, I leave the podcasting to the professional here. Of course, Andy Jones-Wilkins. Tell them about your podcast for those unfamiliar.
Oh, it's called Crack a Brew with AJW. It's been around. I've had it now for about 2.5 years, and I publish something about every 8 Saturdays in a row, and then take a little break, and then do 8 more Saturdays and take a little break. So if you get up early tomorrow and you want to hear Joe McConaughey, I had him on the podcast, and
Really?
after his 3rd place finish.
Okay, so that was like after. I was like, it was.
Yeah, no, I just talked to him the other day.
Oh, perfect timing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following his story since he's been going for a golden ticket since 2017. So, but go check it out. It's I've got a website, crackabrewwithajw.com. We ask the guests to bring a beverage. We drink the beverage and talk about running and life. They're usually about 45, 50 minutes. We're kind of talk show style. I mean, you can go all the way back to when I started. I had Courtney DeWalter on, and Jim Walmsley, and Anton Krupicka. Had a bunch of race directors like Jason Green, Craig Thornley. Had kind of a old school series last year with Jerry Kilgariff and Scotty Mills and David Horton, and this year it's kind of been a hodgepodge. I had Darcy PQ and Geraldus Subertus, and like I said, just recently or tomorrow, Joe McConaughey at Hayden Hawks. Gonna have. I'm really excited to have Shea Aquilano on.
Oh, nice.
Next week. She's a real outstanding young up and comer in the sport. Really,
I've
nice
genuinely
person,
said
too.
Shea Aquilano is one of the future stars of American ultra running.
I agree. And she's coached by a colleague of mine at CTS, Ryan Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
And Ryan does an incredible job with Shea. In fact, they have a team approach because Nicole Rasmussen, who's also a CTS coach, is Shea's strength coach. So Ryan is Shea's running coach, and Nicole is Shea's strength coach. It's kind of a similar model that Jason Koop has done with Katie Scheid, with having Sarah Scazzaro as Katie's strength coach. So interesting model. But anyway, if you like podcasts, check out Crack a Brew with AJW. It's a lot of fun for me to do, and I don't know, maybe I'll have you on one of these days, Chris.
I need to give you a reason that would be compelling and interesting. Although I will say one of the things I've thought about, I was like, it'd be fun to be a guest on AJW show. But then again, I've also thought, how do we hold it to an hour?
Yeah,
that would probably be the trickiest thing. Like, we'd have to go in with a very strict outline on what to talk about.
It would be really hard to hold it to an hour, and I don't think this will come as any surprise, but there's only been one person that has exceeded an hour on my podcast, and that was Jeff Browning.
That's no surprise there.
And needless to say, I did not do very much of the talking.
Yeah. Somebody asking about Jonah Backstrom. Jonah,
that's a very good question.
Technically has not been classified as a drop. I've been checking every so often. Jonah's standing has been backsliding as he has not made any forward motion, and now going on almost 5 hours. Jonah was at one point M2 at the 100K or so mark, and at mile 70 elected to stop. Who knows? Maybe Jonah is just deciding that he is going to go and get a good night's sleep or a nap, and then come back and knock out a 50K tomorrow to walk away with his buckle.
Yeah, as you were saying before, we don't want to assume anything.
Absolutely.
Jonah could very well just be taking a break, and so we don't want to assume that he's out. He's still listed on the results, and so that's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Yeah, and sometimes people at 100 milers, when days aren't going their way and they still want to bang out that finish, they'll take an extended break or take their time. I mean, we've seen it at other events. I mean, I would say the most notable example in the last few years was Camille Herron at Western States when she took a full-on sleep.
Yeah,
and wasn't feeling. I think it was at Michigan Bluff or Forest. I think it was Forest Hill actually, where basically took enough time to compose herself that she could push herself through to a finish. And it wasn't the day that she expected, but after a recharge came back and got it done. Maybe not in a time or a level that was expected, but sometimes.
Well, how
you
about
just
our
want it.
big boss man Jamil Curry at the 17 Hard Rock, where he took what I think a 5 or 6 hour nap and proceeded to run the fastest splits of the day for the last 35 miles.
We could also say that about the Jamil Curry at 2023 Javelina 100, taking a full 6 hour nap in the middle of the race. So that's definitely something we've seen. Also, I'm trying to think. There was another example. I guess it wasn't exactly the same, but there was one year where Zach Bitter was at Desert Solstice. And it wasn't an issue of him stopping and coming back, but sometimes just pushing through the rough day to Zach wanted to move for 24 hours. He didn't want to just stop at 100 miles, a fast 100. And what he proceeded to have was probably some of the more unenjoyable miles in his life as he walked around the track to the tune of, I think he finished with 130, 135 miles, but he just wanted to see himself do it.
Yeah.
And
love it.
And sometimes people, rather than take a DNF, which there's nothing wrong with taking a DNF. I am not somebody who thinks that people have to go in and finish or die trying, because this sport should have a longer shelf life. And, sometimes people will risk, long-term benefits to try and get things done in the short term. But maybe Jonah comes back in the morning and decides to leg out a 30-mile shakeout run. And gets his buckle. Who knows? But I can say with confidence that he is not going to have his typical 14-hour 10-minute, 14-hour 11-minute as he has the last 3 years.
Fixed times too will play with your head a little bit. I feel like yes, you're running a fixed time event, but there are always people in fixed time events who have a distance goal in mind, and typically when they get to that distance goal, they if they don't outright stop, they at least take a long break. And if you're sort of running with those people, and they're talking and they're like, say it's a 12-hour and they're going to stop when they get to 50, or it's a 24-hour but they're going to stop when they get to 100. It's kind of hard to keep going.
Yeah.
And everybody else stops and sits in the shade and has a cold drink and eats a burger and instead of gutting out a 56 miler, they just stop at 50. I was guilty of doing that earlier this past year. I did both of the Nardini Manor races. The first one, Hotfoot Hamster, I stopped right at 50. And I still had 10 and a half hours left on the clock. And as Chris, you correctly pointed out, I basically allowed 3 people to beat me.
Yeah.
Because they all saw me sitting there.
Yeah,
and they knew they were going to be able to have their name ahead of mine in the standings if they just ran a couple more laps.
But to your credit, you went in with a very specific, very pointed goal. You wanted to run 50 miles, and you did it. And you're like, I'm not going to junk mile myself, any further. And frankly, obviously with the way that was a training run that was means to an end at Javelina. And when all was said and done, it's hard to say that you made the wrong
Yeah.
choice.
But 2 months later, at the next one, the one at night, the Jackrabbit Jubilee, I was committed to running all 12 of the hours.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I didn't get beat by as many people as I did in the other one, and
You were also not having as good of a time that day.
I was not having as good of a time that day.
Yeah, you weren't having as much fun at Jackrabbit Jubilee last year as you did at
Hotfoot, No, and again, I don't. I mean, it was all night run. I just don't like running all night. I know it's necessary in the sport, the sport it is for me these days. But I gladly took the Hotfoot Hamster with the 105 degrees and run through the day than the Jackrabbit Jubilee starts at 7 o'clock at night. But both of them were, like you said, means to an end, and I'll probably go back and do them again this year.
So
I just hope they trim the hedges.
Yes, definitely
the
trim the
grass.
hedges. Stella Springer, your current women's leader, about 7 miles out from the finish here. If she keeps doing what she's doing, she's tracking to a 15:25 finish or thereabouts. Her current PR is 16:43, and the current American road 100-mile standard, because her 15:43 PR was on a track, the American road is 16:04, held by Connie Gardner, a legend in this sport. And if Stella can maintain a very modest pace moving forward, if she can keep basically a 14:30, 14:40 going, Stella is going to have the American age group record for 50 to 54 in the 100-mile road discipline. Sierra DeGroff currently holding down second place, has slowed down quite a bit, but still moving, still running, but pacing for a 16-hour and change finish at this point. Has fallen off of her PR number. Her current PR is 15:59, and I know that she was looking at wanting to try and break 15 hours today. That obviously won't happen based on where she's at now. But Sierra, I've also seen as not one to simply give up on a day. At Javelina, she was not having a good day at all, finishing in about 24:20, I believe. Somebody who I genuinely expected to be in the under 16-hour range at Javelina. But
I know. Well, I saw her out at Jackass with your good friend Pete Mortimer, and they're sitting in chairs and eating meat, and
she was sitting around quite a bit.
Asked me to come over and join them, and I was like, I got a job to do.
Yeah, I didn't see her at Jackass. I wasn't out there this year, but I went out to Rattlesnake Ranch, and I did see her last 2 times through, and she was definitely when she realized things weren't going her way, she was still determined to finish, which I think is really cool.
I thought that was great.
But at the same time, her urgency was completely lifted. She was out there to party pace it, and she was readily admitting, saying, this has been rough, but she also tried to make the most of it, and I think that all in all, she seemed to have fun out there.
Yeah, she's a fun person. I mean, and she'll gut this out. Now, you said her PR is just under
15:59.
Okay, well, that's in. Do your math, but. I mean, I've got her at 86 miles and 14:18.
Yeah, that would mean she'd need to run a 7:12 pace the rest of the way.
7:12 pace. No,
she's currently holding about a 9:58.
Got it. Yeah, she's not going to do that.
So I could see, maybe I could see maybe 16:20 if things if she's able to rally. But the way she's trending right now, you're looking about a 16:30, 16:35 maybe. And
I wonder if Stella can reel in Braden.
Let's see.
Right now, they were a mile apart and a minute apart. So basically a loop apart.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
And Stella has been doing Stella things.
Erin Carrera currently our F3. About 82 miles in at 14:13 was the last check-in that we got, at about a 10:25 pace, and trending towards about a 17-hour 20-minute finish.
For Aaron?
Yeah, for Erin Carrera.
And then Jess Mullen, a handful of miles behind her in behind Aaron in fourth, and then Leanne Rivet, another handful of miles in fifth. Ed Rousseau continuing to clip off these 16, 17-minute laps.
Yeah, it's conceivable that Ed Rousseau drops 10 hours off of the age group record.
Yes.
Which I don't care what it previously was, and I don't care what age group it is.
That's amazing.
That's insane to even think about. As we mentioned, the current 85 to 89, because yes, Ed Rousseau is now in a new age bracket this year.
Bracket.
He is the young one in the 85 to 89 range. And the current record is 39 hours, and Ed has proven that he can do 32 or less, and potentially if he has a good overnight, you're talking maybe 30 hours potentially, which again is just kind of wild because that's like basically saying he could qualify for the Western States lottery at age 85 on a favorable course.
Yeah. Scotty Mills and his buddy Rick Hoops continuing to keep a steady pace towards 24 hours. Still keeping their average below 13-minute miles. Scotty, another, like Ed Eddinghausen, a very, very good hiker.
Of course, as we mentioned, HEW and I are staying here through the women's podium, and then we're gonna sign off for the evening. I don't know if we're gonna have necessarily a quiet static cam at the finish line, but we will have coverage resuming tomorrow morning as well, where we will capture the start of a couple of extra races and disciplines, catch those final runners coming in under 24 hours in the USATF 100-mile championships. We'll have the awards ceremony for the USATF 100-mile. And
probably try and have some guests into the studio.
Absolutely. That'll be a great opportunity once people like Raj and Stella and Sierra have gotten a good night's sleep. Maybe they'll come in and tell us what went right, what went wrong, what could go better. I would love to find out here, and I'm sure that we'll start to get intel from a race going on across the country, and that is the Raven. I think that the people who were paying attention to this discipline are probably going to be paying pretty close attention to the Raven as well.
I think so. Yeah, and it's kind of the last chance for folks who have their eyes on that 24-hour team to give it a shot.
It's so tough right now.
And right now, especially on the women's side, it's going to have to. It would take a pretty big effort.
So this year, 24 women have actually hit the B standard for
the 24-hour team.
Yeah, for the 24-hour team, and of course your top six: Janelle Stark, by virtue of her auto berth at Fat Ox last year; Camille Herron, Lauren Jones, Megan Eckert, Marissa Lysak, and Allison Allen. And of those, Lauren, Megan, and Marissa all qualified on the same day at Desert Solstice.
Yeah.
Last year, all three of them topping 152 miles. It was pretty amazing to witness. The men's team is no slouch either so far, as the qualifier number for that is currently at 149.6 miles. And your current U.S. national team as it stands is Scott Traer, Chad Lassiter, Don Reichelt, Matt Urbanski, Cole Crosby, and Chris Roberts. Scott Traer and Chris Roberts were members of the 2023 national team that participated in Taiwan in 2023. Matt Urbanski was not, but his brother Jeff was on the team in 2023 as well. Don Reichelt previously had a number that would have put him on the team, but a very precarious situation. He had a number of 144. Well, then he ran Desert Solstice and ran 154 miles, and currently sits in the 3 spot on the team. And unless some crazy thing has happened, I would think that the top 3 men are probably fairly safe: Scott Traer, Chad Lassiter, and Don Reichelt. Matt Urbanski, Cole Crosby, and Chris Roberts. It's harder to say.
Do you know if any of them are going to the Raven? I couldn't find the entrance.
None of those are. But the Raven has also, to this point, like, even though it is a flat, fast, track race, and also, basically built for this to be a last chance qualifier, it hasn't yielded big numbers in the 24-hour discipline. I think that the overall record for it is like somewhere in the 135 to 138 range.
Okay.
Which in this cycle is just not going to get it done.
Yeah. So this is a time of night where 48-hour runners might be taking a little rest. See that at across the years a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, across the years there's 48, 72, 6 day. But this could be kind of an early rest time. Eat a little bit more substantial food. You see those runners coming in from the left and going in the opposite direction. They are on the long course.
That right there was just Aaron Carrera that went by. Currently our F3 in the USATF 100-mile race. Here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. Being brought to you by the city of Henderson, as well as Mount to Coast Shoes. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones Wilkins. And a note on those Mount to Coast shoes, they are shoes built for the long haul, literally. They are made by ultra runners for ultra runners. They currently have 3 models, all road models, a cushioned version, a neutral version, and a stability version, and 2 trail shoes coming out in the summertime. I got a chance to try them both on at the running event in Austin last year, and so thank you to Mount to Coast for supporting the Jackpot Festival of Races, as well as lending their support to Across the Years and Fadox, 2 other fixed time events put on by Aravaipa.
As I mentioned earlier, I did talk to Trishul Shern with Mount to Coast and Gomu, and one of the things I did say was that obviously you have Mount to Coast has a pretty stout team of athletes, people like Sierra DeGroff and Megan Eckert on their roster. I think Cole Crosby as well.
Mm-hmm.
But with somebody like Megan Eckert puts bigger numbers out there, it's a big deal. I mean, having put 525 miles at a 6-day last year at the Dome, also highly competitive. I believe one Run Rabbit Run the prior year. Definitely an elite level runner. But the most significant rub that they got over the course of the last 12 months or so, and it has been a very rapid ascent from mount to coast.
Yeah.
Basically going from entering the country to in retail operations within 6 months. I think the most impressive feather in their cap was the fact that when asked about what shoe he used most when he was out on the streets of Tempe trying to win a year free Chipotle, Jamil Curry did say he used Mount to Coasts. It's
for most of the miles. I think
400 plus.
Yeah. So of the 700 or so, over 400, so more than half, so maybe not most, but were in a single pair of Mount to Coasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said he was very pleased at how they held up and how they felt, and and this is somebody who is not one of their sponsored athletes. It's just somebody who ran an absolute ton of miles in their shoes and was happy with the results.
And is kind of a shoe geek.
Yeah,
he has a lot of shoes. He's still has a couple pairs of Mizuno Mushas.
Mm-hmm.
That is an old Mizuno stability shoe that I can't believe he still wears them.
What's the oldest shoe in your quiver at this point? Is there something that you love so much that maybe you got an extra pair or two of that you just happen to realize that, they're still in my closet for...
I really loved the OG Cliftons, the Clifton 1 and Clifton 2.
Uh-huh.
And I did save a couple of pairs, and they're still in my closet. I'm sure the foam is pretty broken down just from age, but those OG Cliftons were just sweet. They really reminded me of kind of my all-time favorite shoe, which was the Montreal Maasai. That was a fantastic shoe. Unfortunately, the upper would fall apart after about 200 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But the midsole and the outsole was just a phenomenal shoe, and the OG Cliftons really reminded me of that.
I never had a pair of Cliftons the first time they were released, but I did buy a pair of the re-releases, and I was pretty pleased with those. So,
but now that I've become a running store manager, I'm like really into all the new stuff.
Oh, I bet.
I used to be as a consumer, I was an old curmudgeon, like, man, they don't make shoes like they used to. I like these, but now, I'm like, I love all the new stuff and the carbon and the this and the that. It's like,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that you've got keys to the kingdom,
now it's like, hey, so could I get a pair of those?
Yeah, and I found myself, I'm not quite sure what my favorites are as far as shoes go, but I am kind of I'm not very monogamous with my shoes for the most part. I'll try out a few different things.
Yeah, you really do sleep around, don't you? I mean, you got New Balance and you got Hoka's and you got a
little bit of everything, a Speedlands, and
yes.
But I will say my favorite road shoe to this point has been the New Balance Fuel Cell Rebel 4.
Yeah,
like it's so light.
I want to pause for a second because we're going to see Scotty Mills come through here in a second. You'll notice he has grabbed his poles, and that will undoubtedly help with his lean. He's got a very slight lean.
Yeah,
but
to his right,
he has grabbed his poles. He's actually somebody who has been somewhat outspoken, along with Ken Ward, who finished his 10th Western States last year at the age of 67, that perhaps Western States would consider allowing poles to be used for runners of a certain age. As
like
I think most
47?
I don't think they're thinking 47.
Oh, shoot.
But Western States famously does not allow poles, does not allow traction devices on shoes. And some have said that were they to perhaps allow those two things, they might have a little bit higher finishers rate among older athletes. I'm not saying that's my opinion, but seeing Scotty now, 14 hours into the event, well, really obviously working hard towards that sub 24. Pulling out, he's starting to feel that lean. Pulling out those poles just gives him that little extra confidence. And I know we've seen leaners at Hard Rock, Chris. We've seen leaners at Cocodona, and having those poles is just gives them a little bit of that peace of mind to kind of get through. I had an athlete I coached developed a really bad lean at the Tahoe 200.
Okay.
Got some poles, took about a 30-minute break, laid down, really sort of foam rolled her back, and actually, and I'd never heard of this happening before, actually fought through the lean, and it eventually went away.
Oh.
And I've always been of the mind that lean's not going to go away till you go home and sleep it off, and a couple days later, but Debbie was able to, work her way through that lean in the course of the event.
We just saw Stella go by again.
And this is Aaron, right?
Yeah, that is Aaron Carrera.
Aaron Carrera. Carrera, sorry.
That right there is Jill Hudson, our current F6 that just went through the chute. So Braden Rogau is less than 5 miles out from 100 miles, currently sitting as M4. Mark Marzin, a couple miles back of him at M5. And your leader in the women's race to this point, Stella Springer, with less than 5 miles to go.
Oh, I just remembered the other thing that Ken Ward is lobbying for age group preference at Western States is to allow pacers to start earlier.
Okay.
Perhaps not. Obviously, you can't have a pacer through Grand Chief Wilderness.
Yeah,
that's the whole reason the race is capped.
There's just Mullen and Sierra DeGroff right there.
There they are. But you could certainly say allow pacer after for 60 and above, let's say, after Robinson Flat. So that sometimes the peace of mind of a pacer could be that support that an older athlete needs as well.
Stella fading a little bit recently, still pacing for a sub 15:30, which would again be a fairly large PR for her. Current PR sits at 15:43. And anything more than a 10-minute improvement when you're at this stage of your career is pretty significant.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I've been so impressed with Stella. I know
I agree.
In one of the categories of Ultra Runner of the Year, North American Ultra Runner of the Year, that doesn't quite get the attention of top 10 is the age group awards of 50 and over, and I certainly gave a nod to Stella's performance at Desert Solstice. But I have to admit, in 2023, I gave first place to David Blaylock for his run here. That was just incredible. And who knows, if Ed continues on this route, he might be the front runner for Age Grouper of the Year already. Another runner with poles. Yeah, there's a fair bit of science that The use of the poles just takes a little bit of weight off every step, and
Every little bit can help.
every little bit helps. Ed Eddinghausen. It's about 10 minutes to 11 here in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I hope you've all had fun with your sweethearts.
I've been surrounded by my sweethearts out here all day at Cornerstone Park.
Thank you. Chris is heading out to the aid station to get some refreshment here for these last few hours of our coverage. This evening, again, we'll be on the air through the women's podium. We expect Stella Springer sometime in the next 40 minutes as the women's winner. And it's not over till it's over, but she's enjoying about a 5-mile lead over Sierra de Groff currently. And is about 6 miles from her finish. The wind, which was raging a few hours ago, to the extent that we had to have both of our producers and our director and Chris and me holding up the tent so it didn't blow into the lagoon, has mercifully subsided. So it's a beautiful, calm night right now. Many of the runners who had layers on during that windstorm have gotten shed a layer. Actually, it's not warm per se, at least not for my Arizona blood, but it's really pleasant. I think for most of you in the United States, if you're anywhere in the northern half of the country, you would love it out here right now. Dry and crisp. Runners in shorts and t-shirts. Being serenaded by the ducks. Again, there are 4 concurrent events going on. Well, technically 5 concurrent events going on right now. The event we're showcasing, which is the USATF 100 mile, which takes place on the shorter loop. The 100 mile short loop race, so that's non-USATF championship, but it's held on the short loop. And then on the long loop, a 48-hour, a 12-hour, and a 6-hour that are all taking place right now. Tomorrow, the Mount to Coast 100K, the 50-miler fixed distance, and the 24-hour will go off. So something for everyone, something for every ultra runner's fancy here at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras. Sponsored by Mount Coast. Thank you, those of you who are hanging on into the wee hours of the evening here, joining us in the chat. We really appreciate it. Ed Rousseau just cruised by. Good to see Ed out here again. Oh, thank you, Chris.
I'm just going to stand over by the heat lamp for a few minutes.
So we have our men's podium in the books. An impressive third place for Nathan Brown, under 14 hours.
Yeah, all three of the men coming in sub 14. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, 13:59:23 was Nathan's official time.
The heat lamp in here is like a magnet. It just keeps pulling me closer and further away from the microphone. It's like a win-win for me and for everybody out there.
Closing in on 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Shout out to Caleb Stevens, who just ran by us here. Going to be coming up into the view here in the ramp shortly. There he is.
Definitely got the hair game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
good
maybe
hair game.
maybe one of those future hair elites.
Yeah, it could be could be an up and coming hair. Could be a hair young gun. There's Jen Gustafson just in the picture. She is one of the aid station maestros for Aravaipa.
Does a great job. Jen working her way back from injury.
She's had a long road back. Yeah.
Pretty devastating. Had a knee replacement, I believe it was.
I think so.
And can't wait to see her back out on the trails, because I know how much it means to her to be able to be out there and be active.
Yeah, and she was definitely one of those. You were asking me about, if I ever thought, will there ever be another one? Like, she's definitely kind of been in that place too, where will I ever be able to do this stuff again? And I think she's starting to see the light out at the end of that tunnel.
I hope so. I really do. I think that would be a big boost to her to be able to feel like she, is going to be back at it. Maybe, not at the level that she was, because she had some pretty impressive results. I do believe she won the steep camp 24-hour one year up in Silverton, Colorado, which repeating loops at the Silverton ski resort is not nearly as like there are loops and then there are loops.
Yeah.
That one about 280 feet of climb and descent in a mile, and you're starting out on the low end at 9,300 feet. That's so it's pretty brutal. But she won that one year, and yeah, I think it would be great to see her make her come back to ultra running again.
Just saw Scotty Mills hit the mat right at 11 o'clock, 15 hours in. Again, we're a few laps away from Stella Springer's presumptive first place women's finish.
Looks like Stella pacing for about a 15:28. Currently averaging throughout the day a 9:17 pace. Needs to average 13:22 from this point forward to establish a new PR. Only needs to average about a 19-minute mile to average or to establish a new American standard for the 50 to 54.
19-minute mile, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's in good shape.
And that's the Connie Gardner record?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's fantastic for Stella. By the way, I mentioned this an hour or so ago. If we thought Stella could reel in Braden Rago, if the tracker is correct, they're now on the same lap.
Mm-hmm.
And Stella's about 3.5 minutes behind Braden. Might run out of real estate, but might not. That would be fourth place, the battle for fourth place overall. Although I doubt seriously either of them consider it a battle. What's on this gentleman's back? Are those sort of angel's wings?
Inflatable Buzz Lightyear wings.
Okay. Because of course.
Yes, because of course.
Yeah, two-time notes in the chat. Two-time Western States champion from 81 and 83. Jim Howard, former 218 marathoner, Leadville winner as well. Running the 100K tomorrow as part of his tune-up for another go at Western States. 44 years after he won the race. Famously ran the start to Forest Hill at 62 miles 1 week before the race, and then proceeded to run a 2:22 marathon 1 week after the race.
That's pretty impressive.
Jim Howard, he's one of the 5 septuagenarians in Western States this year. That's going to be one of the stories of the race for sure, including Nick Bassett, the current oldest finisher of Western States, who's 80, attempting to become the first 80-year-old to finish Western States. And I know at least 2 of those guys are going after the now almost 20-year-old record of Ray Piva of 28:03, the record for 70 and over at Western States. Ray Piva was the man.
Yeah, if I run a 28:03 at Western States this year, I'm going to consider that a major victory.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, just finishing is going to be the goal, obviously.
It's nice to have a couple. I mean, you could also. There's so much is condition specific too, right? Like you could have a snowy hot day, and it's like, oh man, I'm just going to be lucky to finish this thing. You could have a dry, cool day, and it could be like, wow, this wasn't so hard.
Yeah, my goal is to get to Pointed Rocks with 2 hours to go.
That would be great.
Like, that would be perfect because that's when my son is going to pace me into the finish. And I would consider that to be, like, basically the end of a perfect that would be a stress-free day to get to that point.
With 2 hours to go, you could almost do that then as a victory lap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the last time I ran it, I got there and picked up my son, Logan, and we did the same. I just kind of looked at the clock, and I was like, and it wasn't Pointed Rocks wasn't an aid station yet. It was down the road at Highway 49 crossing. But I said, Logan, get used to it. We're just gonna enjoy this, and we did. He got kind of pissed at me because I let a couple people pass me. I knew it was going to be my last time out there. I was gonna savor it.
How we doing? Nice and toasty?
Wonderful.
Oh man, thank you. Yes, indeed. You're not going to take it away, are you?
Right now? No.
We'd have to go off the air.
Just checking on you guys.
Oh, we're doing great. Thank you.
Shout out to co-race director Lee Robinson, who is handling things in the overnight here and making sure that we are warm, fat, and happy here in the booth.
Oh man, Lee gets the MVP of the day with coming in here with his heater.
Loved it so much that he literally moved himself away from the desk to be closer to it. Did AJW?
Yeah, I did. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, Mountain Outpost coverage of Jackpot Ultras from Henderson, Nevada. This is the USATF 100-mile championship. Also going on is the 48-hour, the 100-mile short course, and both the 6 and 12-hour night runs. They went off at 6. So there's about an hour left in the 6 hour, 7 hours left in the 12 hour.
Saw Braden Ragau come by just a few moments ago.
Oh, good. We can get a little idea of how close he and Stella are. This is good. Good view here down the back straight. I guess you could call it the back straight.
So, if my calculations are correct, let me take a look, and they're probably not, but so if things hold serve here, it looks like Braden and Stella should be finishing within the same minute of one another. Looks like Stella is pacing for about a 15:29:20, and Braden pacing for a 15:29:50.
Well, you got to assume they both
So-
have that sub 15:30 in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And for both of them, it would be a pretty solid PR.
You know what Braden's is?
Braden's is 24:12:19 from Run Rabbit Run last
goodness.
year, so that would be a huge number. Obviously, a much different course
Yeah.
than Run Rabbit Run. And then in Stella's case, a much smaller improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. And again, you're talking about PRing at age 54 when you have experience as a member of the national team.
Yeah.
That's impressive. So both of them looking at a great finish to the day here.
David Blaylock coming by, still rocking shorts. David, one of our octogenarians. We'll be featuring them a fair bit tomorrow. Hopefully have a chance to talk to some of their crews. Todd Lee. Hey, Todd. Oh, so one of Southern California's finest. I used to run with Todd on the AC course back in the day.
Stella finished lap 83, right?
Yeah,
So her and Braden are on their second to last lap right now.
yeah. So Stella pacing for about a 15:28:40 now, and Braden pacing for about a 15:29:50. So about a minute apart,
So Stella did pull ahead of Braden.
ever so slightly.
Yeah,
And they're both on their second to last.
second
Yeah.
to last lap.
That's good.
Go.
I just want to see them both go sub 15:30. I
Yeah.
think that would be pretty cool. We're joined in the studio booth area by the one, the only Mike McMonigal,
Right on, out here.
Wearing two jackets.
In the
wearing
weather.
two jackets.
It was going to be this cold.
All the jackets.
I mean, honestly, the temperature doesn't bother me nearly as bad as the wind did. That was rough. Where were you posted up when the wind started whipping really hard about 2 hours ago?
We were by the finish line because it was right before.
Right
Oh,
before
that's
Raj
right.
finished.
Yeah.
It was right before Raj was finished.
Yeah.
And then it happened again before M2 and M3. Like, yeah, so stuff was blowing away over there. Everything, all race infrastructure and aid station infrastructure becomes when it's windy.
It's true.
All the banners, the tents, on the wall.
Oh, we were trying to problem solve. We like took the walls down. We put the walls back up. Like, because what happened was when we took the walls down, it created like an updraft effect, and all of a sudden things started pushing up, and you could see the like you said, it was like a sail effect. So
Yeah.
we're like, well, we better put the walls back up, and then. It's still pushing. The wind was pushing so hard that, like, AGW's like, hanging up to, on that side, and Jordan's over here, and Trevor's over here, and I'm over here, and we're all basically like keeping our arms on the tent to make sure that it
There's
stays
Stella.
still.
Okay.
So that was Stella. So we should be seeing Braden come by here.
That was the one after the downhill over there, right?
Yeah.
I saw her,
So we'll kind of mark time
She
here.
is
She was
really
at 14,
moving.
15, or 15, 14, 10
I
rather.
think this is Jordan on the bike. Yeah.
The batteries have been all the cameras dry.
That right there is Stan Barry. We talked about him earlier. Stan going for his redemption tour at Cocodona. I got a little bit of a lean going, but he's about at the 70-mile mark at this point. So looking at a sub 24-hour 100-miler. Again, keeping an eye out for Braden Rogow here to see what kind of...
Did Stan miss the cut at Cocodona?
Yeah, Stan missed the cutoff at Whiskey Row.
Okay.
So night 2, I believe.
Last time I walked through the aid station, Sierra was sitting down, said she was having a rough patch. So
Oh, yeah?
we could see this Aaron Sierra F2, F3 race. But
Yeah, yeah. Sierra was definitely slowing down. Yeah, it sounds like she's had a bit of a rough go of it over the last few hours.
she seemed okay though. Like she was
Oh, all in all, absolutely, yeah. So I'm trying to ascertain when the pass between Stella and Braden happened. It was like it was about mile 89 or mile 90, where Stella just kind of slipped past Braden, and
Well, I mean, Stella hasn't slowed down.
yeah,
I mean, not substantially.
no, no. At last check, it looks like Stella is about a minute 15 ahead of Braden for 4th overall. Of course, Stella basically at this point just looking to finish strong, perhaps try and slide in under that 15:30 mark.
There's Sierra. Just by our broadcast booth.
How long did the booking be? Just estimating.
1:15, 1:30. Yeah.
You're probably closer to 130.
Yeah. Looking at the history of this race on the women's
There's
side.
Stella. So
Ste-
at this point, she'll have one lap to go.
yeah.
Stella Springer, just by our broadcast booth. You'll see. Thank you, Jordan. Here's Stella coming through the start finish with one. There she is, sneaking by.
Got a
One
smile
lap
on
to
her
go.
face now. She knows
She
she's almost
knows.
done.
got 12 minutes to get under 15:30.
We'll see what some of her recent laps look
Yeah,
like and
what
see
some of
whether or
her
not
laps
that's
look like.
11:02 was her last lap prior to this. Oh, so she's got it in her.
Yep.
We'll see if Stella can come in under 15:30. As we mentioned, her personal best is 15:43. That was at Desert Solstice last year at the age of 54. I just cannot stop talking about how impressive that is to me. Like, this is not somebody who is like new to the race or new to racing or a late bloomer. No,
and her pacing. I mean, we're just so lucky to be right here and basically see these runners every 11, in her case 11 to 12 minutes, and she has looked exactly, I mean, what you want out of a runner in a flat fast 100. She has just done that.
I mean, Stella
Is this
has
Braden? No. Sorry.
no. Stella's been doing ultras for going on a decade at this point. A lot of races in SoCal where she makes her home. Moving up through the ranks. It looks like her first 100-miler was Kodiak in 2020, finishing sub 21 hours, which is pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Finishing second. Oh, that was a virtual 100-miler. So, but still, did 126 in 24 hours at Nanny Goat in 2021. At Blue, another Ken Rubley race, did 112 in 24 hours. And maybe the breakthrough performance for her was Desert Solstice 2021, where she ran 135 miles in 24 hours, which, and then followed that up with 140.2 in 2022, which would have been what qualified her for the U.S. national 24-hour team.
What was that? 140?
140.1.
140.1.
Yeah.
And just now, just past December at Solstice, she was 148.
She was 141.9.
Oh, 141
Yeah.
again. Okay.
But
But is she sitting on the number 6 spot right now? I know you might not.
No,
have that.
she's not. She's not not positioned on the national team right now.
She's not. Okay.
Her number in 2024 at Desert Solstice 24 is 9th.
Okay.
That tells you how
It really does. Yeah.
how stout it is. She ran 134.8 at Worlds last year, which I believe was about 31st place. But the level of improvement in her career as she's gotten older. I mean, she went from podiums at San Diego 100 in 2022 to winning Leona Divide 100K in 2023, a Western States qualifier, finishing 12th at Spartathlon that same year. And then coming back and winning Leona Divide again in 2024. And her Desert Solstice runs last year, the 15:43 100-miler and the 141.9 100K. And heading back to the trails later this year as she is on the starter list for Angeles Crest.
Oh, right on. Every Southern Californian should do that.
Looks like that'll be her first career Hard Rock qualifier if she's able to get it done. She had a DNF there a couple years ago, but looking for a redemption here this year. We'll see if we can get Jordan or Trevor. We'll see if we can get a finish line cam ready to capture Stella at the finish. Haven't seen her go by on this shot yet.
No. She's been relatively easy to spot when she's had her waist belt on.
Yeah.
She's one of the few people with a waist light.
But she's been turning it on and off
that's right,
over the course of the run. So once we identify her or Braden on this stretch here, we'll see if we can catch her coming into the finish.
She got 6 minutes.
We'll let Lee Robinson, the co-race director on duty, let him know. Somebody's coming in hot. That's got to be. Oh, that's Caleb Stevens in front. You can tell by the hair.
And he's in.
I think he's in the.
Is he in the
6 hour or the 12 hour?
Okay.
He was one of those that started tonight.
6 or 12, yeah.
There's Stella right there.
Yep, there she is. In the 15:25 mark, are you going to push a button?
I'm going to tell Jordan that we need to push a button.
Okay. What does this button do? We're going to get switched over to Stella's finish here in just a moment. Stella Springer from Southern California. Got about a half lap to go. She's on the far side of the lagoon. She's going to make a little downhill, then trend to the right where she'll cross the what amounts to a causeway, a little dirt section, contouring further to the right, and then this gentle uphill to the finish. But from that point where we saw her, she's got about 3 or 4 minutes. There we've got our static finish line cam. First place woman in the Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-mile championship race. 54 years old, Southern Californian Stella Springer. Been solid, steady as she goes all day long. And this also would move Stella into the 4th place overall slot.
I just spoke with Lee Robinson, and he has got everything ready for Stella at the finish line. They're getting ready. You can see him right there with the cowboy hat on the right.
Getting the finishing tape ready. That's Lee, who's been with the cowboy hat, been a lifesaver for us, bringing this heater into our studio.
Oh, you are not kidding. No, we're grateful for Lee. He's a great guy. He's been associated with Jackpot and Beyond Limits Ultras for several years. Also involved works at Air Vipa Artworks, I believe, as well.
Come on, Stella, a minute and a half to go.
Was involved in. Oh, here she is.
And she's going to come by our area. Oh, she's moving. She's moving.
Gonna definitely come in under 15:30.
Stella Springer just by our booth. Up this final little 10-meter hill.
And 11:28:55 perhaps at the time of day. So
And
that
a
is
smile.
a 15:28:55, which would be a pretty substantial PR for her. Congratulations, Stella Springer. 15:28:55.
Excellent. First place woman, fourth place overall. 2025 Jackpot Ultras 100-mile USATF champion Stella Springer joins Raj Panu as your 100-mile national champions for 2025.
The official time I've got is looks like it's 15:29:05. And what? Oh,
Yeah, I think there's a little lag because each of the official times has been a little bit later.
yeah, and again, like Stella was maintaining, between a 9:45 and 10:30 pace on these loops for a long time. I did hear her earlier on in the day. I was actually standing by Jamil over by the start finish line, and we heard Stella communicating with her crew that she was having a hard time taking in calories, but whatever was vexing her at the time, she definitely was able to work through and figure it out. Because you look at her, like her ultra sign up, or not her ultra sign up, her Strava after this race is going to be a very interesting, very steady performance.
Her pacing was just incredible. So, whatever calorie issue she was having, she obviously problem solved them. And
yeah, her last several laps were all between the 10:15 and 11:30 range. Just
that's
constantly.
really good.
So congratulations to Stella Springer, the winner of the 2025 Jackpot Ultra USATF 100-mile championship.
Great stuff.
And I know that we should be seeing M4 Braden Rogau here fairly soon. Braden actually was a few minutes back from Stella at this point. I think that I kind of eyeballed it as being about maybe 5.5 minutes back. So we should see him probably in the next 2 to 3 minutes draw his day to a close.
Stella really had a fantastic last 5 miles or so.
Absolutely.
Just really kind of kept the foot on the gas, as you want to do at the end of 100, if you can.
So our next expected finishers, Braden Rogau, Mark Marzin, Sierra DeGroff, Aaron Carrera, and Jess Mullen would be your... And Lincoln Turnman, who we just saw come through the finishers chute there. Walter Orwin, Leanne Rivet, and Eric Smeltzer. After that, there's a fairly large gap. A little bit further down, we've got Ed the Jester sitting at M11, 16th overall. Jill Hudson, F6, sitting at 19th overall. Ed Rousseau, M14 at 20th overall. And for that octogenarian party, looks like Jim Barnes, 86 years young, is currently M15. David Harris, the young man of the group, 70 years young.
Young man.
David Blaylock, 82 years old. Frank Ingalls, 80 years old. Todd Lee, 82. And practically a baby, 65-year-old David Holt. David Holt, this is his debut 100. If he gets it done.
David Blaylock, a quick note on him, one of the early sub-24 Wasatch guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
It is wild when you look at some of these guys in their 80s and at these fixed time races, and you look back and their ultra signups and their race results, whether it be somebody like David Blaylock or Bill Dickey, or these guys who have been around John Giesler, guys who have been around the game for 40, 50 years. They've got Western States results from the early 80s, and and like in some cases, like some guys who finish Wasatch a couple dozen times, or Vermont 100 like 20 times or something. It's always pretty amazing to me to see people with those kinds of resumes who just...
Yeah, Giesler. I think Giesler's got at least 24 Vermonts.
Sounds about right. Andy's going to hit 7,000 miles at Across the Years next year.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, one of the fun things about Across the Years as well is that you have a lifetime bib number. So if you participated in the race once upon... Oh, here's Braden Rogau coming into the finish. Jordan, can we...
Finish line. Camera.
Awesome. Thank you, bud. So finishing
Braden
fourth.
Rogau. He's psyched.
11:36:47 looked like there. Congratulations to Braden getting it done. The fourth man, fifth overall.
Back on David Blaylock for a second. For his first, again, this is ultra sign up, and so things were a little different. His first 5 results in ultra sign up are all Wasatch 100 finishes. 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, and 1995. 5 consecutive Wasatch 100 finishes.
Wait, it looks like Mark Marzin is finishing as well. Can we go back to the finish?
Oh, right there, real close.
Looks like he almost ran down Braden, but Mark Marzin finishing in about 11:37:40-ish. So that would make him M5, 6th overall. So Braden Rogau's time was 15:36:55. Mark Marzin, 15:37:49. Our next few finishers we would expect to be In the women's race, our next closest individual is Sierra DeGroff. Sierra is about 9.5 miles out. We'll do some calculations here. Yeah, it looks like Sierra's trending about a low 17s finish at this point. Definitely working through it today, but sometimes it just happens that way.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna actually gonna kind of wonder here if Aaron might have a chance to run Sierra down. And Aaron is not moving overly fast, but is making forward progress. I know that we heard.
What do you have? You have Aaron at 88 something.
Let's see. Aaron is, about mile 88, 88.5. The next time she crosses.
And Sierra around 91.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's close. Braden Raugo and Mark Marzen very close together within a minute of one another.
Yeah, Mark had a nice charge in the later part of his race. I didn't even realize he was that close, to be honest. That caught me off guard. So Sierra cruising to about a 17 and change. Aaron looking at about a 17:30, 17:35 maybe. We'll get a better idea of whether Aaron is going to be able to run Sierra down based on the next time she hits the start-finish line timing, Matt.
Quick on Mark Marzen, quite a resume. Finishes at Bighorn, 100, Pinhoti. Rio del Lago. He's got a 20th place at Black Canyon back in 19 and 9:16. He's also got a 19:10 Leadville in 2019. This is Mark Marzen. Second place in the Coldwater Rumble 100 miler back in 2021. A real good showing at Rocky Raccoon in 2023, and Old Dominion, one of the old classics back in Virginia.
Still part of the Grand Slam, technically, of ultra
still
running.
Part of the Grand Slam. And he still has a busy season left with Gorge Waterfalls in April and the Cruel Jewel 100 miler in May. One of the beastliest hundreds on the East Coast. That's Mark Marzen. Good view of the two-way traffic out there on the far side. Again, the long course meets up with the short course.
Yeah, at that point, yeah, there's a little bit of. There are a couple spots on the course where
Yeah.
there is two-way traffic.
In contrast to Marzin's very robust resume, on the flip side, Braden Rogo basically has 2 ultras to his name. The Broken Brain Backyard, that's a great name, in June of last year, and then Run Rabbit Run, a race.
Very hard race with so much of it at high
Yeah,
excuse me, at high elevation.
I'd like to do that one day.
It's a great
Give
shot
that one a
right
shot.
there. That was Jess Mullen, our current F4 9th overall.
She's coming by our
Uh,
area.
Jess probably doesn't have enough real estate to slide into the podium. Is that Andre Lee right there?
There's our good friend Andre Lee.
Yeah.
He looks slightly agitated.
Nice job, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, Aaron Carrera has about a 6 or 7 mile lead on Jess Mullen for F3, so it is
Yeah, I think
unlikely.
Aaron's pretty comfortable there. It's a matter of whether she reels in Sierra.
Yeah. I like this shot because it's right before we see them, like,
Yeah.
firsthand.
This is a great shot. You can see the camping area up there to the right. It's also a little loop section of the long course that goes by those tents.
Yeah, on the other side of it, you can see, like, for instance, there's a runner in the white.
There's a runner in the, yeah, exactly.
So they split off up there, and then they kind of go back around and do a loop.
Sierra still moving well. Really noticeable arm swing. I always recognize Sierra when she passes me, often in ultras.
Yeah, she must be a little bit chilly because she usually runs with a pretty minimal kit.
Yeah. I did. You know, usually she just doesn't have a whole lot, but she must have gotten a little cold maybe when that wind came through.
Shout out to Jordan, making sure our lights are at a respectable level. Shout out to Davy Crockett for setting a cone upright that had gone
That was nice.
and knocked over. That is the kind of thing you would expect from the record keeper of our sport. That right there on the right-hand side is Lincoln Turman, who is about 80 and change into his race, just 25 years old, on lap 70 of 80, or finishing up lap 70 of an eventual 85 in order to complete the 100-miler. We've only had 7 drops so far, which is nice. Unfortunately, the 7 drops include several names that people were really looking forward to following as the day went on. Dakota Jones and Devin Yanko, the most notable names to call it a day. Stephanie Rosebow and Chad Burkholz and Jared Gallup were a couple of names that people maybe had gotten the chance to get familiar with here as the day went on. Of course, we know Chad well. Jared Gallup was actually leading the men's race for about the first 15 miles or so, and Stephanie Rosebow was running as F3 for quite a while and had a race resume that featured anything but flat fast hundreds.
Thank you, Jordan. Getting us the studio lit back up again.
Yes, Jordan, we need all the light we can get to keep us going here.
Helps us stay awake.
It has been a long weekend to this point, but we are still just getting started.
Only Friday, right? Been a long 2 weeks.
What's the old saying? Today's been a long week.
Today has been a long week.
That right there in the orange is our F3, Aaron Carrera. We'll see Aaron coming into the view here in a few moments.
Closing in on midnight here in Henderson, Nevada. Jackpot Ultras at Cornerstone Park. Great to be here with my partner Chris Warden, our producer Jordan Schmidt, the whole team at Mountain Outpost. We had a little scare a little earlier when the wind raged through and our tent almost blew away, but calm has prevailed in the later evening hours.
As somebody in the chat said, we literally held down the fort.
We literally did.
Sierra pacing for about a 17:11 finish. Erin looking like she's slowed down a fair amount here. About looking at a 17:45 finisher pace here. I was just checking to see if I might be able to alter my flight to hang out a little bit longer tomorrow, but my little standby games would probably blow up in my face, and I might find myself not able to get home until Monday or so.
Well,
So it is going to be a quick
nap.
nap tonight after the show.
It's tricky to, on the one hand, you could go with the philosophy that you've had enough travel woes that karma would suggest karma would suggest it would be easy, and you could go ahead and do it. On the other hand, you might not want to tempt fate because it could just be one of those.
Yeah, exposing myself to more ridiculousness might beget more ridiculousness.
That's right. So, yeah, tough call. Plus, you do have an event that you're the MC for. So
I do. I'm super excited about
the
this.
MC can't be late.
Yeah, and I actually have to be there fairly early.
Yeah,
But I am emceeing an event this weekend in the Phoenix area that I'm super excited about. So.
Scotty Mills just went by us again, moving pretty well.
Lincoln Turman going by on the other side of the course, about 82 and change in. Our top 10 overall have all hit the 80-mile mark. Probably smelling the barn here. Looking like they're all going to finish in, under 19 hours at this point. Probably 18:30 in most cases. It's got to be a fairly solid feeling.
I think I know why Ed is running more than he normally does. He's in the 100-miler that starts tomorrow at 8.
Of course he is.
I just checked that.
Of course he is.
And so, by the way, is Ashley Paulson. That's good to see.
Yeah.
In tomorrow's 100-miler.
I am not quite sure. I'll be honest on that one. Not that she can't do it, but her level of urgency to go after it tomorrow might not be extremely high. As we mentioned, she's still working her way back from injury.
Scotty Mills with 72 miles in the books. So again, for that elusive 24-hour finish, clock strikes midnight here. He's got 8 hours to go 28 miles. Lots of folks doing math in their head when they get to this midnight mark.
Oh, yeah.
Ed, there's Ed. Ed might be thinking, okay, if I could do a 23-hour finish, I could get a little snooze before I maybe change into my other jester suit.
It was interesting to see him wandering around at the Peoria Sports Complex in a T-shirt and pants and no jester hat.
Yes.
Doing some miles out there.
This is a section along the back straight where for a bit there is two-way traffic. Yep. We've hit the midnight mark. Been at it now 16 hours. There are in the USATF 100 miler, there are now 6 people in the house. Top 5 men: Raj Panu, Cody Poskin, Nathan Brown, Braden Rago, and Mark Marzin. And 1 woman in the house so far, 4th place overall. 1st place woman, Stella Springer, with an impressive finishing time of 12:59:05. Next 3 runners on the course are all women. Sierra DeGroff around 92 miles. Erin Carrera just short of 90. And Jess Mullen at about 83. Chris has returned from the aid station with some supplies for the next couple of hours as we're hunkering down here.
As I was over there, I was looking at the runners and thinking to myself, sometimes, you're at that point in the race where, sometimes your stomach isn't working for you and your body isn't doing what you want to. Your mind's a little bit foggy. And then I thought about the runners. A little bit of broadcaster humor there. That shows where we're at in terms of our mindset right now. Everything is a joke. Makes us laugh.
Yeah, well, it's been quite a weekend already, and it's we're just 5 minutes into Saturday.
When you put it in those terms, it's definitely a funnier thing to think about. Of course, we're at just over 16 hours for the race itself. Just saw Sierra and Aaron go by. You'll see them coming up into the window here, running in tandem. Hey, are you able to switch to that camera down there? I kind of want to see this shot here. Oh, you can't quite see them. So, just off to the left here, there are 3 individuals that are all like basically bundled up in sleeping bags and like like have barely moved a muscle since I've been standing here.
They were wearing trash bags earlier. I think it's like ponchos.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's. You can see people are. You can't see them in this shot, but there's a couple people to the left of the screen that are kind of hunkered down at this point. I wonder if they're just going to stay that way till morning. I believe the 6-hour runners ran from 6 to midnight, so they're just all finishing up.
They
You
should
can
be
see
finishing up.
a few of them posing for the finish line.
Take a quick peek at those.
Yeah.
Looks like Shelby Solomon logged 37 miles in 5:56.
It's a very good 6-hour run.
Heather Williams made it to 30 and stopped it with 5.5 on the clock or so. And Elias Malek also finished with 30 miles. And second place woman, Natalie Bond, 27.7 miles. Third place man, Mark Orlando, 27.7 miles. And rounding out the women's podium, Ellen Mueller with 23:21. No partial laps in this.
Is there another start for the 6-hour? Because there are a lot of names on the list that have not yet started.
Start when you want.
Okay, so like basically, like you could start because I'm seeing another. Looks like.
I saw something about someone who was having problems with flights or something.
Okay.
48 hour, and they were like, can I start late? Or like,
Well, for the 48, you can't start late. But yeah, I see some other runners. Actually, some from down in the valley who are coming up. It looks like I see Lindsay Diepold, of course Jan Rice, who I've seen out here this weekend already. Lori Mazza.
Well, sometimes there would be a midnight start, but we would have heard that. So maybe it is just to start when you want.
Like maybe like
Which is
every
kinda
6
cool.
hours or something like
Yeah.
that. I just got a message from my daytime job group text that said
Oh, yeah?
happy weekend, and it's like, if you're messaging me at midnight on Friday night, Saturday night, that's the quickest way for me to not have a happy weekend. Cheers to those of you still hanging out with us, the few, the proud, the still watching our live stream in
Thanks
the
for
wee
being
hours.
on.
We appreciate
it.
you. We would not be here if you were not.
There you go, the Intrepid 48. Thanks for tuning in. 16 hours and 12 minutes in. Where's everybody from in the chat?
We've reached that point of the live
We've
stream.
reached that point in the live stream. Where are you from? Where are you coming to us? Chris and I are from Phoenix. We're in Henderson right now. Technically, Chris is in Chandler, but
Okay, here's another one, an engagement bait. When you're in the Las Vegas Henderson area, what is your favorite restaurant to go to? Because I am all about the restaurants. When I was younger, I used to like to come to Vegas to gamble and everything. But now that you can do that, I don't do much gambling anymore. I find that the further along I get in my career, the more I like to keep my money. But when you're a young, foolish bartender and you're looking for a quick fix, you maybe gamble a little bit more. But nowadays, when I come to Vegas, it's all about the food. It's a world-class city for food.
good food city.
Yeah.
Someone earlier, I don't know if they're still in the chat, but hiking engineer said Farmer Boys.
I saw that. Yeah. I'm not familiar with Farmer Boys.
Apparently it's huge portions.
Yeah. I was gonna.
Do they deliver?
Had our travel plans come to fruition yesterday, I would have gone to Bacchanal at Caesars.
I saw you posted your reservation.
I got a reservation and everything, and then I had to cancel. I tried to eat at Bacchanal last year and ended up at Peter Luger, which is not a big loss there. I mean, Peter Luger's world-class institution. It was much more expensive than I normally spend, but I think that I'm beginning to wonder if maybe I'm just never fated to eat at Bacchanal on Jackpot weekend, because I'm 0 for 2 now trying to do it. But I was looking at Lotus of Siam as a potential place. It doesn't have to be a fancy place. Like, a couple years ago, my Vegas meal was lemongrass at the I think it's at the Aria, and it was really good. It wasn't very expensive either. It was probably I was probably out for $50 even with drinks. So
That's not bad at all.
yeah, for Vegas, oh, take it. I'm just always looking for something interesting, whether it be something fancy or something casual. Like I've wanted to go to the Heart Attack Grill here one of these years down on Fremont Street. You see Scotty Mills there. They're pushing through it.
Sure is. Less than 27 miles to go for Scotty.
Sierra has roughly a 10K to go. Aaron has roughly a little bit less than a 15K to go.
That is probably our women's podium. So I think fourth place is another.
Yeah, Jess Mullen is about 7 miles back of Aaron Carrera. So unless the wheels completely fall off for Aaron, a 7 mile lead with 9 to go. It basically, again, stay upright, stay on the course.
Yeah. Keep moving.
And rounding out the women's top 5 is Leanne Rive, approaching the 80 mile mark. The men's race, our top 5 are in. Raj Panu, a repeat performance as the winner of the USATF 100 mile championship.
Another sub 12 hour finish for Raj.
Yeah, 11:52:46. And then a couple of breakout performances by some young runners here at M2 and M3. Cody Poskin, 23 years old, running a 13:26:03. And Nathan Brown, 26 years old, running a 13:59:23. So all three of the top men finishing in under 14 hours. Braden Rogau, fourth with 15:36:55. And Mark Marzin finishing fifth at 15:37:49. In the women's race, only first place has been cast in stone, and that is Stella Springer, no stranger to Mountain Outpost's live streams, having run a Desert Solstice multiple times, a member of the 2023 U.S. 24-hour national team, finishing in 15:29:05, a personal best for her. Also, we believe, and obviously it'll be pending ratification, but an American age group record for the 50 to 54 100-mile road, which is knocking, by my calculations, 23 minutes off of a Connie Gardner. No, wait, more than that. 35 minutes off of a Connie Gardner.
Wow.
American standard. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a big record.
One of the storylines, I obviously won't be here tomorrow on the broadcast, but now that we know that it's in play, I have to say I'm really curious about what Edward Rousseau does tomorrow.
Rousseau does, yeah.
So Edward Rousseau, for those just tuning in, currently at 52 miles at the 16-hour mark. So you're talking about pacing about 34 hours. And he's 85 years old, so he's in the 85 to 89 age group. The current American standard in that age group is 39 hours flat. So he could knock 6-7 hours off of an American record. And no matter how you look at it, no matter what the original mark was like, that's just a wild thing to say.
Yeah. 6 hours. That's huge. That's huge.
And if running a 100-miler in 33 or 34 hours were so easy, then everybody would do it.
Right. Back to those the men's podium. 23-year-old Cody Poskin, a 13:26, and 26-year-old Nathan Brown with a 13:59, coming 4 weeks after his sub 16-hour win at Coldwater Rumble.
Yeah.
Down in Arizona. I'll be really curious to see how those two guys' careers evolve. Because you can't really fake a sub 14 hour 100 miler.
No.
You've got to have chops. You've got to have speed, but you also have to be able to do all the usual 100-mile things like take care of yourself, fuel the right way, make sure you have the right gear, problem solve if things get weird. So that to me stands out, so far as something that's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna keep my eye on those two guys. It's kind of right up there with what Will Murray did last week at Black Canyon. Sometimes folks just they have the day that that they're hoping to have. They have an A day, and I have to imagine Cody and Nathan. This is an A day for them.
Nathan ran right under 14.
Yep, just a few seconds under 14.
He said at the finish that his goal was 12 hours.
Oh, really?
What? I mean, I admire high goal setting, but you think, and I don't want to impugn or anything like that, but there's a reason that only 2 American men that I can think of have actually hit that mark, and that's because it's incredibly difficult. And that's not to say that Nathan can't do it in the future, but calling that kind of shot.
Well, I don't know if he called the shot. He just said that was his goal.
Oh, okay.
That's what he told me at the finish.
I mean, and we've had a couple people with big goals. I mean, obviously that was Dakota's goal. That was
sub 11 or sub 11:19 at least.
Yeah.
So was Raj. Oh, that wind was tough.
Yes, it was.
People were having a hard time. Sierra, she said her goal was 14:30.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, Devin was shooting for 12:40.
Yeah. That was a really rough way to start 100 miles.
And a full headwind everywhere you turned. I'll be honest. One of the things that actually kind of impressed me was the fact that we still had drones out there.
Yeah.
I was quite concerned as to whether or not that we were going to be able to have drones out there when the wind started whipping through. And maybe they mitigated that by not flying it over the lake, just in case things went south, and rather than trying to have to extract it from the lake, kind of fly it over the grassy areas. Sierra has less than 5 laps to go. We'll see if we can start to project, or I guess go back and reassess our projections for her finish.
Yeah.
The last look, we were thinking maybe about a 17-17. (16, 22).
6 miles to go, 5 laps.
It looks like Sierra's looking at about a 17:23 at this point.
Okay, so right about an hour.
And Aaron Carrera currently holding as our F3.
Ed Eddinghausen just moved into the top 10. Top 10 men.
Aaron looking like she's potentially looking at a 17:45, 17:50. That is the far side view of the course, as you can see.
That's a funny looking light in the lagoon.
Yeah. So they're on the long course.
It went away now.
It's over there. You can see it actually. It's kind of swinging.
Oh, yeah. Someone with a big arm swing on their
Yeah.
with their hand light.
It's a nice shot of Scotty Mills here coming up here under the screen.
Yep.
Also, for those who were curious or wanting to pay attention, congratulations to the golden ticket recipients at Tarawera, all the way across the globe. Looks like Ruth Croft and Daniel Jones punched their tickets back to Western States this year.
I think Dan was in already,
Oh,
but Ruthie definitely. That's great after a couple years away. But I think Adrian McDonald is a cool name. Former Leadville winner. Looks like got one.
yeah, I
on the
didn't realize
men's
it.
side.
Oh, got rid of the sleeping bag. Is that warm?
I'm getting ready to go to the bathroom.
So, Hiroki Kai out of Japan and Adrian McDonald.
Yeah, I think because I bumped down one. And then Ruth Croft and what was the other one? It was in the I Run Far article.
I did predict Ruth Croft correct in my fantasy free trail. I'm very proud of that.
So it looks like Ruth turned down her golden ticket,
Oh,
according to the I Run Far article. Caitlin Fielder, accepted hers. And in an interesting, potentially slightly controversial thing, is that Beth McKenzie was not offered a spot because she has a former doping ban.
so Helen
she's,
Minnow Faulkner has
ineligible,
the
so-
option of the golden ticket? Wow.
And she'll take her time to decide.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Although that would be a huge jump in distance over the course of like a 12-month period.
And if
She did take it.
She did take it?
She did take it. According to her post, she took it.
Wow.
oh,
So she may turn it down over the next couple days, but
the article says she's reportedly taking her time to decide.
yeah.
And then
She celebrated like she's gonna do it.
That's a shot in the arm for the women's race. I mean, that's an injection of speed right there.
Shot in the arm. Much like, what was third place's?
the doping ban.
Oh, that was
Is that a shot in the arm?
Is that a doping joke?
No, it wasn't. Not intentionally. Oh my goodness.
Cody Lynn just missed 3 minutes behind Adrian McDonald.
Oh.
So he'll probably give it a shot at Canyons.
I did have Cody Linden. I got Cody Lind. I had 3 of the top 5 correct. I was 554th place in Fantasy Free Trail this week out of 669. Of course, it doesn't help when you find out that one of your picks didn't actually go to the race. Shout out Mercedes.
So 2 more golden ticket races left. 1 in Europe, 1 in the United States. So just 8 more tickets.
Of course, the big buzz is as to who is going to be attending the Europe race. But anything can happen at this point. We're just over 16 and a half hours into the 2025 USATF 2025 National Championship. Chris Warden here with Andy Jones-Wilkins covering this for Mountain Outpost.
Without any
Hey, I think it's just a major victory that we're actually here, given the issues that it took to get here. Did you hear about this, Mike? So, AJW and I started our journey to this race yesterday at 1 p.m. We actually met at the airport because we were on the same flight. Coincidentally, we did not plan it, but our flight was scheduled to take off at 1 p.m. yesterday from Phoenix. I arrived at 8 a.m. this morning at the race, actually 8:04, so 4 minutes after it started. And AJW arrived today at 4 p.m. Now, keep in mind, we were taking a 1-hour direct flight from Phoenix to Vegas. Our trip included Pliny the Elders in San Francisco. And it included one of us ending up staying in San Francisco for the night, the other one staying in Phoenix, having gone back home. It was an adventure.
Is it wind or?
The all sorts of plane havoc into Vegas yesterday, this morning as well. So, yeah, basically, yeah. Well, we had a reroute. We allegedly missed a flight. I still have a bone to pick about that. But then when we rebooked, unfortunately, like we thought we both rebooked, but somehow they accidentally rebooked AJW for a flight tonight as opposed to last night. So he was stranded in San Francisco for the day. And I went back home to Phoenix, and when I got back to Phoenix at 3 a.m, I booked a flight back to Vegas at 7:30, and so when I got back and it was 3 a.m, I basically just decided to stay at the airport and try and take a nap there rather than go home.
That makes sense.
It was one of the wildest travel adventures that I've had in a while. Yeah, to get from Phoenix to Vegas, which is a 1-hour flight, or heaven forbid, a 4.5-hour drive. Could have driven back and forth twice. Yeah. But we made it here. And we are here and having a good time here. Made it here in one piece, each of us.
So 2 pieces.
So 2 pieces.
All right, hunkering down here for the late night hours. Does this count as Aerovipa After Dark?
I think it
I
does.
think it does, in Vegas.
It is an Aerovipa race as well.
Yeah. We don't have to rename it.
Nope. Shout out to our sponsors here, the city of Henderson, Nevada, who has been incredibly gracious and accommodating with the fact that there's a bunch of crazy kooks out in the park after midnight, running around with flashlights swaying all over the place in some cases. Also, thank you to Mount to Coast, the sponsor of the the 100K challenge tomorrow. And, of course, this is a USATF sanctioned event.
Caleb's still cranking.
Yeah,
I guess he's not
Caleb
in the
looks
6
good.
hour unless he started it just
Maybe he's in the
whenever
12
he
hour.
felt like it.
Or
There he goes. He has a purple bib.
yeah, he's in the 12 hour. So he's still plugging along.
Gotta figure Sierra's smelling the barn right about now.
Yeah.
1640 in.
She's still moving. Not moving like she was earlier, but still making her way towards the finish line here.
Yeah, I think she's got a comfortable enough lead over Erin. She doesn't really have to push it. Has Erin's tracker stopped for you?
It's only been registering on the half loops, and that's
It has, similar to what Stella's was doing.
exactly, yeah. So Erin is at about mile 93.
Okay.
And Sierra is at about mile 95. So about 2
I
miles
see.
back
There it
with
is. Yeah.
5 to go.
I see. Okay, yeah. So Sierra's got about a 2-mile lead.
I definitely need to get closer to the heat lamp, so I'm gonna.
Do a little stand-up desk
Yeah.
action.
Can I take your microphone?
If I wanted to, I'd grab that one. But no, I just want to stand closer to the heat lamp. I want to be cafeteria chicken tenders for a change.
Rotate it or move the heat lamp.
Chris, I'm sorry to tell you, but cafeteria chicken tenders don't do well under heat lamps.
Well, they stay warm. They might lose their integrity, and that's not as big of a deal if you didn't have any to begin with, right?
Last time
Nice
I had
work, you guys.
There we go.
last time I had
There's Sierra and Aaron running by us here. They're actually running together at this point.
I think last time I had a cafeteria chicken tender, it did not come out well. They weren't very good. Corn dogs were though.
Well, if you put enough hot sauce in a cafeteria chicken tender, it's fine. You put enough hot sauce in anything, it turns out fine. Maybe a little bit of ranch or barbecue sauce or honey mustard if you're so inclined. But if you can sauce up the worst chicken tenders in the world, and they're still going to be okay. I mean, people eat dino nuggets, for crying out loud.
Hey, do not
I hit him in the feels right there mentioning the dino nuggets.
do not disrespect a dino nugget like that.
Does one sauce up things?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah. Sauce it up.
Sauce it up.
What to say? The chicken tenders are better than the chicken sandwiches.
Are you okay?
You alright? All good?
Oh, I'm good. Drop my camera though.
Oh no.
Breaking news: Zach Marion has fallen, but he got up and was fine. Yeah, the chicken sandwiches suck though. I found like chunks of bone and stuff in
Where are
mean-
you going for
you
your
mean
chicken
like- you mean
sandwiches?
like-
the school cafeteria.
Oh,
Oh.
school. But like not spicy chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A.
Oh god, Chick-fil-A.
What? You okay?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, that's a loaded question.
Let's say one of the best chicken sandwiches I've had is from Cold Beer and Cheese.
Grab the microphone and we'll talk about this. The chicken sandwich chat has entered the
Yeah, we're in
The atmosphere.
It's a great chicken sandwich debate now. Cold beer and cheeseburgers.
never had theirs.
It's pretty good.
I go there for cold beer and wait for it, cheeseburgers. They actually have great chips. Their potato chips are excellent.
Their chips are pretty good.
But yeah, I don't go there for a chicken sandwich. I go there for a completely guilty, decadent burger of some kind.
Their
Although I
burgers
guess
are
you can
just-
do anything with a chicken sandwich there that they do for a burger. So
Yeah.
I'm more of a buffalo chicken sandwich kind of person.
I love a good buffalo chicken sandwich.
I don't do spicy stuff really.
Really?
I cannot handle heat well.
I'll do.
Just wait, young Jedi.
Yeah, it doesn't get better. If you're not handling spice well at your age,
Like I can handle up to a certain amount of heat. Buffalo I can't do. I can do like a mild sauce, but it depends on the mild sauce because all mild sauces are made differently.
so I used to collect vodkas, and I realized that was a very bad collection choice. So I stopped collecting vodka. So in lieu of that, I guess I just needed to collect something. So I started collecting hot sauces, and I started not like insanely hot, like ghost pepper need gloves and goggles type of stuff, but like unique, like various, like in some cases Hispanic hot sauces, Asian hot sauces, and things
Unique
like that.
flavors and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
like different, compare and contrast to. So I've got a fridge shelf that's like basically nothing but hot sauces at this point.
Have
so.
you ever been to Little Shop of Hot Sauces?
No.
On 16th in Virginia. It's right around the corner from my house. Sorry, 7th Street in Virginia.
Okay.
You should go there. It's right
do I
next
have
to.
the,
It's right between Virginia Liquors and the Doggy in the Window grooming shop.
Okay, so the Virginia Liquors is the place that has a pretty good beer selection, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's catty corner across from a place I've never been.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, it is
Right on 7th Street in Virginia.
some sort of club of some kind.
Yeah, with no windows.
Yeah, with no windows, and I'm not a member. Like,
Right.
If you like hot sauces, I got a store at the mall for you.
is it one of those seasonal, like
Nope. This is year round.
Oh, interesting.
When you
I
when
don't know
you
how they pay their rent.
when you stopped collecting vodka, what did you do with all the vodka?
So tell me more about this hot sauce restaurant or this hot sauce store, Jordan.
I don't know how they pay their rent because I don't ever see anybody shopping there.
Uh huh.
I
It's
only
one of those
see
places that like
employee
has
at a time.
samplers everywhere.
Yes.
Okay.
It's literally just shelves and shelves of bottles of hot sauce.
Yeah, so I took my son to one of those one time, and I didn't realize until afterwards that they actually said that you had to be 18 to try certain things, and he was like 14 at the time, and
Oh, yeah.
he grows. Well, he doesn't anymore, but he used to grow his own ghost peppers and stuff like that. Yeah, he would experiment in the garden with them, and he would bring a few of them out every year to try and like get me to try one, and I would just break his poor little heart by saying no. I mean, I'm not like, I mean, my spice limits are somewhere between serrano and habanero. Like, I don't like a raw habanero. I like the smoky flavor of one when I take the seeds and the pith out, and I'll throw a half or even a whole habanero that's completely seeded and the pith removed into a full blender worth of salsa that I'm making from scratch. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, I don't like eat extremely spicy stuff to the point where like it's going to cause me, GI issues. Like, I just like something with a little bit of heat and maybe a vinegar tint too as well. Like I said, a buffalo chicken sandwich. Sign me up. Whether it be at a fast food joint or a local mom and pop place, or one of my favorite local haunts has they do a buffalo chicken wrap, and they do a really good job with it. It's simple. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I like.
Like, I'll say this, and this is gonna make me sound like such a young person and not shed any very good light on me, but like, I want to say my best way I can explain my heat tolerance currently is whatever they put on the quesadillas at Taco Bell. I
Oh
don't
my!
know what sauce it is.
Your stomach is pretty sensitive.
Yeah. Like, I could handle.
He's like,
more,
whoa, whoa,
but
whoa! That's
just-
too much mayonnaise on that sandwich right there.
I don't even like mayo. Like,
It's
that's the only
too
thing I can,
spicy.
like, say at the moment because I can't think of anything hot. I don't eat hot stuff, so it's like, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of right now. Is Taco Bell, whatever they put on the quesadillas.
I wonder what that is.
It's probably the mild or medium sauce.
Jordan smells a pack of Big Red and starts to gut.
Have you had any of that stuff at Taco Bell that they make out of Doritos?
Oh,
I
the
love the Doritos Locos Taco.
Doritos
Yeah.
Locos
Sponsored.
Tacos.
had a couple of them.
I think I've had them once or twice. I
Any
don't-
good?
It's a taco that basically is just a Dorito.
Yeah. Seems weird.
It is a little bit, but
Yeah. Seems like it's too much mixing.
Somebody's asking about a time cutoff for this race. I guess technically they just have to be done by 2 p.m. on Sunday. I think is the something like that. I think
probably
that
be
because
done
the last available window to start the 6 hour is 8 a.m. on Sunday.
yeah.
So Sierra is about 3.5 laps out from the finish.
Yeah,
And Aaron
when I was
is-
a wing cook. I used to do all the hot sauces. I had to make them all, and a lot of the custom ones we made, like the in-house sauces, I'll use Frank's Red Hot and stuff. And I want to say that's probably the spiciest I could handle, but we had some we had a habanero sauce that it was hot, but wasn't bad per se.
What do you like better, the wings or the clubs?
I've never really had a preference.
Really?
I like them both.
You
I
know-
like flats because I just feel like I'm getting more of the meat, and like there's like little bit.
You know what's
like-
hard with the clubs is getting a good dip out of the blue cheese.
Oh,
Whereas with the wings, you have this technique where you can sort of just shove it down with your hand and make it dangle off and dip that whole sucker right into
Oh,
the
yeah.
blue cheese.
Oh yeah.
it's like eating crab legs and dipping them in butter. Like
A
that's the
little
same
bit
kinda
like that. Yeah.
technique.
So I used when I was your age, I was total club man. But
I
I've
guess-
evolved.
If I'm going,
No, he was club man, like nightlife.
But I've evolved. Now I just give the clubs to my kids.
now I'm imagining.
They're not even kids anymore.
Now I'm imagining AJW in like some disco
In
rave
the
or
nightclub.
whatever.
Oh my gosh, are you really?
I don't even know what to imagine. But I just am.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
If I have to go on pure value for my money, though, drums,
What,
because it has
okay.
more meat.
Yeah, but like for instance, when I go and and I'll get wings by the pound at the grocery store. I'll go to the wing bar sometimes. Like I feel like the flats actually have more because there's less non-edible to it.
True.
So
It honestly depends on like the wing.
that's true too.
Like at
Yeah.
the place I worked, we never got consistent sizes or types. Like sometimes they could be like a light golden, sometimes they could be like a brown, and so it would always differ. Sometimes we'd have small, sometimes we'd have like massive ones.
You know what should be banned? Absolutely banned from store shelves? Boneless wings.
It's a
Well,
chicken
I
nugget.
don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have a problem with them being available. I just hate the fact that they're called boneless wings.
It's a chicken nugget.
They're chicken nuggets.
That's fine.
Yes.
So just ban the name boneless wings.
And you know what? You know
Just
who?
call it a
You
fat
know who
chicken nugget.
argues against that? Nobody. So like, I don't understand like what they're trying to accomplish. Like even the restaurants, like the people at restaurants are just kind of like tongue in cheek, like they get it, you know?
So you want bone in or boneless?
Yeah. And they're
Doesn't change the price.
yeah, and you just
Just
look at
changes how much you get.
yeah. Well, I think that the bone like at places now the boneless wings are cheaper now.
You know what shouldn't be banned? Seedless watermelon.
That should be required.
I think seeded watermelon should be banned. Just
It's just objectively better to have to not deal with seeds.
I know. And since you can do it where you don't have to deal with seeds, why? I mean, just people are like, "Oh yeah, I love the seeds." Nobody does that.
Yeah, I was just, who says that? Yeah.
Hey, mom, get the one with the seeds in it.
Boneless wings, it's like a cheeseless cheeseburger.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a hamburger.
It's just a hamburger. It's just yeah.
It's just a fat chicken nugget. And like the only reason they're named differently, I think, is just to differentiate processed versus unprocessed.
Absolutely.
And the breading. They're usually crispier.
The boneless ones. Yeah.
Boneless wings versus chicken nuggets.
What about
the boneless wings are
chicken?
The popcorn chicken?
Yeah,
Oh, like
That's
just
just a
basically
tiny chicken
mini
nugget.
chicken nuggets, yeah.
Yeah.
With a lot more like the Detrius, the little like nuggets that actually don't have any chicken in them. Like when you order popcorn chicken from
It's just
a
all
fast food
bread.
place. Yeah, it's like fried breading.
You know what's good though? That's also popcorn. Popcorn shrimp.
Oh.
I don't know how they. I don't know what it's made of, but
I don't
it's
want to
good.
know. I'll keep eating it.
It's good. I'll get some popcorn shrimp. Boneless popcorn wings.
Folks, this is free. This is the
you tell us
17-hour 1 a.m. Discussions here at Jackpot. But yeah, no, I mean, this all stemmed from I think, of course, a little bit ago I asked about places to eat here in Vegas, and since nobody answered, I had to.
There was
I
one
think
place we went to on Wednesday night, but I don't really. It's just a pizza place. It's
Wait,
called
you were here on
Sarah.
Wednesday night?
Yeah,
I was thinking about flying in on Wednesday night.
yeah. I drove.
Man, we should have. We might have even gotten here.
Up. You might have.
We should have.
I mean, I drove up here with Lee in the afternoon, so.
Oh,
And
okay.
then met with the rest of the crew. But yeah, it was called like sourdough, something like that.
The name of the place?
Yeah. I
The
just
last
thought-
time when we were here last year, I found a restaurant and had a nice meal. There's a sports bar that was kind of like down the street from our house that we stayed at last year. It was about a half-mile walk, but it was good. There were a few places like as if I would have like taken an Uber, I would have gotten there faster and been able to like have more choices. But yeah, I found it was a Mexican restaurant and had some good margaritas. Couldn't have too many good margaritas because I had to be up early for our call time.
What I remember, one thing I remember from last year is walking out at like midnight or something or late, and you're passed out on the couch, and G1 Transformers is playing on the TV.
that tracks.
It's like, this is the most random thing that I would never expect Chris to watch.
Oh my goodness, I watch G1 Transformers all the time.
It's amazing. I
It's
love it.
it's just comfort.
Yes! Crank it!
We'll see Sierra DeGroff and Aaron Carrera coming through here momentarily. Aaron in the orange and Sierra in the black. But yeah, no, I use 80s cartoons to fall asleep to because it's something that just kind of soothes me and I don't have to like actually pay attention to what I'm watching. It's one of the reasons why I don't actually watch a ton of like new TV anymore because I have a rule about watching a series while I'm like falling asleep. I hate it because I don't want to wake up and I learned this from
Miss
being a
half the
Walking Dead
show?
fan. No, well, when you watch a show like Walking Dead, you wake up like after falling asleep through an episode, and like half the people you were following are dead. So like, I didn't like that. So I don't watch new shows when I go to bed. I watch either old 80s cartoons, a TV show that I've watched from start to finish like multiple times, like Community or Arrested Development, Parks and Rec, that type of stuff, or old pro wrestling.
I do the same.
Yeah.
Once I've watched a show through and I enjoyed it, I'll
Mhm.
use it to sleep. But like I don't like to watch stuff I'm like in progress on.
Yeah, anything that I've got a vested interest in, like if I'm watching it and I fall asleep and I wake up and I'm gonna see something that I'm not meant to see yet, it annoys me.
Yeah.
Do you
I
know
was-
if they still have strawberry milk?
Yes.
Do they? Can you still get it?
Yeah.
Like quick?
No, it's gonna take them a while.
I
No,
wouldn't-
quick. The Sting.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't drink that, but probably.
I
Yeah,
haven't
they
had
still
it.
have strawberry quick. Yeah.
I gotta go get some.
What?
I haven't had it in like since I was a kid.
That should get in the way of watermelon seeds.
Yeah, exactly.
Be prohibited.
One thing I've also always liked is Cosmos. The
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson show.
Oh yeah.
That's always been really good.
See, I think that's a little bit too interesting though, like to
It's
fall asleep
something-
to.
It's something I've watched through like 4 times already.
Okay, that makes sense then. Like I want something that like is not going to really trigger any like higher brain function. Hence the fact that it's cartoons, wrestling, or stuff that I already know from cover to cover. Like, I just did another assessment, a little audit of where Sierra and Aaron are pacing, it looks like Sierra is going to be finishing around the 17:35 mark, and Aaron probably at about the 18-hour 5-minute mark. So we're talking probably about an hour for Aaron and maybe closer to half an hour for Sierra, maybe a little bit more.
Might be getting that adrenaline a little bit here.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. I would love to see them.
She might get pumped to try and go sub 18.
I could see that for sure. Of course, Sierra is not going to match her PR, which would have been 15:59, which was at Jackpot 2023. But Aaron's, as I mentioned, Aaron was not on my pre-race prep because she jumped into the race this weekend. And her PR for the 100-mile is 21:51:59, so she actually will be PRing.
Yeah.
Are you seeing this, AJW?
What's that?
Are you seeing this?
Oh, man.
I'm actually trying to hide it from you.
Yeah. And not only that, after we have this discussion about spicy food and how it simply doesn't hit him, right?
It's a quesadilla.
You said
Literally-
quesadillas were spicy.
Yes.
I said Taco Bell quesadillas.
Oh, so a much more authentic Mexican restaurant is okay, though.
Be careful of that guacamole. There might be some.
There might be a little fleck or two of, yeah.
I don't even like guacamole.
Okay, now you're just trolling us
I
here.
tolerate it.
You
don't-
tolerate guacamole.
I prefer salsa.
Really?
Yes.
Does it
Hey,
go with your
Jordan.
dino nuggies or what?
Jordan, can I have that? That thing Adam just brought in, can I have it?
You can eat that.
Can I have a bite?
I'll do you one better. Here's the whole section.
Look at Chris.
I'm kidding, Jordan. I don't
Wait,
wanna
I see some green in there.
I
Is
don't wanna eat-
is that like
I
a
don't wanna
pepper of
eat
some
your
kind?
food.
That is a pepper of some kind.
For those of you,
Yeah.
those of you at home, Adam, one of our great guys around here, just brought Jordan dinner,
This is second dinner.
and Chris and I have been sipping on Coke and eating PB&Js for 7 hours.
I haven't had
Hey, you had the
lunch
chili.
yet.
Right?
I did get some tomato soup a little bit ago with a grilled cheese sandwich. That was excellent. Oh my goodness! Keep your food. Well,
I'm good.
I'm fine. We're just trying to shame you,
Is this
Jordan.
yours?
There's
Yeah, I was wondering whose it was. Who's is that? Is that just one?
Check out the
Is that just the Vans? That's what I was looking for. Sorry, I took your nice one. There you go. There's the bag.
so AJW trying to shame Jordan for not sharing his quesadilla. Meanwhile, he's taking Adam's sleeping bag and preventing him from
That
going to
bag almost
bed.
Blew into the lagoon.
Things
Thank you.
things have just completely flown off the rails here at this point.
Thank you, Adam, for the sleeping bag.
They flew off the rails yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, they darn near flew off today too.
This is what happens at 1 a.m., folks.
It is. It is absolutely what happens at 1 a.m.
And if you think this is nuts, just wait till Cocodona.
Yeah, Cocodona kind of does that.
Yeah. I drank way too much caffeine that week. I really hope there aren't any medical people watching right now, because they would honestly wonder if how I'm still alive at this point.
Sierra DeGroff has hit mile 90, got less than a 5K to go at this point.
So she's halfway through her third to last loop.
Yeah.
So when she comes back through the start finish, she'll have 2 laps.
And she is basically exactly 2 laps ahead of Aaron, with whom she was running for several laps. So after Sierra gets done, Aaron will have 2 more to go, and that will round out our women's podium. Assuming something completely weird doesn't happen, as Aaron has 5 miles to go and about a 9-mile lead on F4 Jess Mullen.
You know what this could use? Salsa. Just a dip.
Jordan talks about all these things that are too spicy, and then is like basically complaining that he doesn't have any salsa for his quesadilla.
Hey, it could be worse.
Could it?
Yes.
It's amazing. I never took this jacket off all day. Like, it was like you can come to Las Vegas and you think it's gonna be warm out, but that was definitely not the case here.
I'm actually glad I packed this jacket.
Yeah, I think we're all. I think we all packed fairly heavy. Well, one thing that we've learned from doing this coverage when we're on site with Mountain Outpost is that it might get warm in the daytime, but when we're out here late or in the middle of the night, I mean, things get absolutely frigid out here. So that's one thing that HW's always got a puffy with him or 2.
Oh, yeah. Some most of the time too.
Yeah. Yeah, we were able to pack puffies and yet still climb onto the airline without a carry-on even. We're getting pretty good at this.
You know what we need? We need the ability to just mic up a runner. Just hand a runner a little wireless mic
Oh, that'd be good.
and just get their thoughts on the course.
Just give them like a headset. Well, I mean, we could do that where we just basically, yeah. I mean, we could interview them on the fly in some cases, or I would have no problem with that. We just have to be careful who we mic up. Certain people work a little bit more blue than others. Like Ken today. Did you hear? Were you here when Ken was on with me?
When was that?
It would have been about noon or so.
No. I left around 9.
Or was that Trevor? Okay.
That was Trevor.
Yeah, Ken Ribley is a very enthusiastic individual, and sometimes when he gets extremely excited, his indoor voice and filter just disappear.
The vocabulary kind of expands.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. But he was just super excited about working with the Achilles International team.
David Blaylock coming through. 12-time Wasatch Front finisher. Just a Wasatch
Got a
legend.
couple more coming in. We've got Ed the Jester and Stan Barry coming in. And I will say, keep it up, Stan. Good job. And, I did notice that Ed was, shuffling / running a little bit more than he
is
usually
definitely
does.
running more than usual.
And of course, you said why AJW?
Well, because he's in the 100-miler that starts at 8 in the morning.
So he's got to get it done tonight.
Yeah.
To just add to his tally.
So I think he's probably.
According to Jamil, he's belay locked in.
He's probably Ed's probably forcing the issue a little bit so he can get a little bit of rest. And then he'll just sandbag the second one.
Ed's only got a little under 25 miles to go.
Ed does?
So he's got a marathon to go, 6 hours to do it. I mean, yeah, he'll be fine in getting it done, but his rest is probably going to be maybe an hour or so.
Yeah. Although I suppose he doesn't have to start on time.
Oh, that's true too. That's a good point.
Since there's a pretty big cutoff, he could just, or he could do something like one lap and then take a nap. Or
in case you're wondering how you run 50, 100 milers in a year, the answer is do 2 of them in a weekend.
Yeah. I think he did 3 across the years. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever saw somebody do that was who was that? Walter Hanloser. When
when he was doing 50 hundreds in a year.
Yeah. I think he did the 48 hour, then the 24 hour, then the 48 hour, some like mechanism of there within of to get 3 more ultra or 100 milers in. It's not only a lot of miles, it's just that gets expensive.
It gets expensive, yeah. Thank you all for sticking with us through the night here at the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada.
Turn off picture. I currently, it's not even angled correctly. Maybe turn that a little bit.
Well, I see Sierra and Aaron going past us right now.
All right, so that's 2 laps to go for Sierra. Well, from when we see her come by here.
Yeah, and 4 for Aaron. What I'm wondering is, are they keeping this pace all the way around the lake? It doesn't seem like they are.
No. They get out of sight and then just walk.
That's like what I did last weekend at Black Canyon when I saw Howie Stern setting up to take my picture. I picked up a jog, sucked in my stomach. My shoulders were nice and firm and straight, and I said to him, "You got it?" And he laughs, and I just, all right, cool. And I just slowed down to a shuffle and stopped sucking in my stomach. And much better. Don't you picture in picture us.
And here's Chris turning his back on the camera.
Just gonna put a mirror.
So, yeah, Sierra has 1.7 miles to go. Do some quick calculations here. I'm sure Sierra is smelling the barn at this point. And Aaron has 4 miles to go. Sierra trending about a 17:32 finish, and Aaron at about a 17:57.30. I'm going to take the under on those because I'm just going to assume that, like, for that last loop for Sierra, she might pick up the pace a little bit because she just really wants to get this knocked out. And she is a fan of ducking under numbers, as we mentioned. Her PR is not 16:01; it is 15:59. 15:59.56. So I could see Sierra trying to make sure she gets under 17:30. Not familiar with Aaron, but if they're still running together, that would pick up Aaron's pace as well. So I think we'll see Sierra duck under 17:30 here, and Aaron probably about 25 to 30 minutes after that. I went to go and check to see what time I should be at the airport, and it says boarding begins in 3 hours 51 minutes. like mercy, I don't think I have time to go to the house.
What time is your flight?
5:40.
5:40.
Yeah, I'll be landing in Phoenix before 8 a.m. and I will probably just head straight home and take a nap.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I actually, as I mentioned, I have an event this weekend that I'm emceeing, and I mistakenly booked for Saturday because I thought that the event was Saturday this year. It turns out it's Sunday. If I had to show up at this event on Saturday, I would be up a creek.
Yeah.
One of the things that I love about this event is because I get to be all, bouncy and bubbly. And if I had to do it Saturday, it would not be good.
You gotta be energized up. All right. Well, we are 17 hours and 20 minutes into this. We had an incredible race on the men's side with Raj Panu going under 12 hours for the second year in a row. And then 2 other men going under 14.
Yeah, and both of them massive PRs. Cody running at 13:26:03, and Nathan Brown finishing just under 14 hours at 13:59:23.
And then 4th place overall and 1st place woman Stella Springer under 15:30, new age group record, American age group record, pending ratification by a mile.
Yeah. Stella ran a 15:29:05. The previous record was held by the legendary Connie Gardner at 16:04. So you're talking about a 35-minute improvement on an American record that it held for some years. Who is running the Run Steep account now on YouTube?
That's Janelle.
Is it?
Yep. I mean, technically I could be, but I don't.
Jamil coming in hot on the YouTube chat.
Yeah. Jamil, why are you still awake? It's 1 a.m.
Well, Chris, look at the bright side. It's 2:22 in the morning in Arizona.
Yeah, I bounced back and forth across time zones a couple of times in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So if it's possible to get jet lagged, just going back and forth on between two time zones, I think I've accomplished that.
Yeah. If you've not been to Jackpot, the two courses are, they cross over at a couple places. One of them's about 1.17 miles. That's the short course, and the long course is about 2.3 miles. Long course has a few more zigzags and a couple of 180-degree turns, or almost 180-degree turns. And both of them go around this beautiful little lagoon filled with waterfowl. There is ample parking. There are indoor bathrooms. The aid station is set up right on the course in typical Aravaipa style.
It's a great location for sure.
And a big covered pavilion where we have a few vendors that set up, and timing tent is right there, just to the right of what you're looking at right now, and we're just about 100, not even 100 yards down from that. Our live stream set up feet away from the course.
AJW, I can hear you from across the lake laughing. I
Haha!
just want you to know that
Nice.
voice carries,
It definitely carries.
whether we wanted to or not. Ooh. Freaking farmer carried both of those damn batteries all the way around the lake. Tractor to be sore tomorrow. Doing that? Carrying them that far? Yeah.
think I might have biffed on my calculations because I don't think Sierra is going to be able to come in. Maybe my numbers were. I guess if I pull the wrong number, that's what happens. So let's see. So Sierra probably looking at about a 1740
Okay.
here, and Aaron. So Aaron looking about an 1805, 1806.
So they're pretty close together.
Yeah.
Less than 2 laps.
Yeah. Well, no, they're exactly 2 laps apart. They're running
okay.
together. So. But yeah, I gotta, like, that's basing it on their entire paces here. I would say that I probably need to, and Sierra actually, and Aaron just went by. So Sierra on the final lap.
Here they are. So they're hitting it. They're hitting it at 128. So 1 to go for Sierra.
Yep. And she's not on the cusp of any numbers.
So yeah, right around 1740 or
Yeah.
42-ish.
Sierra's last 2 laps were in the 1545, 1550 range. So we're talking about a 1738, 1739.
Okay.
And Aaron's were exactly the same, but she has 2 more to do after this one.
And if she's doing about, are they doing about 12-minute laps?
About 15 or 16.
15 or 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, their overall paces are closer to the 10 and a half, 11-minute mark, and that's what threw my math off. Thanks for tuning in, Nocti. Appreciate you sticking around through the last discussion. where chicken sandwiches, chicken wings, and the spicy food took a beating.
That's all right. We learned a lot about Jordan,
Yes, absolutely.
international man of mystery that he is.
Not very international, but very mysterious.
We also know that Adam likes Jordan the best.
That's definitely true.
Makes one wonder what Jordan does to deserve the Mexican food.
I mean, he didn't
delivery.
even ask us.
No. I bet you. Here's the thing. I bet you Jordan didn't ask either. I bet you it just showed up.
He asked me. He said he was going to Del Taco, and I said, just get me a chicken and cheese quesadilla.
I really like Del Taco too. I'm now
Wonder
I'm
what-
doubly hurt.
I wonder if Adam just forgot we were here.
Probably.
Yeah.
No, he knew we were here. He still just ignored us.
Here's Scotty. Holding up strong. And if you're wondering, he always does that hangdog mouth open breathing thing.
I actually was wondering
Kind
that.
of goes back to his hard rock days. Just keeps his mouth kind of hanging open. He did it when he was young. Gonna try, unless I have a baby to go to. Scotty's got 77.8. Man, he's got a shot at 24.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Short course has Seth Greener on the top of the list with 83.6 miles. Thomas Jackson, 83.6 as well. So a tie. Well, they're 9 minutes apart, but on the same lap. AJ Juarez, 80.1. Rick Hoops, name been around a long time, 78.9. Brandon Smith, 78.9. Scotty Mills, 77.8, along with Mike D'Agostini. And then Retherly Bonilla, 71.9. And then leading the women's race in the short course, Eileen Bloom at 67.2.
In the 48-hour, Heather Goddard is opening up a can of something here. Has opened up a 10.5-mile lead on the field.
Look at that. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, basically, 11.5 miles ahead of M1 David Gold, and a staggering at this point 16 miles ahead of F2 Regina Pierce already at this point. And hanging at F3 is Amy Maurer, who's a highly decorated multi-day runner. Yeah, Heather in it to win it here this year. Approaching a 100-mile first day here.
You probably know some of this. She's a veteran of Silverton Alpine runs back in 2023. She did the 50K in 6:08. This is Heather Gothard. She has a finish at Rocky Raccoon, so a flat sort of like this in 2021 in 2056. And she goes all the way back to the North Face Endurance Challenge in San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Back when that was a huge deal, I
Yeah.
assume.
Looks like first 48 hour. She has a, might want to look this up, but she has a DNF at last year's Cocodona. Maybe this is a little training for redemption there.
Love to see it.
Hasn't done a race since then. Since that DNF at Cocodona last May.
We're just waiting to see Sierra and Aaron hit the timing strip on the far side of the course. That would mean that Sierra has half a mile to go, or half a lap to go rather, and Aaron has 2.5 laps to go. Keep it up. Nice work.
Adam said this was like authentic Mexican. I'm reading the name of the box. Don Tortaco.
I still can't believe he didn't even ask us. Just brought you a meal in front of the two of us who have been slaving over a microphone for the... I'm just kidding.
Past almost 7.5 hours.
Yeah, it's true. But we're having fun. We always have fun out here.
Totally down.
Shout out to Joe Boucher and Maya Detmer for holding down the fort this afternoon. Doing a great job. I tuned in quite a bit. And for two individuals who do not have a lot of experience live streaming, I really liked the fact that you could tell that they know each other pretty well and were able to do a great job in keeping the audience engaged. I look forward to seeing more of them on our live streams. Thought they did fantastic. I'm not showing Sierra as hitting the
Far side yet?
the far side yet. Okay, actually now I am. It's 17:35:51. So she's gonna be coming through here fairly
Should
soon.
be within 3-4 minutes. Or are those the people that were hunkered
Yep.
down?
They were.
That's a lady wearing a garbage bag. Here comes Sierra.
There we go.
Sierra de Groff.
Coming in, ready to be done with it. That's your F2, Sierra de Groff right there. Nice job, Sierra. Way to get it
Attaboy,
done.
Sierra. Sierra de Groff.
Your F2 finishing in about 17 hours, 41 minutes, and some odd seconds. 1741.14, perhaps.
Second place. And here comes Aaron. And
With
she's
2 laps to go.
2 to go. Making her way through some traffic.
Yeah, a bunch of people just came in at once.
I had a rental car, but I stopped. They took my charger.
Zach, probably. The white one.
Yeah, that's my charger. Hey, Zach. All right.
You're live.
What? Oh, talk? Yeah. So Sierra's final finishing time, Sierra DeGroff, second place, 17:41.22. This is Sierra's third consecutive podium finish here at the USATF 100-mile championships, having won the race in 2023 and finishing third in 2024.
So she's got one of each. She's got a gold, silver, and bronze.
She does.
Fantastic. And this is a local race for Sierra.
Yeah.
I don't think we've talked about that, but she's a Nevadan. Comes out to events in Arizona.
A member of the Air Viper racing team. Also sponsored by Mount to Coast. And right now we're going to be sticking around on this coverage through the completion of our women's podium. And that means we are awaiting F3, which we are believing is going to be Erin Carrera. If it's not Erin Carrera, then something has gone completely haywire, as she's got a better than 8 mile lead on F4 Jess Mullen with under 3 miles to go. Actually, about 2 miles to go.
Yeah, she's on her penultimate lap. Well, we should see her coming by here, probably within the next 7-8 minutes. She's doing about 15-minute laps.
I wonder if she is going to feel as pressed because she ran with Sierra for quite a while there.
Yeah, they ran together for a long time.
I would say 15 plus miles, in fact. One thing I have noticed is that Sierra does seem to like to run with other people.
She does.
Fairly large amount when on an event such as this.
Yeah, I even noticed her doing it at Desert Solstice. You just on a track.
Yeah.
You know, if she'd group up with somebody going, and I would assume she's willing to adjust her pace accordingly in those circumstances as well.
Yeah, I know that she was running for a little while with Stephanie Rosebow and Devin Yanko. I think she was kind of following behind Devin a little bit, but also ran with Stella for a little bit. And as we mentioned, ran with Erin for a fair amount of time as well. I don't think Erin is... she's not going to come in under 18 hours, but perhaps maybe 18:10. I think my last calculations had her at 18:05, 18:06.
Has some solid results at both flat and fast stuff and more hilly. Yeah, I think she'll be a little bit north of 18. I mean, depending on when we see her, but I think you're probably right in about that 18:10 ballpark. And the runner you see up there toward the top of your screen, just going by the tent, is on the long course. Does a little loop up around the parking lot area. And the runner you see with the flashlight coming towards us, or the headlamp coming towards us, is on the short and long course, because everybody comes up that final straightaway. It's kind of a cool design to sort of maximize the use of the various paths around the park. Last couple of years, this event, the 100-mile USATF Championship, has been bookended by Aravaipa-hosted Fat Ox 24-hour run. Takes place a couple weeks before Thanksgiving down in Estrella Mountain Regional Park on the southwestern side of the valley, the Phoenix Valley. Same location as Coldwater Rumble. Same park, at least. Different park, different start-finish area, but same park. And 24-hour bids are automatic for the winners, regardless of distance at Fat Ox. And along with Jackpot and Across the Years and Lake Warramug out in Massachusetts, those 4 races form the Mount to Coast Ultra Series. New series of road ultras sponsored by performance footwear company Mount to Coast. Their first year of such a series. They had an excellent expo set up at Across the Years, right there in Peoria Sports Complex, and similarly here. Nice setup with samples of their footwear and tech reps to explain their footwear. Good product. I've got a pair right here, actually. Right now, all 3 of their models focus on road, with 2 trail models coming in a few months. And as Chris pointed out earlier, Jamil Curry, our president of Aravaipa Running, wore them for the majority of his miles at the Chipotle Challenge in January. So that's got to be a pretty good testimony for those shoes. I think it was, don't know exactly, but I think it was over 400 miles of the 700 that Jamil traversed were run in Mount to Coasts. Todd Lee just went by, one of our octogenarians. I don't think any of those guys have taken a sleep break of any kind yet. There's Todd going through the start-finish again.
Yeah, they just keep grinding away.
They do. They really do. There's the 4th place woman, I think.
Yeah, Jess Mullen. Yep.
Jess Mullen. Looking good. Here she comes. Still got some spring in her step.
coming down from Washington. Probably looking forward to a nice warm weekend in Vegas. And as we sit here, as close to the heat lamps as
Bundled up
humanly
and by
safe.
the heat lamps.
I will say that sometimes when you're doing some of these multi-day races, it is really hard, and I tip my cap to those people who find the motivation to keep moving when everybody else is off the course and there's only a handful of you and they've gone to bed. Whether it be like at Across the Years or at Nardini or out here at Jackpot. I mean, the vibe is just like really hard to maintain if you're the kind of runner or person that relies upon that to, help inspire you. Like there's just not a lot of energy on the course right now.
Yeah, it's really true. Even the runners who are continuing to lay down their laps, they're not doing so with a whole lot of gusto.
No, it's a grind.
There's not a lot of conversation taking place. There's not a lot of, they're just kind of putting their head down and getting it done.
Yeah, when you see somebody laying down a big number for like a 48-hour, like for instance, I've seen Olivier LeBlanc do it in person, and like there's a situation like where he's just built differently and would push him through. And there are other times, like for instance, I remember seeing a few years ago here at Jackpot, Rachel Entrekin and Jeff Garmeyer basically pushed each other to the 190, 200 mile range in 48 hours. But that's because they had somebody else kind of like, to keep them going.
Yeah, and it was just like they just goaded each other on. Maybe intentionally, maybe not, but either way, it was
like a giant game of chicken.
Yeah. There's Ed the Jester.
Yep, he'll be coming up into view here momentarily. I think I have the feeling, AJW, that I'm probably not going to be heading back to the staff house with you folks tonight. I think I'm probably going to head over to the airport. Boarding for my flight begins in 3 hours and 10 minutes from now.
I'd offer to drive you there, but I don't want to. I don't trust myself to drive that far.
Here comes Erin.
It's only 8 miles.
On her second to last lap.
Okay, so that's messed up.
No, but at the same time, no, you don't need to. I can take an Uber. That's fine. Yeah, that is.
I'd rather not drive it this hour in Vegas.
I understand. So that is lap 84. So one more for Aaron.
Yep.
So you're talking probably about 18:15, 18:16, perhaps. We'll see where she ends up.
Could
But-
be a little fire gets lit as she gets into her last lap.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if it doesn't light a fire in your belly for mile 99, then frankly, I don't think you make it to mile 99.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the spirit might be willing and the flesh might be weak, but I think that, no matter what, no matter how many 100-milers you've done, I've done, I believe, 9, and you've done, you said, about 30 or 40?
39.
39?
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it feels special, to get it done. And, yeah, maybe you're physically not capable of putting that little extra oomph behind it, but you got to be feeling good at least at that point, to have a.
Yeah.
Unless you've got like other external forces, like I know you talked about some situations where it's like you're moving fast, but not because it's a victory lap, but because it's like, oh crap, I got to stay ahead of this person.
Well, yeah. But even in Erin's case now, she regardless, she knows she's in third place. She knows she's going to get the podium position, but she also knows she's got less than a mile to go.
Yeah.
And whether you're in third place or 30th place, that feeling of just kind of that magnetic pull of the finish line is palpable at a moment like this.
Yeah, it's very real. Very real. It looks like Erin has hit. I don't know. Let me verify. Okay, hasn't hit the far side timing mat just yet. To recap, our men's podium, Raj Panu winning for the second consecutive year. Then followed up by two of the younger runners in the field, 23-year-old Cody Poskin and 26-year-old Nathan Brown, finishing second and third respectively. Both of them under 14 hours. The women's race was won by Stella Springer. Stella, this is her first win at Jackpot, finishing in a time of 15:29.05, which is a brand new American record for the 50 to 54 age group on road. In second, Sierra DeGraaf finishing just a little bit ago in 17:41.22. And rounding on our podium here, we expect to be seeing her here quite shortly. Erin Carrera, who I mentioned jumped into this race basically yesterday. Late enough that I did not have her name on my list.
Right.
Not only did I not do homework, I didn't even know she was in the
You didn't
in the
even know
race.
you had to do homework.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like being at the wrong gate because you're not told to to be at the right gate.
Be at the right gate. Or worse yet, there's a sign that says "Go to the wrong gate."
But we digress. Yeah, I'm really curious. Obviously, I won't still be here tomorrow, but I am looking forward to following this race from afar, and watching, jumping in and out here and there. You'll see me in the chat, I'm sure. I just can't help myself. But following on the tracker as well as in the chat and on the YouTube feed, looking forward to it.
Yeah, you gotta keep following all the stories out here. The octogenarians, the 48-hour folks.
Yeah, and I have friends out here that are going to be running. Andre Lee is out here. Jan Rice will be out here. Some of our Phoenix locals have made the trip up to Vegas to participate this weekend. So I definitely want to see how they're doing. Still keeping an eye out to see if and when Erin hits the timing mat on the far side.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than halfway around, I think. Just about. It seems as though the first half takes a little bit longer for folks than the second half.
Yeah, she hit the timing mat on this side just about 45 seconds after the top of the hour. And if she's doing about a 15-minute pace, it'll probably be another minute and a half or so before we get a time reading on the other end.
The geese are back. They never leave, actually. They just stay quiet for a little while. What a lovely park, even in the middle of the night. David Blaylock. Wonder what he's listening to.
Probably Crack a Brew with AJW.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Interesting call on the homemade ponchos. I saw a couple of them out there. It's not raining.
No.
Maybe just being preventative, or maybe they looked at a forecast that we did not. Take a quick peek and see if we've got rain expected in the future.
I know while we were going through our travel adventures yesterday, there was rain in Phoenix.
Absolutely.
For the first time in a while, measurable rain.
Yeah, there's nothing in the forecast for today or Saturday/Sunday. Oh, Aaron registered on the other side. 18:08:35. I wonder if we can angle one of the cameras at the finish line temporarily to just kind of be able to see like any sort of festivities at the finish line. We should definitely make sure we have a finish line cam milling about for these kinds of opportunities. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Jordan. We'll be able to see Erin come up the hill here on her final approach. Gonna finish this race in probably about 18:14, 18:15. Well done.
Third place. 8th overall? 7th overall? 8th overall.
Yeah, 8th overall. And after that, I would expect our next potential finisher to be Jess Mullen. So it would be 4 of the first 9 being women. And looking ahead, probably 5 of the first 12 overall being women, too. So,
Gosh, happens more and more these days, particularly in the longer stuff.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, even at a race like Desert Solstice, where the field is elites, still seeing, you know, the women basically took over that race.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was the story throughout the entire final 6-7 hours.
Yeah, it was great to see. And I think that what was so amazing about it was that, like, when you had that many women operating at such a high level, they just kept, like, nobody was leaving that course. Like, the 4 women who hit 151 plus miles, you know, like I said, outside of Worlds, that's never happened before.
Yeah. Just
So
incredible.
it was an honor and a pleasure to be able to cover a race of that caliber for sure.
Yeah, it was cool.
Keeping our eyes peeled here for Aaron Carrera.
And I think they knew it too. Like when just the little, there's not like a big celebration at the end of it. Everybody's so tired, but just when everybody gathers around and they started gathering their stuff together, and you could there was just like a lot of excitement about
Absolutely.
Those runners in particular, and how how they sort of pushed one another.
There we go. I see Aaron.
So looks like
coming
Aaron making the move up the final straightaway, Chris.
Running pretty strong.
Yeah,
That-
so under 15 minutes for this
Yeah.
one. She was smelling the barn.
Probably feeling really good right about now with maybe about 200 or so meters to go. Your third place
Right on.
finisher, Aaron Carrera.
Aaron Carrera. Psyched. Yeah, big smile as she crosses the line in 2:14 and change. At 2:14, 18:14 and change, I should say. Impressive last lap there for Aaron.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, way to get it done. Congratulations to her, rounding out the women's podium. We have 5 men have completed the race, 3 women. We still have plenty of people out there who are still working towards getting it done here. But that is going to draw our coverage for this evening to a close. And it's been a pleasure covering the USATF 100-mile championships. Tomorrow morning, when we jump back on, I believe we're jumping back on when, Jordan? About 7:30?
I want to say about that. Let me check really quick.
And the teams will be tasked with...
Live at 7:45.
7:45. Okay, got it. The Mount to Coast 100K will be starting at 8 a.m. as well as other disciplines. And we're going to do our best to provide commentary and analysis and coverage on all races that are going on tomorrow, as well as other events that are involved with Jackpot. Of course, we'll have the award ceremony for the podium for the men's and women's championships, as well as we'll hopefully have our hosts in the studio able to interview some of the people who made the podium. I mean, I would love to. Like, I think this would be a great opportunity to hear Stella Springer talk about her race, because I've never heard her about this. And of course, Sierra DeGraw. Go in Aaron Carrera.
That's right.
And on the men's side, obviously Raj Panu is a hoot to talk with, a very engaging individual. Got to interview him at Javelina last year. It was a lot of fun. And then
the 2 youngsters,
Cody Poskin and Nathan Brown, the 2 of them doing a fantastic job in both running sub 14 at this event.
All right. Well, Chris, I think we'll put a bow on it for this evening or this morning, as the case may be.
Anything else you need to add, Jordan? Or see you got a mic in hand?
Nah, I'm just gonna sign off.
All right.
All right.
Well, thanks for tuning in, folks. Hey, how's it going, race director?
Good.
Good. Can you hand him the mic real quick? We're joined by the co-race director of the Jackpot Ultras, Lee Robinson. Looks like we got the podiums in for the men and women.
Yes, we do. Both of them.
Awesome.
Right on.
Yep. It's going well. Yeah.
You gonna
Glad
keep-
the winds died down for the finish.
So are we.
Yes, that was a stretch there. Some high winds. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad to hear things are going smoothly. Keep it up, and that'll wrap it up for us this evening.
That'll wrap it up for the evening. We'll
And
see y'all
Thanks for
tomorrow.
coming out, guys. I'm glad you guys were able to get warm and cozy. Get
Thanks
some
for.
sleep.
Oh yes, and Lee, thank you very much
Thank
for the
you
heat
so
lamp.
much for the heater.
I
Yeah.
feel like a package of chicken tenders in a cafeteria, and I couldn't be happier about it.
Well, you guys get some well-deserved sleep, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right,
All right,
take it easy.
for everybody, thanks for tuning in. For Andy Jones-Wilkins, I'm Chris Warden, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers,
See ya.
everybody.